it's one thing to be in conversation, but like um, the time to bolster what my own thoughts are, to kind of demonstrate the full spectrum of something. But like
So I did before I was agnostic prior to it, and I tried to get into the Bible and everything else, and it just frustrated. God is the only thing that there is. That is my belief. Now, after I've read it, before I was agnostic. I had no idea. I didn't think anybody had any idea. I thought it was all subjective, and it is. But I believed that there's an objective truth to objective reality and God pertaining to whatever that meant by who. There is nothing that is not.
God is sandwich.
yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
Well,
yeah. That's not even the worst part, man. I've heard this one guy was like, "So I just took a shit, and God is that?" And I'm like, "Yep."
Well, no, the shit is sandwich too. God is sandwich. Everything is.
is God? I literally asked that in the comments. Is my poo poo God?
Yeah.
And you say yes.
Oh, everything that there is.
So then, how do you like? One of the foundational ideas of religious uh, theory is that there is a distinction between sacred and profane. That everything is profane and everything's sacred.
It's all subjective.
That's not what that means. Like you're using this word subjective, but like it's not actually what you're trying to say. So, like you're saying like that everything is relative. No, there's no grounding. There's no kind of basis.
There's no
You
purpose.
just yeah, right. And like, why even bother coming up to say that? Like, I, couldn't you have done something better with your time?
I was just, can you question your beliefs? And I absolutely can. And I was just going
Well,
with
yeah,
the
but
flow.
we still
Are
don't
you
know what you
actually? I
believe.
haven't heard. Well, his belief is that God is everything. He's basically a pass through the Holy Scripture of Conversations with God, a 1990s book where a guy sat down and wrote from his subconscious and called it God.
Sure. But yeah. And it again, it leads to like its premise and its foundation. Because I think with any belief, whatever it is, I think there should be a cause. A cause. There should be something that we can all
So
create a better
before you,
society.
but you do keep reciting like more so than Christians do, even just like verbatim doctrines from this book. I'm really curious. What actually questioned through all of the programming?
If I am right, if it even really matters, if I can find my purpose through it, plenty. I mean,
How does your sandwich God matter?
well, that's one thing that it, and I'm sorry, I apologize prior to going back to the book, and because I am taking out a
Thoughts about your God?
because I was agnostic when I used to do that, and I had no answers.
And so now you can't hang on the crutch of this book.
I can. There's just foundation and order, and
And the foundation of your.
but it's a pretty good basic. It's a foundation. It's a good starting point that leads me to everything else.
Why? Why is it a good starting point?
Yeah, I'm not sure that.
Everything that it says, man. It's everything that it says. I mean,
Yeah, but it's all relative, so it's not actually like.
I need to cut you off. Go ahead.
No. I'm just saying like if it's all relative and like it's good and it isn't good, and it's like and it's take it or leave it, you know. Like
True. The only thing that matters is that which I make matter. And
so it confirms your body questioning your beliefs. Then
No,
it's
it's
just
not.
confirming your beliefs.
He's preaching, not questioning. also Z-Witch, and of course, gotta thank Donna B. Thank you all so much for helping with, and Shannon with the Mystic Drink. Thank you as well. Ultimate reality. What does questioning?
Personally, that I tried, that I've learned from the book, that I took me through the book, like manifestation or higher sense of purpose, stuff like that. When that stuff doesn't work out, my question is this even real? Any purpose, or should I even consider to care for those who need it, or find equality in where I see division? So definitely, I question it in ways where it doesn't work for me personally because it feels better, per se.
Thank you, 3 Pips and Mateo Potato, for knocking that goal out before their guest could even answer the question. You guys are awesome. So I didn't. What I heard is you said questioning your belief looks like questioning whether or not the little things that don't work out are real, but referring back to the book, going back to the book again. Do you? Why do you accept that everything is God? Absent this book, is
Everything is God. Well, before, like I said, I was agnostic and nothing mattered. Nobody mattered. Not even myself. I didn't matter either. I thought
matter to who?
myself. I didn't. Nothing mattered. I was violent and I was depressed.
Do you think now that you have a God that things matter to anybody but yourself?
Absolutely. I mean, you saw what happened when that guy George Floyd died. All these people stood up and said Black Lives Matter, and
Right. People stood up for a cause.
Yeah.
Some of them stood up for a human. Many of them, though, just stood up for a cause. Because that does your belief in your God, does your understanding of anything, does your purpose that you found matter to anybody but you?
Absolutely. But that's all subjective, also, isn't it? I mean, I'm not the only person who read the book.
Right. So to who else in your life and understanding, not just random people who've read the book, but to who else does what you've gained matter other than you?
I mean, my family, personally, people in my life that I share my beliefs with.
Is that because you preach instead of answer questions?
I was going to say share as in like you have the same beliefs as, or share as in you tell them what your beliefs are.
Right.
Just share as a conversation. You're
So
free.
tell them what your belief is.
Well, I have no reason, or I have no desire to. What's the word? When you convert? I don't know.
The usage of share. I just did.
Mostly just evangelized since you've been on this panel. You've barely answered questions. You've mostly avoided actually critical thinking. I don't know what questioning you actually are doing other than occasionally, ooh, the manifestation didn't work. Maybe that, what, you didn't do it right? Is that how you question it?
Oh,
So these things don't actually have to do with questioning your assumption that a God is there, because you don't question that, do you? You are convinced beyond all question.
sometimes I hear good theories from atheists, and I wonder, but I guess, yeah, you're right. I don't question, because I feel as if everything that I've learned so far it works for me, and I truly believe it can work for many others.
So because it works for you, and you think it could work for others, then therefore it is true.
Sorry, what is working? What's working?
The brainwashing.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what is it that it's all relative and take it or leave it? But I'm not sure. Like, what is it that would be working for people?
I mean, unity is one of its foundations. Also, is how all of us can be united, not under God, but just united in general. How it's better for society and for the future, for our kids and their kids. What would be the greatest assumption? What is the greatest choice to have to make a better reality for everyone who exists?
Okay, those are really nice buzzwords. And like, what does that look like for you? What does unity look like for you?
Well, like the guy that said that I'm confused, or earlier, I can't remember exactly, but sharing it. I don't go door to door and knock on people's doors, but I do tell people of this book and how maybe it can help them. And if it doesn't, then so be it. You know,
Uh,
it's just something that's helpful for humanity,
So
yeah,
basically.
but
going,
how is it helpful? Like, what is it doing to help people get to this place of unity? And what does unity look like for you?
I mean, shit, unity looks like no more racism, no more inequality, no more left versus right, no more Republicans and liberals, no more just people
But you
existing
want
for each
everybody to
other.
think the same?
And I don't want. I think what I want is for everyone to get there on their own. I have a grand desire for people to love each other, sure, but I'm not like some crazy guy who's ranting and being like, oh, you should do this or else you're going to hell, right? Because that's something
you've
that,
taken the or else you're going to hell out, but there's a whole
yeah,
lot of crazy guy ranting.
yourself.
Well, here, let me just say this. Like, if you were to ask me, I would say something along the lines of, unity looks like a dynamic tension where people are disagreeing,
Sure,
but respectfully and in conversation with one another.
absolutely, yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
great. Well, that was my idea. What's your idea?
I think you shared it a lot better than I could, but
Okay,
basically what I already
Doesn't
said.
have original thoughts. It's either from the book or someone else's mouth.
dude, it's really concerning that you don't have like I really actually feel bad that you don't have like a thought. Like, how's that possible that you don't have?
Well, it led me to my beliefs. It led me to think that
I
unity
haven't
looks
heard your
like everyone caring for each other. Like why do we go to the grocery stores and pay hundreds of dollars for food that people to just trade with each other and say, hey, I can, you know, it, it's far things out of what society has already made so far. So yeah, I mean,
So what kind of plants do you grow in your yard?
I don't. I've been thinking about it, man. I've been looking in greenhouses and stuff like that. I don't have the space right now, but I've definitely been thinking about it. I don't make the money. I wish I did. Because I definitely grow, man. I just collect rainwater. I grow everything myself, but right now I'm broke like lots of other people. Unfortunately, it takes money to have that sort of lifestyle, which I'm like most others, barely creeping on, man. Getting there though. But yeah, basically, my this belief, this book, whether I'm brainwashed or not, has just led me to live a more fulfilling and discerning life when it comes to people. I choose to to see light in others rather than just darkness or whatever. You don't mean shit anymore.
I
Like
say
me.
this with peace and love. I think in order to be brainwashed, you have to have your own.
It sounds like we're ripping at you, ultimate. It does sound like, I mean, I've been probably a little more crass than I'd like to be, but it certainly seems as though you are presenting someone else's ideas and thoughts that you're not capable of critically engaging with. It sounds like you're blindly holding to these beliefs in order to maintain a sense of optimism. Um, is that accurate?
Can I add on? Because yes, to answer directly, yes.
Fair. Go ahead and add on.
Um, Again, that it's led me to lead a better life. It's led me to help others in times when they feel that they need it. And, I think that if I could do that for lots of people, then it can grow into something where pass it on and they do it to be applied to everyday life for other people, not just
When did
myself.
you read this book?
I started 6, 7 years ago. It happens as a trilogy, Conversations with God. There's 3 different books, and then he writes many others about his conversation with God. And it's all about inclusivity.
Why do you believe him? How do you know he didn't just sit down and write what he wanted to write and call it a conversation with God?
Well, again, because I read all of it in its context. I read all of his books.
And after reading all of it in this context, you were able to determine that he could not have possibly written it himself?
Yes, absolutely.
How? Can you give me any indication?
Just the information that came from there.
So not any one piece of information, just overall, because the broad information, because brainwashing. Do you hear how it's...
No, well, I have. I definitely have, because I questioned it.
So can you tell me what it is that indicates within the book that he must have had divine help, could not have done it humanly?
It's inclusivity of everyone, not just him and himself.
Because of the inclusivity, because he wrote it in broad terms to apply to anybody reading. Doesn't that seem like something that an author would want to do, to make it apply, whatever they're working on, apply to as many readers as possible?
Definitely. I see what you're getting at, so he can try and monetize it and make his own sort of thing.
He made 3 books. When I first heard about this, there was only one. The fact that he's written 2 sequels since certainly says a lot about the monetary gain available. Are they free? Could I download one for free? Because it is obviously... Oh, so he offers the book for free without any publication costs or anything.
It's on YouTube. It's on so that you can get it for free. He does charge for it, but
oh, he does charge. So legally, to obtain the book, I'd have to pay for it, and he would get paid for it, right?
Well, I think that's how publishing
really
works.
Quick, I'm going to speak past you for just a second and think we're helping with the goal. And if anybody from a private account had something to do with that, I'm looking at you, Mateo. If any of you did, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Hey, Thrayle.
Yeah.
Just really quick point of I don't know. I just did a little look up on the book, and would you be surprised to learn that that the guy who was leading Germany in the 1930s, according to the author of this book, was a great teacher for all of humanity, a wonderful example of how not to do things.
An interesting way to put that.
Yeah, that's where would we be without such a wonderful teacher?
He said an interesting way of how not to do things. So, but that's another beauty of the book, is that he says that God doesn't condone, nor does God condemn.
God doesn't condemn that. Yeah, it's an interesting way to do things and teach people how not to.
It's not religious. It has nothing to do with religion.
Try it out. If you need to,
Yeah, it's not like if you don't.
Suicide's an interesting way to teach
give it a
people
whirl.
not to do that.
Right, exactly.
We could have stopped it, but we wanted somebody to
really
do
just
something.
Push the limits.
Well, we did stop it.
What?
We stopped World War II, didn't we? We killed a bunch of, unalived people.
Wow.
That's how you stop war.
Yeah. I think a God that's everything probably could have done something a little sooner, though, huh?
It's interesting. The people who suffered through that experience on all charges.
Well, like anything out of context, it takes the full, and I'm not trying to get you guys to buy it or read it. It's for free. If you, like you said, you can give
Well,
it a try.
you're saying it is for free. The book is
Yeah.
for free.
Yeah, you
You
can
can
listen to it. I listen to
you
it
can
all the time
listen to the book on YouTube for free. I see.
and download it. You can find it downloadable.
Does that mean you
I see.
stole it?
Well, no.
Does that mean you stole the book?
If it's authorized by the publisher, I don't know if it is.
Yeah.
But if it's authorized by the publisher, but if it's not, would that mean you stole it?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how pirating works, right? When you steal a movie or you steal a book or steal anything, I paid for it, so but another thing is that you see all this craziness with churches when they ask for tithings and they ask for thousands of dollars. Neil doesn't really express it in that way. He's like, and he explains it in the book also. He talks about money, talks about everything, man. It's if that
Yeah, he's on a
invalidates
first name basis with his savior. Absolutely.
if that invalidates it, then
In Neil he trusts. Um,
sure.
I've got to wonder why you expect that any uh, answers that you're getting if you have conversations like these with God. How is it that you know these are from God?
Well, like I tried to explain a little bit earlier that the very beginning of the book starts off with God
I'm
conversation.
not asking from the book. I'm asking
Yeah,
for
from
you.
my yeah
For
from
you, how do you verify you are talking to God?
I feel like the information that comes in wasn't exactly from me. That it was from something that will lead me to be greater, think better.
How can you tell the difference between information in your mind from you and from somewhere else?
I think about it as best I can, but it all comes from me.
So then, if it all comes from you, what's coming from God?
The two are one and the same.
So no matter what you think, if you think it, then it is God thinking.
In my own subjective way, I guess, yes.
Is this not just a way of putting all of your choices and the consequences thereof on God's shoulders, despite them being yours? Kind of blaming God for everything.
No. I'm fully aware that I am consequential. I'm fully aware that I am the one who comes to this, and that
I'm sorry. Who you are the one? How can you be one of anything if everything is God?
well, everything is
Isn't
one.
God just am the one? Talk.
I am the one with everything, and it leads me to love everything, to choose love rather than to
I'm sorry.
choose.
You are the one with everything.
Yeah,
What does that even mean?
that life
I
and
thought you.
are one.
I thought you. So if you are one with everything, is that what you meant? You are one with everything.
Just in a way where I could desire for anything else what I desire for myself. I have no desire to destroy. I only have a desire because I have no desire to destroy myself. I have no desire to destroy anything else. I love myself and I love everything going on within me, and I can have an exterior expression for the same thing. I have love for everything else because I love myself. Even a person with who I disagree with or I disbelieve, or an atheist or a Christian or a Muslim, I can understand that that person comes from their own understanding, and that
And all of it is God. Their understanding is God, and your understanding is God, and God's understanding is God, and the shit's understanding is God, and everything is God, and the sandwich of sandwiches that sandwich all the sandwiches.
That's right. Everything for that purpose. That's what we evolve into.
God, and nothing is not God. What is the actual purpose of calling everything God?
Self. Fuck, man.
Self what?
Self
It
aware.
can't be self something because it's all God. God awareness.
Yeah.
God awareness.
self-awareness, for life to become self-aware, for everyone to become self-aware that God is.
Everyone to become God aware.
Yeah,
So
basically.
the purpose for you of calling everything God is not just for yourself to be aware that everything is God, but to convince others that God is God and all the gods are God and every God is God. So you're proselytizing like a Christian.
It is not a requirement, but it is what I desire. I have no requirement for anyone to think or believe whatever they will, but I do desire.
But you desire to convince others to believe in the same brainwashing that you've subjected yourself to.
To believe.
Which is why you keep promoting the book, talking about the book. You're not getting paid to do that. You just want people to believe that you've sandwiched yourself into.
No, well, I know that I'm not alone because there are many others that do it, and I do converse with them also. But
I see. So there's other sandwiches in your sandwich, but the sandwich needs more sandwiches to sandwich out.
It doesn't. I don't. Like I said, I don't require it. I don't need you to think as I do or believe as I do. It's just like I share with you. It's just the night, like the guy said. Just
Does it matter to you that fewer people are likely to think like you do after this conversation?
No, not at all.
Do you think that you have actually questioned your beliefs, or do you feel like you are wasting the time of a panel whose purpose is to see if people can critically think?
Could you repeat the question?
Do you think you're capable of critical thought?
Yes.
Can you give me an book?
Well, again, that goes to my own subjective viewpoint of manifestation. Does this work? Is it working for me? Is it working
What
at
is
all?
critical thought?
Like if it's working at all, and if I can apply it, if I can make it last, if I can make it worth it.
So the most questionable thing that you found in this book is manifestation.
Manifestation and objective reality.
And objective reality. I thought the basis of your God even existing was that you believed already that there would have to be an objective reality.
Well, there is, yes. But
and so
how?
that was part of your presupposition that a God exists.
And why it isn't efficient, basically. Why are we still unaliving each other? Why is there still so much awfulness in the world? How come I don't have an answer?
If the mustache guy was such a good teacher, I mean,
right? If
Well,
he was a good teacher,
us,
not to do the things he did, and yet they get done all the time, don't they?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't say
so,
that.
So if he wasn't a very effective teacher, then was he?
I guess that's all subjective too, isn't it? Depends
is it subjective to see if he was an effective teacher to the lesson of don't do this? Is that subjective, or could we find some objective, or at least agreed upon quantity to see?
Can't we? Can't we objectively see what he did was awful and how we shouldn't do it again? Because I think it works both.
You're saying we can't objectively say that. You're saying it's all subjective.
No, can't
That's your whole position.
Can we not? Can we not? Basically, can't we? Can we
your
not
whole
see?
Position, come on now. This is your belief structure. Your whole possibly tell whether or not what he did was right or wrong.
And your teacher said he's a great teacher.
Of what not to do.
Right, at a lesson of what not to do. Is he an effective teacher if people still do the things he did?
Well, again, to some, yes. To others, no. I can't answer.
Yeah, what was the lesson?
Not mass murder people or mass unalive people, sorry. To not hate.
I can think of about a dozen other lessons that we should have learned from that situation. Yeah, but that's my point. Like, oh man, This is what happens. You know what it is, Thrayle? It's flattening. Everything is just flattened,
Mhm.
and it's a panini.
And which has been pressed.
And they're
Yeah,
delicious. Paninis are delicious, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
it's a vacuum sealed panini.
Sad.
It's a sous vide panini.
But I mean, yeah, that's everything is subjective, right? Even atheism, because I think it's odd that an atheist, because everyone else is wrong, does it automatically assume that atheists are correct?
When you say everything is
He wants to
subjective,
argue now. He's trying to start an
No,
argument
no, I
because he
didn't mean
thinks
to.
we're atheists.
Oh,
Wow.
I just kind of figured.
He
I
makes
apologize.
assumptions.
Yes, sir, I did. I
Yeah.
apologize.
Brainwashing will do that to you. Go ahead, Rav.
I can't remember what I was saying. What was I starting to say?
I forgot. He was trying to start an argument with some atheists, apparently.
Well, I don't, because I don't think that you're wrong. I'm not saying that I'm objectively right and you're wrong.
Oh,
You're
that's
false.
what it was. What do you, when you say subjective and objective, what is it that you mean to you?
Do you want me to explain the define subjective and objective,
Can you?
or just?
Can you?
I mean,
Can you define subjective?
as far as I know, that subjective is your belief, and objective is what is true, fact versus, you know, your fiction.
What is true? So you think objective means what
Ah.
is true?
What is so?
What is so?
Yeah, what is so?
Is it SO or SEW?
SO. The sky is blue. That's subjective, right? Grass is green.
Is it BLUE or BLEW?
Wait, you think
Blue, which is objective.
I don't know, it's black right now for me.
That's true also. Math is objective, I guess. But sometimes it isn't.
Well, if it isn't sometimes, then that would be subjective, right?
That's true also. Yeah.
So is anything objective?
No. No. And that's crazy because that's what the book says also, is that you create it all.
Wait. But your basis for this God was looking for an objective reality, right? Your name is ultimate reality.
Yeah.
Sorry. I think that it seems to me, and I guess the question that I want to ask is, I'm just wondering if you actually like profound and felt that you had gained some esoteric knowledge, which ultimately was just a belief, um, and didn't actually gain any understanding from it. Is that possible?
Sure. Anything's possible.
If you took out the manifestation, um, can you tell me the actual difference between conversations with God and a novelization of Hallmark greeting cards?
Novel. That's the word I was trying to figure out earlier.
Could you repeat the question?
Sorry.
What would be the difference between the books Conversations with God and a novelization of
Whatever you make of it, I guess. The only thing that matters is that what you make matter.
spoken like a true Hallmark greeting card? Ultimate reality. I've got to wonder if you actually have critically examined this book, or if, as Rap says, it said some things that sounded profound, and you took it then on as a full religion. Is that possible? You were maybe when you think deeply. Right. Wow, it's been a while.
Yeah.
is it possible that you were seduced by deep thoughts that if you think a little deeper on, you might find are lacking substance?
I think that I found it, not that I lack in it. I think I lacked in it before, and then once I found it, then I actually found, like I said, purpose, meaning.
Purpose. The purpose that you have given yourself to share this book with others
Absolutely.
without reading the book.
Yes, because that's another crazy thing. When I first started reading it, I felt as if I already knew all of it to be true. And then once I read it, it was like an organized.
Oh, so you went in reading the book assuming it to be true. Interesting. Have you ever even heard of confirmation bias, or did you just want to give us an example for funsies?
No, I've heard of it for sure. But, like I said, prior to I was agnostic. And then now I'm a believer in what I believe in. So,
You decided before you read the book that it was true.
no,
You just said you did. I'm sorry,
No,
it sounded like you said you did.
no, you misunderstood. I didn't decide before I read it was true. Christianity wasn't true. I knew that there was no such thing as hell. There's no such. I knew that I wasn't going to go to hell because I didn't accept Christ.
How do you know those things are true?
Because it doesn't make any sense.
How does you say new as though you've confirmed this knowledge? How is it that you have verified those things are true?
Because I exist for a reason other than what others make me exist for. I am here for a reason where I am deciding who and what I am and why I'm here.
How do you know that?
Because like I said, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that I am not allowed to express my free will however I decide.
I just said, how do you know you're not doing that? You're expressing your free will however you decide right now.
That is what.
How do you?
Prior to reading the books, I wasn't sure, but I just knew. Like I said, faith.
So you've confirmed from another human that what you assumed as a human is true.
Well, everyday life,
Have you work against Christ?
Because it doesn't make sense that there is a devil. It doesn't make sense. At least to me, I can't speak again objectively on whether it is true or not, but I know that from my own consciousness, from my own place of belief and my own thoughts, critical thinking, that it doesn't make sense that there is a devil, because then that would mean the Christians are right, or Muslims.
So it doesn't make sense to you that there is a thing you do not know because it was explained to you.
Yep.
So you don't know because somebody I'm confused. It doesn't make sense to you that there isn't a thing you don't know.
That there isn't a thing I don't know. Well, no,
you know everything.
No, of course not.
Oh, I see.
No, but I do know that because it's just no one has been there. No one.
How do you know that?
It.
How do you know that? You're saying a whole lot of declaratives. How do you know that?
I don't speak objectively, just subjectively.
You have been speaking objectively almost entirely.
I really don't think that you know the difference. I don't think you know it. I'm sorry. I really like. Thrayle, can I make a statement and then can you help me form the question that comes from it? All right. So, subjective means stance dependent or mind dependent. Objective means there is no need for a mind. It is mind independent or stance independent. When you keep saying, with I believe this to be true, and it would mean the exact same thing. So for me, it seems like.
Except it would be honest.
Yeah, right, exactly. Because there's no, like, knowledge is a belief that requires some data to back it up. Even if that data is wrong, there is some enthusiasm based on this evidence that kind of you're saying there's this book I read or I have these beliefs that I'm calling knowledge based on maybe personal experience or whatever your worldview is, all of which is absolutely subjective, not objective, um, because it is all dependent on your mind and your perspective. The moment you start saying, like, you know, it's my best understand my experience that I don't even I don't know, but my best guess is that hell doesn't exist. Like that, do you see how that's different from hell doesn't exist? It doesn't make any sense to my best guess based on my logical understanding of how the world works and like you know
And his belief in the conversation God.
yeah. And so I don't really know what the question is there. I guess like do you see how those tenor of the conversation?
What I can say, thank you for correcting me, because everything you said absolutely applies to what I just said, and you corrected everything that I said with your statement. So yeah, absolutely.
You understand why now.
Yeah, yeah, totally,
I've been
absolutely.
referring to you as brainwashed and sounding like you just are in a cult. You're just saying, uh, this is this is that, it is this way, and you're proselytizing it like a street corner preacher. Are you are though, you are giving it that. You're not actually questioning the possibilities that anything you've assumed to be absolute truth or ultimate reality, as you've chosen your name to be, you're not actually giving any room for the possibility that you could, as a human, make a mistake. And that sounds like brainwashed. You sound like you're in a cult because that's what Christians do.
Well, if
You sound like one.
if I could add on, I don't believe that. I also hold on to the thought that I could be wrong. I definitely do. I'm not sitting like
You
again. I'm not
certainly
sitting.
don't communicate that way.
Yeah,
And you don't sound like you think. And through our conversation, it doesn't sound like God or this author or these books. It certainly sounds just like someone preaching the Bible.
does that mean that you do speak objectively, or that I am just not speaking that way?
I really try to say things that I, I understand, but I really try not to say things that are like, um, I mean, Thrayle can correct me because I think my theology is definitely like, I really don't think that there's anything contradictory in my own theology. You know, you tell me, but
I could find room to question, but you don't make bold declaratives of what is and what
right,
aren't.
right.
And as as I've been asking you the questions, ultimate, have you heard me make objective statements besides the poking at you about being brainwashed? Besides that, which I think you understand.
Well, no, you haven't really shared with me your perspective at all. So
Exactly. I haven't made bold declaratives. I haven't made objective statements of fact. I haven't even said your book is wrong. I haven't even said you're wrong,
you've just said I was brainwashed.
only to get your attention. It's in your language. You speak like someone proselytizing the word of the Lord. You
And I don't
speak
think
like someone who wants to convince others that you are right and have a truth without having done the work.
No, just to lead others to their own, whether it be whatever.
No, it doesn't sound like you want to lead others to their own. You want to leading upon the reality of your beliefs being the beliefs, the God. You discount the beliefs of others in the way you profess that belief.
I don't discount
You do.
what anyone
You
else.
do.
I
Are you
never said
kidding me?
you were wrong.
No,
I
no,
never
no.
said Christians were
It
wrong.
has nothing to do with you have declared that things are not right in your answers. You have declared that hell doesn't exist, that the Christians are not right.
Well, I never said they weren't right. I just said that hell doesn't exist.
Right. So then they aren't right if they believe it does.
That's what you
You're
come
discounting, right? You're discounting the ideas of others without actually formulating it on a street corner. And I'm sorry you can't see that. It sounds really, it's really sad that you can't. There's a certain level of hypocrisy in what you're doing that is, I think, extremely dissolved by it, and I don't think you're gonna actually understand what we're getting at. You're probably gonna go away from this thinking, thanks for giving it some kind of effort, but my God, your God, any God, shit, find one and actually think about whether or not it could exist before you decide it does.
Whew. I'm surprised that it lasted that long, honestly.
Well, I'd encountered that book before, at least the original, the first one of the trilogy. I'm surprised he felt the need to make more. He made it seem like the first one was so complete. Um, but then again, look at
I have a question that I don't know exactly how to ask. Not you in but just like a general kind of idea. But I think it would be a question that you know, one of those kinds of can be asked of everybody. But like, and I think it's well, everybody who is non-Christian, but maybe comes from a Christian context. Um, so like the idea of thesis, antithesis, or antithesis, and synthesis. And so the thesis would be Christianity. The antithesis would be, atheism or deconstruction or agnosticism. And what I'm curious about is that the synthesis ultimately is always in conversation with um, the thesis. And so there are perspectives and dispositions and worldviews that are decided that are still very much in the kind of Christian mindset. And
in the
you know,
synthesis.
yeah,
Yeah.
in the synthesis. And like I don't think that people even the most deconstructed people still hold this, and like that requires an antithesis in itself.
Hmm. Is there a specific question in there?
I don't
Is
know
there?
yet. Like here, like the accusation, maybe there's a question in the accusation. The accusation is that like what from Christianity does the synthesis still, like what role does the Christianity still play?
what what role does it still play? If you mean
Yeah, like what role does the
it's
Christianity still play? Like
right.
for example, that
So,
guy was sorry.
well, no, you, I see what you're saying. it happens with a lot of our guests who are in some other faith practice, some sort of spirituality or peripheral, um, and they hold to so many of the specific shapes and styles of Christianity without actually having the name.
Yep.
And so many of the dogmatic um, tendencies shine through as they preach very loudly about what it is they know without question, as though it came from God Himself, or their version of it, their new version of it, which is usually the same one wearing a mask.
Yeah. And I would say that what I am finding people are of this, like,
Oh,
the,
I'm sure that they themselves have no clue how much they're still holding on to pieces
that
from
I
that.
think is absolutely true. That's what I'm saying. And by the way, that is like with friendlies too, like in the way that friendlies treat Christians or respond to kind of Christian sort of behavior. There's I have noticed a sort of in the same way that Christians treat people.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed, like, uh, and I don't know, I don't like not. It sounds way more judgmental than I think I'm trying to be, but it's something I'm noticing and don't really know how to. Somebody said something to me today that was remarkable. If you have another guest, let's talk about it later.
We do.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, we'll catch up on it. Hey,
Great.
Kim, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
What was that?
I need your age.
50.
50. And do you have a...
Not exactly. So, okay. Let me see if I could try to explain.
So saying not exactly, you have
understanding
something like a God that you believe in?
Okay, why don't I explain my understanding? When you say God, my understanding right now is the power behind this whole existence.
So the power behind existence is what you think of as God.
Yeah, like
Do you think there is some
what is
consolidated
going on?
conscious... I'm sorry, you might have a delay there. Do you have some consolidated conscious idea of what that power is?
Okay, so first of all, I just want to say that English is my fourth language, so I'm going to try to describe.
I understand.
Not,
But
but here's what happened to me, and my
okay,
understanding
you
right
did,
now.
so you
Actually,
didn't,
I came in so you
didn't,
could
I'm
check,
guessing you didn't hear my question.
could check.
Or I understand that English is your fourth language. You seem to be
Okay,
doing
go
well
ahead.
at it. Are you able to actually hear and understand my
Go ahead.
questions, though? Or are you just waiting for your turn to speak?
Okay, I was trying to put my.
No, the Wi-Fi is really bad, and it sounded like there was a lot of passive aggressive there, and maybe it was just the Wi-Fi, but yeah, you're welcome to try again if you really can question your beliefs. But I didn't hear answers to my questions. Hey, Bree, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 33.
Do you have a belief in a God?
I don't talk about it too much, but like I had been struggling with the whole Christianity thing, and so I think it's like in between Christianity and spiritual.
Are you drunk?
No. I wish.
So you're between Christianity and spiritual.
Yeah. I
So
went
you
through a
believe
whole
in Jesus as your Lord and Savior?
yes.
So you do believe in Jesus?
Yes. I have
you read the
a
Bible?
different way of thinking about it, though. I know, like,
Goodness.
I've read some of the Bible.
Have
I haven't read all of
just
it.
some of it. Okay.
Yeah,
Do you
and
believe it to be true?
I believe in the possibility. So in my head, here's what like I've come to believe. I believe
I believe
in a
that
higher
you're making
being.
a lot of phone sounds and mouth sounds, and if you'd set your phone down, we wouldn't hear so many of them, and then maybe we could hear what you're about to say. But also, if you're not going to answer my questions, this is not going to go very well.
Okay.
So, you believe in the Bible. Do you believe that it is true?
Yeah, I believe it's true. I believe that it happened.
Why?
But I also believe that anything is possible. Like,
Okay,
all
I'm
these
sure
things.
you do. Why do you believe the Bible is true?
I don't believe everything is true, but I do believe that man probably doctored it and everything like that.
Why would you believe that any of it comes from a God or is true?
I don't know.
And how do you know which parts are true and which parts aren't true?
How I think about like everything. We don't entirely know what is true and what's not true. Just like paranormal things or
We don't have ways to figure out those sorts of things?
I mean, they've tried to prove it with science. So I mean, we have science.
That's
But
good.
I'm talking about spiritually wise, things we can't see and things we've experienced and gone through. I have my belief in something that is bigger than me, that created me.
Why?
I kind of feel like it's not like life is a simulation, but in a way it feels like it. But I just know when I had an experience, a life and death, a near death experience, I begged God to come through. God, I just want my dad. I just want my dad. And I was younger, and I was going to unalive myself. And I begged God for my dad to call me, and I just said, God, I just want my dad. I just want my dad. And right before I was about to do it,
So,
what about the people that didn't that did the exact same and didn't get that call? And what about the people who, begged for mercy from the people that were being, I guess that's a rhetorical question, so it's not really helpful. But um, what have you like? This is okay. So you have gotten the second chance because God intervened in your life.
something.
Sure.
Because literally, when I was begging that, I was about to do that.
So, but what I'm saying is, you got this second chance at all of this. What do you do with that? What's the product of that second chance?
At that time, I was young, and then I had another near-death experience, and
Okay, wait.
that
You stop. You just called the first one an NDE, and then you described something that is not an NDE. So, are you actually about to describe a situation where your heart stopped and you were pronounced clinically unalived, or are you just about to tell us another time that you almost did something
yeah,
to
it was
yourself?
just another time that I almost did, and I could have lost my life multiple times in that accident. But I know a lot of people get a second chance and they try to change their life around and do a whole bunch of things. I just know that what I felt and what I've been through and experienced, that there is
I'm going to stop you
something.
here, Bria. So, you're saying that the reason that you believe NDEs, but really self attempts where something intervened or something distracted you, you're saying that that's the reason you believe. And it sounds to me like um, probably the best route for us here is not to question that belief if it is something that is um, dependent upon you uh, not harming yourself. So
Oh no,
I think
like
we'd much
that
rather.
was that was when I was literally 13. I'm 33 now. That was an experience that I went through, that I begged and called to God and asked for a specific
Bria,
thing, and it happened.
Bria, you're saying that you called to God and asked for a specific thing and it happened, and you chalk that up to a God intervening.
And not exactly like, yeah, God or
And so if someone were to question that, and I'm going to ask you now, is that something you could even question? Would that be something that would?
uh I've already went through like religious psychosis before. So,
You're saying now that you have had these experiences where a God intervened.
mhm.
How
Or
do you know
something.
that that
The
is not?
universe, a
How do you know?
timeline switch, something.
Stop. How do you know that those assumptions, that those something assumptions instead of I don't know, how do you know that those assumptions aren't another symptom towards something similar to a religious psychosis that you mentioned you've
I
experienced
mean,
before?
probably. But I've experienced paranormal things. I've
You seem
had,
certain of that.
yes, because I have.
How do you know they're paranormal and not just things that you haven't?
Explain, and
So
usually
if
a
they are
lot of things that
things,
you can't explain are kind of like paranormal. And I've had
why? Wait,
experiences with
stop,
something.
stop, stop. You said a lot of things that you can't explain are usually paranormal. Where did you come up with that idea? Why would you assume that if you can't explain it, it must be paranormal? That
Not
seems like a large assumption,
everything.
doesn't it? But you said a lot of things. How did you come up with that idea?
Just with experiences that I've
What
had.
makes you think that any of them are paranormal?
Well, I actually went, like I said, I went through psychosis, so I know the difference between a hallucination and what
I'm
I've
sure that
experienced before. That was
I.
actually something I could not explain, and it was out of
Okay, Bree,
the
your
norm.
sentence is kind of not even coherent anymore. You're running on. You're saying that you have experienced psychosis and that you somehow are capable of telling the difference. Do you think that's something that you actually?
Before I got my psychosis, I had a paranormal activity happen before that. When I had my psychosis, I could
How
tell
do you know the activity was actually paranormal and not an early symptom?
because other people were with me and they experienced it too.
I see. And so because they all experienced it, did you find out like what they experienced for certain?
Yes,
All
we
of
were
their
all there
stories
and we all
align.
saw everything. Yeah, everything
I see.
matches up with
And
everything.
was there an explanation?
No,
Nobody could explain what they saw.
no.
So if nobody could explain
Like
what they saw,
all
stop,
I know is they saw
stop,
something.
stop. So then why would you say it was paranormal?
Because we were seeking out paranormal things. We literally had a Ouija board.
So you were looking for paranormal things. You wanted to see paranormal things. You saw something you couldn't explain, and you decided that it was paranormal.
Yes. Because other people saw it with me.
Right, but does that not sound like something that a confirmation bias, an intention to see something, and then a group of people trying to see something? Could they not all share in the confirmation bias that, well, what we couldn't explain must have been the paranormal?
We all had different experiences. And we've all had seen and witnessed something. I don't know. I can't explain.
So what I'm hearing, Brie, is that you cannot question these experiences. You cannot question your beliefs. Why are you on this panel?
I am questioning my beliefs.
Are you? It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like you're professing that these things are unquestionable.
I'm just saying what I've
You would know the
experienced
difference.
myself.
Yeah, you're saying that you would automatically know the difference. You would automatically
No,
see
at that time,
this is not
I knew the difference when I saw the paranormal thing happen and I saw the possibility of that stuff. When I went to my psychosis and I literally was dealing with like a demonic auditory
in a
hallucination.
psychosis while you were in a psychosis.
Mm.
So, and you're saying that you would automatically know the difference between some kind of delusional state and some paranormal happening.
No, I'm not saying that.
That's
I
what
still
you've
suffer
been
with,
saying.
but I'm just saying I've experienced something paranormal. I've experienced psychosis, so something mental. Well, I can't explain what happened in my first situation, but the second situation, I thought it was paranormal, but I'm not. I still don't know. Like, I don't know if it's paranormal. I don't know if it's my mental brain. Like, when I got in an accident, I had a concussion, so I can't literally tell the difference right now. Now that I have psychosis, now I'm schizoaffective.
You recognize what that means, and yet you don't question those experiences in any way.
I do question it all the time.
What do you question about it?
If it was really real.
Okay, and like methodology.
I tell myself what I want to be real and what I don't want to be real. I don't know. When I had lost my mind, I just try to focus on the fact of
when he says questioning your beliefs, what does that mean?
question myself, question what I believe in.
You just said what I just said. I said when he says questioning your beliefs, you said questioning what you believe in. Well, what does that mean? That's what I'm saying.
Like, question myself.
Again, same word.
I don't know.
Because I think I heard you for a second say, like questioning whether it's real or not. I don't want
Yeah.
to push too hard. Okay, I'm
No,
not
no, you're
interested.
fine.
Okay, all right. Just heard a little twinge, so I just
Oh no, sorry, I'm
you
having a
you
cigarette.
okay, all right. Well, just know that like I'm not here to like write Thrayle. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, you're good.
Okay,
I'm very open about this. Yeah, I'm very open about it.
all right. Well, what I was going to say is like what Thrayle, and you know, I don't want to speak for him or anything, but um, the goal here is to unpack the beliefs that you have and to kind of examine them and put them under a microscope and rotate them and ask why these beliefs are the ones that you hold. Um, and so, like, you know, when I hear somebody say something like, uh, you know, I used a Ouija board, um, was a successful way to experience the supernatural. Um, I think I would say, well, like that's, I mean, interesting, and also like I think I would have a hard time like not judging that, frankly.
I mean,
And
I understand that because,
hmm
like, I didn't personally touch it. I literally saw it move. Like, I didn't participate in that.
yeah,
If
and
like,
I think what I'm saying is like I'm wondering how a Ouija board is an effective way of determining uh, that a supernatural experience occurred.
uh, it wasn't just the board; it was everything you went through. Like, I love horror movies and I always creep myself out, and so yeah, it could be a psychological thing. I could have psyched myself out and and tried and scare myself. I'm not delusional and crazy about the possibilities that are supposedly what you would experience, and seeing the planchette move with my own eyes, feeling and experiencing the fear, like just everything that led there was just stuff that I could not explain. I can't explain the fear. I can't explain the weird stuff that happened to me. I can't explain
Bria.
seeing stuff move by itself.
Bria.
You
Is
won't
it
explain
Bria
it.
or Bree? I want to make sure I'm getting
Brea.
this. Bria. Okay. Um, you're saying that the fear, right? You can't explain the fear. Could the fear of a Ouija board and what it represents and what you might have expected from it, could that fear not incite certain momentary delusions?
That's true.
Say that again.
That's true.
hmm You don't even have to have the diagnoses that you have for that to occur. For a fear to cause a momentary hallucination or delusion.
Actually, I was just thinking about dreams and like scary stuff that would happen. It's like, and like thinking something was behind you, you know.
Mm.
Like, we have these things that are built into our evolutionary process. Um, Stuff like agency detection and hypersensitivity in low light. Um, like, those are the things that helped us survive. There's perfectly good reasons to be scared. Um, yeah. Um, I did have another question, but I can't remember what it is now.
Yeah, I still question every day
I got the
what.
question. Hmm.
Hmm.
What did you grow up with a religion?
Not really.
Um, when you say not really, what?
God is Muslim. My mom, she didn't really practice much religion, but would have been like Christian. They let us decide. I went to church here and there, but
Did you go to mosque at all?
mm-mm.
But your family did go to church?
I personally did. Like, I went with friends, like, and would try to go to church.
Mm.
But no one was ever super religious or anything. I just always believed in God and higher being, and then I was like trying to go to church more. And then when I had my psychosis, I had a mental breakdown, had to admit myself into a hospital. Um, thought I was hearing an angel because it was telling me that it was an angel and it was here to help me and blah blah blah. And then I started hearing my dead grandmother and four of my friends who passed away. So I was listening to like 8 voices. And this happened out of nowhere. After I had an accident and then concussion, something between that, and then, yeah. And then it told me it wasn't an angel or my dead grandmother or my friends. It told me that it was a demon and it wanted to drive me crazy. And yeah. And then I got on medication. And then I've gone, it's almost 2 years that I haven't really heard it much. It calls my name faintly in the back of my head. And I hear it occasionally, but that's about it. But it drove me crazy. I was isolated by myself in the middle of nowhere for about a year, and I was just talking to myself pretty much.
You had
Do you?
4 friends pass away before the age of 13?
No. They were all like friends from like high school and like when I graduated and stuff like that. And there was like different moments in my life, like different friends and moments in my life, and like they all died.
I guess
And then I
that's
heard all their voices.
Mhm.
And I couldn't tell if it was a demon or if I was losing my brain, like if I was losing my mind. So I called a demon, checked to see if there was anything there. He prayed and blessed everything. It was quiet for like a day just to like taunt me and pretend that like it worked. And then it was just right back at it. And then
Breathe.
I went and got medical help, so.
Yeah. I appreciate you sharing that openly with us. Do, do you see any reason to believe there's anything supernatural involved
I don't
in
know.
any of that?
I really don't know. Like, still to this day, like, after everything I went through, I
You're
can't.
able to present it in a way that to the understand that what you experienced was a product of your mind.
Yeah.
It sounds to me like you almost understand that, but you... Is...
I just don't get where it broke.
Why are you holding on to it as a supernatural thing as opposed to accepting that there's an unexplained scientific reason?
I'm not like, don't know. Like, it just, the experience that I had felt so real and like,
It was spooky.
it was creepy, yeah. And I've been a big horror person, so I know, like, in my mind, I was just like, this isn't real. Either this is me because of everything I've watched and just how I, warped my mind and then being isolated and I was abused and mentally just not there. That it just created its own personality. Like, it was its own personality. It talked back, had its own thoughts. I could not control anything it said.
Rhea, are you afraid that it is your mind? That it is all you?
Yeah, because it wasn't nice. It was horrible.
Is that
Like,
scarier? Is that scarier to you? Is it scarier that it would have been you the whole time?
Yeah, because, like, what happened? I was perfectly normal. I literally was normal. I did not hear anything. I was normal. And then one day I took off my headphones. I was alone, like usual, and I started hearing a voice come out of a fan. And I either thought I was losing my mind or it was a demon. Like, those are the only things I was just like, because this makes no sense.
But fuck, it's not.
And I don't know. I just got.
Wait a second. Are you saying? I'm really sorry. Can you provide the timeline of these events? Like, is this before or after your diagnosis?
The hearing the voices in the fan, Rav. Is what
Oh, that was the first day. The first time. I was completely normal, put headphones on, I was doing my own thing, took them off, started hearing, like, someone talking through a fan and you can hear the vibration. I was hearing a low voice vibrating and it was saying words and I was hearing.
Diagnosed soon after, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, but like, it's not. I mean, what do you? I mean, do you have the insight now to know that medicine works and that?
No, because I'm not sure if it's my medication that actually stopped it or what happened, because it just stopped out of nowhere
Okay,
once.
so I mean, I'm not a doctor, and
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not.
you're fine.
I'm just saying that like insight is an important
Yeah.
based on my brother's own story, and you know, medicine's a good thing, especially if it's
Yeah.
working. But anyway, I'm not a doctor, and
nobody here is.
No, like, and that's why I
Nothing
thought
here
it
is
was really
medical advice.
important. Like, when I was going through that, that's why I thought it was really important. Like, if I thought it was paranormal, get my spiritual side figured out, and then if it was mental, then go, get medication. And so I did both, and I don't know if the medicine is working or not because that, like,
Right.
when it
Aren't
stopped.
medicines like that cumulative, though? They take a while to start working.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I'm again. I don't think that questioning whether your medicine's working. That's not the kind of beliefs we're questioning. questioning. Here we're questioning if you're, and question that. And Bria, I appreciate you sharing what you've shared, but I think that right now, at least, it doesn't sound like our questioning is going to benefit you in the best way. Though you should stop questioning, though I don't think you should stop questioning the supernatural claims of these things. I don't think you should stop questioning the idea that a demon has targeted you. I think you should absolutely question that with rigor, and also ask your doctors the questions that you feel you need to out loud. Guest Bria, thank you for being here and being open and honest with us with the questions that we did ask.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate you. And if anyone wants anything like that and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. I think I'm having a glitch here. It's showing. Oh, it was 2 requests at once. Who do I choose?
How's it going, guys?
It usually doesn't work, so here's what we're gonna do. I need your age for TikTok TOS.
Hey, age 25.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
On.
Have you read the Quran?
100%.
Are you capable of questioning your beliefs?
Yes, you can question anything about it.
Are you capable of questioning your beliefs?
Yes, I can change my mind with enough proof.
You can change your mind with enough proof is not what I asked you. What is the harshest critique you have of your own belief?
That we encourage pedophilia.
Wow.
But
Just went straight for it. Yeah. Not interested. I wonder if this is his friend. Hello, Bazat. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
44.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I just came up to say thank you to you and to your panel. Thank you guys. I'm a prime Muslim. I'm currently an atheist and I don't believe in shit.
Oh. Well, if you don't mind, I have a few questions I ask atheists when they come up here.
Go ahead, please.
So, why don't you believe in a god?
Coming from Islamic background, I dig into the book and I read it multiple times, and then I started reading, and then I read all the explanations of the Quran, and then I figured out that this book has no relation to Muhammad, and then I figured out that this Muhammad has no relation to God, only he was hallucinating. And according to I can argue about it from the Islamic perspective. I cannot argue about it from a Christian perspective. That's your world. I'm good with it. I'm not on that side. I don't have any education or background in Bible, but when it comes to the Islamic Sharia, I know all about it, and I read every book. I dedicated 3 years of my life trying to prove to myself. I was begging God to help me out, but there was no connection between Quran and between Muhammad.
Which sect of Islam did you follow before that?
Sunni.
Sunni. So you accepted most of the hadiths, if not all of them.
I believe me, I went through all of it, and I dedicated 3 years of my life to that purpose. And then eventually, for 3 years, I was begging to God just to get this Satan out of my head. And then I realized the whole religion was.
Affected your worldview since?
It opened my eyes. I'm a free man now. I respect human rights. I respect children's rights. I respect women rights. I respect animal rights. I respect a lot of other things that I thought that Muhammad was doing is no longer. I have to follow that anymore.
Do you think that Islam will have a reformation in the same way that Christianity once did?
No, actually, absolutely not. Because the Quran is the word of God, and you have to follow it to the bone. And Quran is very clear and very specific about unaliving everyone else other than Muslims.
But so is the Torah.
I don't know about Torah. I'm not educated. I'm not here to
But I
say
guess what I'm
anything.
saying is, yeah, like for Judaism over a long period of time, it's become a conversation. And
Islam, Quran currently is very clear, just like they unalived thousands of people in Sudan yesterday.
I guess what I would say is like, aren't the hadiths even a?
It's not about hadith.
Negotiation?
I'm talking Quran. Quran
No, I
says
understand.
unalive every non-Muslim you find anywhere you find.
Yeah.
Okay, and Quran is very clear about the instructions, and everything in Quran is godly order, and you have to obey them. Any Muslim who denies that is stepping out of the Islam world, and they will be unalived just like the ones in Sudan. Yesterday, just a couple days ago, one of the leaders was bragging about unaliving 2,000 people, and here we go.
People don't realize that it's not just Christians; that it's it's Muslims too that they're killing because these people aren't
They
religious enough.
when they're done with everyone else, they will go as Muslims. I come from a very deeply rooted in Islam. Done with the other religions or anything outside of Islam, I'm gonna go after the Muslims that don't exactly believe the way I believe in Islam.
It seems to be the way a lot of those kinds of movements work.
It's happening to the what's it called? The Taliban right now are being unalived because they're not
By
Muslim enough.
ISIS, yep.
Yeah, by ISIS. It's wild.
ISIS-K, actually.
So, yeah, they'll branch off and then fight each
It
other.
doesn't matter. Muslims will always have to unalive somebody. It doesn't matter. If they run out of people, they will unalive their fucking father. That is, I believe me, I spent years in Islam, learning Islam, teaching Islam, actually.
I'm going to ask you a tough question then, Bazan.
Go for it.
What would convince you that the God that you grew up with, Allah, exists?
I looked everywhere. Allah doesn't exist, I promise you. Allah
I understand
is
where
a
you
very
come from.
insecure figure.
If it exists, I'm asking what kind of
Well,
evidence?
Allah
What would
has
you
to
need
show
to see?
himself right now.
There you go.
I actually has that's the only way I will convince. Actually, I will still. Okay. Um.
It's okay.
Even you said what would convince me.
Yes.
Okay. Allah needs to show up in front of me, and then I will ask him why he is such an evil Allah. I will ask him that question. I will ask him, why did you need to send us such a piece of shit person as a prophet? Why did you have to do that? And then I will ask him again, if you knew that I would be somebody who is not going to believe in you no matter what, because you wrote my destiny, and you still decide to ask him those questions, that Allah is a piece of shit Allah. Okay?
So the next question I usually ask is, would you worship it? And I think I got the
Absolutely
answer.
not. That Allah, I will wear him as a fucking tampon if I was a girl.
Okay. I only have one more question for you, and that is, if you had to worship a god of some kind, what kind of god would you want to worship?
I want a God that's just, and I want a God that actually that's merciful, that's not evil. I would want a God that's not evil, actually. I would want a God that is powerful more than me. That is actually my God. I want a God that is more powerful than me. That I want a God that I don't have to defend it. That God needs to be able to do whatever he wants. Even though, like, I'm out of Islam, I will never ever believe in a God anymore. Any kind of God. No, I'm sorry if you guys are from an Islamic background and I'm offending
No,
you guys. I don't want to offend
you're
anybody.
not offending me.
Okay. Sorry, I was worried about that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, how has it affected your family relationships?
Not in a good way.
Yeah. Um,
But I don't care about that anymore. I got free. I broke those chains. It was really hard to
if
do.
you sort of upbringing remain,
Absolutely none of them. I would not have to do
how's that
anything with.
possible? Even there certainly there's some. How's that possible? And not one
Well,
element
there
from
is
it.
okay. So when an as a Muslim being, when you by the way, it's not only every Muslim at every point in their lifetime they think about whether this God is real or not. They were forced into it. They cannot question it. And then they pray to God to get these things out of their head. Because we're humans, we're designed in that way, we question things. I was one of those. I know how a Muslim thinks. And once you step out of Islam, you feel naked. There is no more protection. You're by yourself, especially if you are in a Muslim community. I'm fortunate enough to be in a non-Muslim community where I can, like, let's say if you're living in Saudi Arabia and you decided to not believe in Islam anymore, the first thing that Quran and Muhammad says, both of them actually, it says you have to unalive that person. As soon as you question that religion, you have to unalive him. And um, do you guys speak Arabic by any chance? Um, uh, there is this thing called murtad, which is me actually, the guy who doubted the religion in general, to the very little of it. The like, if you doubt that religion, murtad, has to be analyzed. And your wife, your daughters, everything is available for the Muslims to rape, to violate. I'm trying to be TikTok politically correct, okay? But that's how it goes in Islam. When you become a murtad, it's a big thing. It's there's no way out of it, and you're naked, and then you have two ways to take. You either go all the way in and you become the murtad that gets unalived, and your wife and daughter and sister and whoever you know becomes uh, sex slaves for the Muslims, okay? Or you can take a different route. You, like you say, you become a Christian or any actually, why any? It's Christian or Judaism, and you turn into one of those, and then in that case, you just get unalived, and then your wife and children, they continue to live in humility. That is how it goes. These are the rules, the Sharia rules. And Muslims cannot deny those. Muslims cannot even defy those. Just like in America, while you're drunk, it's a fucking rule. You should not do that. And if you do it, you get punished for it. In Islam, if you deny Islam, you are a murtad. And murtad gets unalive, no matter what. In the best case scenario that you come out of it, your wife and your children and your sister will not become sex slaves for the
This
Muslims.
is if you were Muslim and then you became non-Muslim, but
Exactly.
like a Jewish person, what would have like a Jewish person would live as a dhimmi in
A Jewish person only lives if a Jewish person lives in Islamic under Islamic rule. Is that what you're asking me?
yeah, exactly. I mean,
A
like
Jewish person under Islamic rule, you pay jizya. First of all, you don't pay jizya. Jizya, by the way,
right, the tax.
it's not tax. It's ransom. Okay,
Yeah, right,
you
yeah.
pay that ransom, and you pay it while you're humiliated. Quran is very clear. It says they are paying jizya while they are humiliated. That is very important. You guys don't know, don't nobody talks about this. If any Jewish or Christian, the two religions that are accepted to be non-alived, okay, they're the only two you are not unaliving, are paying jizya, are the Christians and the Jewish people. And those two, they pay jizya while they are humiliated. Humiliated, like the Muslim guy is standing there, and the Jewish or the Christian person that's paying Jesus, you have to bend at his shoes, okay? And that's the only way that jizya is accepted. If you're living under the Islamic rule as a Christian or a Jew, I'm talking about Sharia law, okay?
I know
You
you're
are not
talking about Sharia
allowed to
law.
talk
I'm
into,
really curious
you are not
why
allowed
we're
to walk
so
into
far
the
down this
street.
rabbit hole.
Okay. There are like so many
What
other rules. You are not even
what
allowed
led
to
us
ride a
here?
horse. You are
Why
not
are we
even
talking
allowed to
about
walk
this
on the
though?
street. You have to
But
walk.
why are we talking about this? Why are you talking over me too? I'm asking what are you even responding to? Like, how did we get this far down into Sharia law? What was the
Well, that
question?
guy was asking me about jizya.
I asked how non-Muslim people would be treated in Muslim lands.
Yeah, that's exactly how
I
they.
see. I feel like we're a little off topic here because
My
don't talk over me. I really don't appreciate that. It feels like we're a little off topic because Bazant said that he doesn't believe. Um, so without, we're not really questioning his belief. He's not being put into critical thinking about it just by
That's
telling
true.
us
My original question,
documentary evidence.
sorry, my original question was about what belief beliefs have been retained, maybe even subconsciously, and there was something that was answered that made me ask that second question. But I guess I'm still curious about that first question. Like, are there, like, if you really take a moment to think about it, and it doesn't even have to be now, um, um, but like, are there still sort of ideas or beliefs or I don't know, disposition, worldview, whatever, that carries over, and what do those look like?
Your question was how would non-Muslims would be treated in, and
No,
what is
I'm
do you actually
so
read Quran?
okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm done. I'm done being talked over. Done. I don't care how polite you might think you're being. I'm done. I'd like to just ask questions of believers about what they believe, not just be led down weird. I don't even know where we were going. Rabbit holes where we're defending. Do you even read Quran? I'm not here to. Yep. Not here to play games. I don't distribute prizes. And now, if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having that belief questioned, go ahead and request on up. I did just clear the queue, so some of those folks have been there for a while.
How's it going?
Hello, damn bro. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
47.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, I come from Assyrian. It's 5 elements: earth, wind, fire, water, and spirit. There is no God.
Is there a particular brand or flavor of paganism?
Well, the Assyrian understanding of the internal struggle of man is the Dragon of Chaos, as written by Marduk at the Persepolis of Iran. That's my family.
You're saying that's your family, your
Bloodline.
your bloodline traces back to when?
The Persepolis of Iran. I was born in Jerusalem, so my family has 25,000 years of history in that area.
25,000 years of history.
Yes.
2,500 or 25,000?
He said
1,000.
1,000.
1,000. Israel is 3,700 years of that history. That's new. That's modern history. But just like the Willendorf people of Germany that existed, 45,000 years ago, my people were called the kings of tents and the kings of bricks and stone.
You said the Persepolis of Iran.
Mm-hmm. It was a school where they taught philosophy during the Akkadian Empire under Sargon.
When was this?
This was Sargon would be 3,700 BCE to like 38, 39.
Is that? And you said that's when you can trace your family back to that line.
Well, to that line, and then it was there before that, obviously.
To trace your family to that line.
Well, that's my DNA as tested. So if you cross-reference my DNA with the DNA at the Vatican, it's the same people 2,000 years ago in the same area. That's why they weren't teaching.
You were able to cross-reference your DNA with the DNA at the Vatican.
Yeah.
Which DNA at the Vatican?
Mary.
Mary. So you're saying that you were able to verify that you are a descendant of Mary?
Yes.
Why do you believe that the Vatican has Mary's DNA?
It does.
Why do you believe that?
Well, her skull.
Why do you believe that?
Why do I believe that? The history behind it and the proof behind that?
There's proof behind it.
Yes.
So you've been able to verify that Mary's skull is held by the Vatican and that they were able to cross-reference your DNA with that DNA.
Correct. There's a reason why I look a certain way. Same family.
I don't know what that means. So,
well,
I'm
Jesus, as you call him, wasn't actually Jesus. That's not his real name.
Never is.
So Moses, the story of Moses is actually the story of Sargon in cultural anthropology.
Is that a fact?
That is a fact.
How did you determine that fact?
It's in museums, and if you can read the Akkadian Assyrian language, you can read them, which lots of people still do.
Stories of Sargon. Then you will see that it is the story of Moses.
Yes. It was shifted into Abrahamic belief later, but they were teaching philosophy, trigonometry on stone
Can you tell me
tablets.
what similarities there are between those two stories?
The river in the basket, the freeing of the people, the splitting of the Reed Sea in order to take on his enemies. All same stories written in Akkadian language prior to Hebrew even existing.
Do you have any questions about this, Raph?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know. Like, it would have come up in my studies at some point, but
You should just Google King Sargon and the Akkadian Empire with Telematud, Rishmush. The Persepolis of Iran was actually a school of philosophy and mathematics, astrogeometry, trigonometry. Telematud was an Assyrian, that was his wife. So it became the Akkadian Assyrian language or language franco of that time period, which people in Israel still speak today.
So the stories you were saying were parallel. You said
they're all
that they were
parallel.
both. I'm sorry, you were saying that they were both infants abandoned. They were in a basket and they were found like that. What else? What else is parallel?
The story of the Reed Sea, splitting a sea in order to drown his enemies in a battle. Yeah, most of Abrahamic religion is just plagiarized from the Akkadian Empire and turned into a religion when it was actually just history and philosophy. Not read, like reeds, flat reeds.
better look into this.
Yeah, so Telematud is actually the story of Mary. Rishmush would be God's son. Nerasim is actually a name I was given by my mother. Nerasim means son of God.
Can you tell me which story? I've been looking for it. I can't find the story where Sargon splits the sea. Can you tell me what the name of that is?
It's the story of Nerasim.
Can you type that in the comments just to make sure?
Nerasim. I can write it in Akkadian if you want. But that is his offspring, known as the Son of God. Jesus.
I'm sorry, his offspring. Wait. So the son of Sargon split the sea, not Sargon himself. I thought you said Sargon was Moses.
Sargon is Moses. Jesus is Nerasim.
Did
as
Narasim split the sea, or did Sargon split the sea?
No, Rishmush, his son, split the sea.
Rishmush split the sea. So neither Moses nor Jesus split the sea in your story.
Correct.
So then why did you...
Under Sargonic period's history, the sea was split in a battle to swallow the Ebrits incursion, which is where monotheism comes from, the Ugardic temple of Marie, Syria.
I mean, it's interesting stuff. Why did you say earlier that Sargon was Moses?
Well, the story of Sargon, the basis of Sargon speaking on the mountain of knowledge, is actually a philosophy.
So you got to remember, you have to separate this culture from religion. So they took a philosophy about a discussion about the mass of a man being a mountain, right? Your difficulties and struggles would be climbing that
Can
mountain.
we back up from the history lesson here that you don't seem to be questioning at all on? What did you say the God was you believe in?
There is no God.
So you don't believe in a God?
No.
So when I ask, do you believe in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
He said he believed in the 5 elements.
5 elements, and the 5 elements are earth, air, wind, water, spirit, like the captain.
Yeah, your existence, your mind, your being is your spirit, not like magical voodoo spirits.
Your existence, your mind, your being, that is spirit.
I think Therefore I Am, in the most simplest terms, was written back by Hammurabi.
So, but you believe in
I'm a
element. Can you stop interrupting? I don't know why you keep doing that. I can't get the thought out if you try to answer a question I'm not asking in the middle of it. So you're saying that you believe in these 5 elements: earth, air, fire, and water, and then spirit, right?
Mm-hmm.
In what way are those elements?
The way you see them in reality.
What do you mean?
Well,
what is an element?
You stand on the earth, you swim in the water, you can fly through the air in a plane.
What is an element?
You can also fly down the road.
Right.
Can you tell me what an element is?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about titanium or uranium, those are the
I'm asking you what these elements,
periodicals.
when you say element in this sense, what do you mean?
You, in a simplistic term.
So the elements that make up the world around you are
Just
earth,
nature.
air, water, and fire.
Mm-hmm.
You see all of those as elements making up the world around you, but you also identified that elements could be things like titanium or hydrogen or
correct,
something like that. So how do you make that fit with your worldview, that there are 4 earthly elements?
Well, you can break up all the periodic table into those 4 elements.
And how would you do that? Where does titanium fall into that?
That would be earth.
So metals are earth.
Mm-hmm.
Would they have to be metals at room temperature?
All that's liquid would be fire.
I see. So mercury is fire.
Mercury would be considered fire, yeah.
Why is mercury fire and not water?
Because it's made of earth. And water is made of 2 different air elements.
I see. So where is water represented on the periodic
hydrogen
table?
and oxygen.
So, but are they on their own water, each one? Is hydrogen alone water?
No.
Oh.
So
some
air
of the elements
water.
fit into a category, and some of the elements are required to combine to make a category.
Correct.
So this classification system is really just ad hoc and however you feel.
No, it's just understanding how everything is made around you in a scientific term, but breaking it all down into the four categories that exist around you.
So what is hydrogen on its own without oxygen?
Hydrogen is just hydrogen.
Is it
Well, hydrogen would fall under air like nitrogen.
So the only way to get water on your periodic table is to combine two specific elements. But
Right.
all the metallic elements are earth, each one on their own.
No, because if you melt steel or lava itself would be fire.
Is steel an element on the periodic table?
Iron would be steel.
Iron is steel.
Iron, it takes iron to make steel. And when you smelt iron, it makes a gas.
It takes iron and what to make steel?
Heat, fire. Yeah, there's other elements.
Have you even looked at a periodic table since high school?
That would be since college. But
yes.
You
went to college.
Yes.
Interesting. Do you ever question these beliefs?
The things around you exist?
No. Your assumptions that everything fits into these four elements.
Well, I'm just saying it's simple to understand.
Is it simple to understand?
Yes.
Where's carbon? Where's carbon on your
carbon would be? Well, carbon would fall under Earth.
Why?
Because everything around you is made out of carbon. So the entirety of Earth.
Are you sure that everything around you is made out of carbon?
Yes.
Could you do that for me?
Mm-hmm. Everything around you has carbon in it.
Are you capable of Googling right now?
I already know the answer.
Go for it. Just go confirm your bias real quick.
You're made out of carbon, and everything on Earth is made out of carbon.
Real quick, just go ahead and confirm your bias with Google real quick.
Why am I going to use a lazy search engine?
All right. Well, then use
Could you do it because...
No, because Google is not useful for anything that's intellectual.
Whatever search engine that you want. Whatever floats your boat, bud.
It's not even useful.
Use whatever. You know you're made out of carbon, hydrogen.
I'm muting him because he's just weirdly preaching like some random shit without
about
actually
carbon.
Listening. He doesn't even know. I bet he thinks
He
this
said
is
that,
a debate or something.
He said that lava is fire, and it's...
Oh, he keeps trying to unmute to talk. I guess I could let him. Go ahead, damn bro. What is the next paragraph of your sermon?
Well, you as a human are made out of carbon.
Okay.
Carbon-based life form, right?
Carbon-based life form. But everything around you is made out of carbon, is what you said. You said everything, the earth, everything is made out of carbon. Everything is carbon, I think is what he said. Didn't he say that?
He did, yes.
Everything is carbon. Could you Google, is everything carbon?
It's pretty simple.
I can.
Yes.
No.
Is everything carbon? Well, here's the question. Wouldn't it then be earth, air, water, and fire? Wouldn't it be all of your elements if it was everything?
If everything was carbon, what the heck is hydrogen?
So, everything is not carbon.
Oh, good job. Somebody Googled. Thank you, Kat.
So all the things around you are not made out of carbon, is what you're saying.
Are
Or
you
did you
saying
just Google is hydrogen carbon, which is obviously give you a no.
that's not what she
That's
Googled.
not the fucking question that we asked.
It's arrogant incredulity. He thinks he just knows absolutely everything. And he cannot fathom for a moment that he sounds like a complete idiot. Should we just let him talk?
He said that he thought lava was fire.
Lava is fire according to him.
It is fire.
See?
It's
Have you ever seen
thousands
the
of
lava?
degrees.
He said so, Kev.
Thousands of degrees, so that's
He says
a
it's
hot fire.
He
I've
says
literally,
That will burn anything it
literally
touches.
so it's fire.
like
Because it's hot.
oh,
You're
I
having a
can't.
hard time with
Lava.
Absolutely
So
no
lava must be
capability.
fire.
I really don't think that we should, I don't think this is healthy. It's exploitative of somebody who's not able to use their mental faculties. I'd rather not. I'd really rather just move on from somebody who can't compute what room they're in, what they're doing, how, and the absence of critical thinking from somebody who had to make the correction that he went to college. Could have saved face.
He said abstract thinking isn't for everyone. Clearly, my friend, the irony of that is lost on you, but clearly.
Tiger Lily says, "You're baiting these fools." I'm not baiting people, don't critically think.
Oh, see, he said all metals come from the earth, which might be
All of
true,
them.
but might not be also. Up until literally, up until 6 weeks ago, we didn't know that gold was coming from the earth.
I guess not.
No, actually, so I think from what I understand, it was assumed that it was an asteroid crashed into the Earth a long time ago, and that the gold, most of the gold, or at least a great deal of the gold that we see, is a product of that.
What you're missing,
But then it
Kat,
started coming out of the volcano.
yeah,
So
what you're missing is that gold is carbon.
well, thank you both siding. That was a really good reminder that I did learn about. So until it started coming out of the volcano, we weren't really thinking it was of the Earth even. The Fairy is clearly on Mars and doesn't have to be carbon.
That Wi-Fi is really swallowing you up. But yeah, it's all carbon anyways. We are all carbon. Everything is carbon. Carbon is and Dambro is definitely carbon. The Fire Yeti has to be carbon, yeah. No, everything is carbon. We're all,
Except for fire. Fire's fire. So
well,
is he carbon or is he
carbon
fire?
too. Fire is also carbon.
The carbon are fucking I can't.
Everything was carbon.
Everything is carbon. But I did just make a good point to Hammy that the Fire Yeti is on Mars and therefore doesn't have to be.
That's right. He said Earth is carbon. Everything on Earth is carbon. Earth is made of carbon.
Yeah. Which includes the Fire Yeti from having been. He could be, but he doesn't have to be.
Lead is also carbon. What else is carbon? The live is carbon. The bat goddess is not carbon, though. She celestial, skeletal bat goddess doesn't have to be carbon if everything on Earth is
You
carbon.
know what? Speaking of carbon, maybe that's what was wrong with him. Maybe his carbon monoxide detector is broken and he is losing his mind. You should check that carbon monoxide detector. Bad for you. It's just like, it's almost the equivalent of taking whippets and find the answers.
That's pretty much it. You just decide you know the answers. Because, well, I mean, when you're of divine blood, because you've compared your DNA with that of the skull of Mary that they keep at the Vatican.
No. You stop.
That was where that
no.
started. Absolutely. He could trace his lineage back 25,000 years.
To married 25,000 years? That doesn't make sense.
Well, no, Mary's somewhere, like, towards the beginning of that. Tracing it back.
25,000 years?
He's telling us that we failed 5th grade chemistry.
I've never taken a chemistry class in my life, actually, thank you. I went to college too and still never took a chemistry class.
He seriously is just showboating in the comments. He thinks he won something. He thinks he won. Okay.
Imagine being that guy and thinking you won right now.
Right. I've got to thank Joe and Philly, Heather's Descent, also Enki Bubs and Donna B. Thank you, Z the Witch and Danny Grax. Thank you all so much for helping with that goal. Y'all are amazing.
Imagine being that guy and like thinking that there was something to win here. That we do that.
Well, clearly he won. He didn't have to submit to any more questions.
We got cooked, Thrayle. He cooked us.
Is that what getting cooked feels like?
I think so, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't happen to us that often since we don't do that.
But you don't think everything's made of carbon?
You know?
But everything's made of carbon.
As compelling as that argument is.
Everything's made of carbon, right? Shit.
As compelling as that is, no, dive a little deeper on that. Just an idea.
Oh, Kim has been waiting for a while. Welcome back, Kim. Let's see if the signal's a little better.
I hope so.
So, can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
50.
And you have a belief in a god or gods?
Kinda, yeah.
Kind of. What do you mean by kind of?
Okay, so in my own inquiry, my understanding right now is that there's really only God, there's nothing else. We're all just kind of what the God or Spirit does to escape loneliness.
You're saying that we are just what the God of Spirit does to escape loneliness.
Right.
Why do you make that kind of assumption?
Because that was just a thought that was communicated to me.
Thank you, Rachel, for the corgi. The thought that was communicated to you, how?
Okay, so I I was doing a spiritual practice, and I ended up in a dark space where there was nothing. Then I experienced this loneliness. Then the message is like, that's why you see everything about it. Who's lonely? I mean, the loneliness that I felt was, I mean, it's very hard. It's like being imagining maybe being in space, in a dark space by yourself for like millions of years kind of thing.
So you felt lonely, so you imagined a God feeling lonely.
No, I asked, who's lonely? I kept asking, who would be lonely? Then the thought that came to my mind after that inquiry is that the thing that started this whole
Why
thing.
did you start asking who would be lonely?
Because it told me that's why you see everything. Like everything came out of loneliness. So then I said, well, who would be lonely?
Who said that?
The thought.
So you had a thought, and the thought said everything came out of loneliness.
Yeah.
And
So
so
I
you
asked,
followed
who's
that
lonely?
thought.
Who would be lonely? Yeah.
You followed that thought, and that thought led you to God, saying
No,
that
no,
God
no,
would be lonely.
Yeah, exactly. Then I asked, why would God be lonely? And I kept thinking about why. Then the thought that came to me was that because there's nothing on the same level, like like me, I'm talking to you right now.
Right, Kim.
You have different experience.
Why do you assume there is a God to be lonely?
I did not assume that's I don't think I assumed. I could never assume that because I had no idea.
You asked yourself
Huh?
about loneliness. Why did you ask yourself about loneliness?
Why did I ask? When the experience happened to me, it didn't. I being alone.
You felt
with nobody else.
loneliness.
I mean, it hit me to my core, like what loneliness feels like.
Were you lonely?
No.
Are you sure?
No, I mean, why would I be lonely? I got family, I got everything, I see, all this around me. Why would I be lonely?
Do you think someone cannot feel lonely, even surrounded by people?
They could feel lonely, yeah, it's possible.
So, is it possible that you just decided to think about loneliness because you might have felt it?
Okay, when I did the practice, I did it for a spiritual practice to understand.
I see. So you were trying to understand something spiritual.
Huh?
You weren't just feeling lonely one day. You were trying to understand something spiritual. And something about that made you think of loneliness.
Okay, I'll give you okay, maybe this will help the conversation. I do, like I go to the Amazon, for example, I sit with the shamans, I do the spiritual practice to understand what life is about.
Right, so you drink some tea.
I do.
Some special tea.
Yeah.
And then felt the loneliness.
No. When I do that is to go into my mind, to go deeper and to deeper and to deep. When I analyze something, I want to go deep into it is when I do that.
Yeah, I understand.
So this time I was doing that. That's when I found out. This thing took me to a lonely place, and it made me understand. Made me understand loneliness. Then I wanted to know. Then it said, like, all this thing you see comes because of that loneliness of I guess what I could call God or the Creator or whatever it is. I don't know.
Hey, real quick, I gotta talk past both of you and thank everybody for hitting 100K likes. Thank you guys so much. Y'all are fucking amazing.
That was hella fast tonight.
Yeah, it was. I think Kat's got a question.
So okay. So yeah, I had a feeling that you had some keys that helped you with the loneliness, right? Helped
Yeah.
you feel the loneliness. Maybe have you before this experience?
Did, no, after this experience is when I wanted to go more into. Well,
Is
I
this the
found it
only
to be
time
helpful.
that you did this? Is this
No, no,
have
no,
you only
no.
done this? Okay.
No, I do it once a year, kinda. No.
Okay. So, do you understand what this medicine does to your brain?
I have a good idea.
Okay.
I don't know what you're implying, but it does something. We could talk about what it does, but
I mean, I'm not
I can't
implying
say it's.
anything.
Mm.
I am all for the plant medicine. Don't. I'm not implying anything. Okay. Um, do you, like, your brain is very capable of creating feelings and sensations and like that apply to all sensory inputs that don't actually exist. They just feel like they do. They're like very real.
Mm-hmm.
Also, when you engage in these type of things, I'm so sorry. It's time for the animal to eat. If you couldn't tell, um, uh, it they oftentimes you said it a minute ago. You go deeper into your brain. They're going to show you something about you, that for you to learn. So why this time was it God?
Okay, well, I come from like Orthodox Christianity background, so from so I wanted to. Well, it didn't really answer a lot of my questions. It was kind of incomplete. I had a lot of questions about it. So I started studying. I wanted to understand other cultures and what they make of this reality. So I started reading Zen, Taoism, Buddhism, all of it. And then somehow I ended up in this plant medicine. So when my experience right now, the reason I'm up here is because I want you guys to look into it if it makes sense or not.
So
Because
you're
I'm
not really
convinced
here to
reality.
question it.
Yeah, I wanted to hear what other I was happy to find your thing because a lot of times when I try to have the discussion with people that are religious, I don't go far. I just want something is going on. What I'm convinced right now is that there's only God. Like to exist is not easy. For something that has no beginning, it's like kind of hard for my mind to wrap around that. So because I feel like we all are just manifestation of that thing.
So for something not to have a beginning, you have to imagine that it is God rather than what you observe around you, the universe itself.
Let me see if I understand that. For me, it's not imagining, but what I'm saying is for something that has no beginning is what I call God. That's just,
Why?
that remind why?
Mm-hmm.
Because everything I see feels like has a beginning and ending. Like my life has a beginning and gonna have an ending. Everything else has that. But the
I'm
thing
sorry, are you
that
projecting out just from your life? Your life has a beginning and ending, so therefore everything else. Is that what I heard you say?
I mean, it's just amazing to think. It's just amazing to me that something has no beginning. It's just that's what God is to me. Like always here. I mean,
Could it be um, just what is? Why does it have to be a God?
I'm only saying God because that's the word. I don't know anything else what to call it. But I think that's what people try to when they speak of God. They're trying to understand all this whole thing. And if this whole thing has no beginning, I mean, that's amazing. Like it's always here. That's what God is. I mean, my grandfather was here. He's not here no more. I'm not going to be here no more. I don't know. It's just by this thing
So
that
to
is
you,
always here.
just the idea of infinite existence or something always being is the idea of God to you.
Yeah.
But does something by nature of always being, does it have to take on the title of God? Does it take on all the qualities of God? You said you come from a Christian background, right?
Right.
Are you not kind of that God, whatever your version of that God is, onto just everything that is, and then saying we're somehow imagined by that?
Well, okay, so maybe I could ask you to understand. Okay, the thing responsible for this whole existence. What name would you give it then?
The thing responsible for all of existence, I think the name I would give that is I don't know. I don't know that anything is responsible. Why would something have to be responsible?
When I say responsible, just means we are here. Me and you are here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we
Before me
exist.
and you could sit down and talk right now, we was not here sitting to talk like this. Before
Right.
we was here, was already here. And now we have
Before
a
we,
chance, me and you.
right, before we were here, here was here.
Yeah.
But why would I call here God?
I'm not, the term, the name doesn't matter. I mean, you could call it whatever you want to call it. Different cultures have different names for it. But
You've chosen God.
yeah, because I'm speaking English. If you were speaking Tigrinya, I would tell you Allah.
Why?
I'm just
That
giving
would
it
still mean God.
Yeah.
Why refer to it in that way, with a title of reverence and personification?
Okay, let me maybe there's one thing I didn't explain. I am it, you are it, everything is it. I'm not giving it reverence. I don't pray for it. I'm part of it. I'm also it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it is just in me right now. It's coming at me. It's coming at me as you, as the lion, as the bird. It's what it is. But it is beyond, like right now I'm window, but still
It.
is bigger than me.
It.
Yeah, yeah.
What is it?
I don't know what it is.
That's a good answer.
Yeah, I'm not trying. I don't want us to be stuck on that. My purpose here is just I wanted to hear what.
Why do you think that there is an it, that is singular, that is something, rather than an I don't know of I don't knows?
It's more like I don't know, but when we talk about it, we have to kind of, we're talking about to describe what we're talking about. We have to say something.
Why? Why would we describe something that we don't know?
Well, I'm not. Yeah, exactly. I can't really describe it. I get that, or it's kind of difficult to describe. But
Prior, you had described it as well. You hadn't. You said it was something that imagined all of us into being, and that it was lonely. It was a way to cure its loneliness.
yeah,
That sounds like a lot of description for an I don't know.
well, that's what was communicated to me. It's not something I don't feel like I made it up. It felt like it was something. I don't, in like ceremonies, for example.
Why do you think that you didn't make it up?
Because I couldn't. I didn't think like that before. I mean, that was a new thought. That like it was something communicated with me.
After a ceremony involving a plant medicine, you
Well,
had a new thought.
not after, during.
During a ceremony involving a plant medicine, you had a new thought, a thought at least that you feel couldn't have been your own.
It's not.
Why?
It was like something talking to me, like you talking to me. It was something
Does it
kind of,
matter
but
that
at the
you
same time, it
were?
was it.
I see. Kim, do you recognize that
Right.
having that kind of experience can alter your um, perception?
Yeah.
I mean, you do recognize that. It's kind of the goal, right? So
Yeah, that was the purpose. Yeah.
why would you assume that anything coming from that experience was anything other than the goal you were searching for, the altering of your perception, your own perception?
Well, I didn't think was that's what I'm stuck with right now. Right now, I'm convinced that there's no God in a sense like the biblical God and stuff. I don't believe that. I don't believe in. I don't even believe there's that I need to do anything. I don't believe in heaven and hell. It's happening. I'm part of it. It's part of me. There's
Right.
no God like that. But the experience basically was to check my belief, the way they brainwashed me as a child. It was just to check all that. I was trying to be courageous and trying to step into something to learn. That's really that, and I did get what I wanted, and it's all good. But discussing with you is just to check what I believe right now. If there's a hole in it, if I, yeah.
I would tell you, Kim, what I'm hearing if you say that you're just checking for a hole in it. The big gaping hole that I see is that you're dependent upon an experience that is manufactured, that you manufactured through a ceremony with plant medicine. You used, you altered your brain chemistry and experienced altered brain chemistry, and you ended up feeling or having a question that led you to um, an assumption, it sounds like,
Well,
of a lonely deity imagining all of us to cure its loneliness. It sounds like something that plant medicine might lead you to through altered brain chemistry.
Here's
okay. Well, let me ask you a
these.
question. Let me ask you a question. So, life as we know it, do you think it started just the way it is, or do you think there was
This is
one
That's the
thing
no.
that
beauty.
Like,
That's
how
the
about
beauty of what we're
complicated
doing
itself?
here, Kim. That's the beauty of
Huh?
what we're doing here. I don't have answers, only questions. And Kat has a question for you.
Okay.
is it? Does this God have to exist to be meaningful?
Does this thing have to exist to be meaningful?
Hmm.
No.
Okay. So, in with these types of experiences and these altered brain states, oftentimes we will have like profound, meaningful experiences that are just going on inside of our mind. Um, does that mean it doesn't teach you something very valuable? No, it probably did. And does that mean whatever experience you have has to necessarily exist to have had that meaning to you?
Say that one more time.
It was a little wordy. I'll give you that. So, if God does not have to exist to be meaningful, And we know that these experiences that we induce upon ourselves cause like altered brain states, which could lead to an experience like the one you had. Um, does Even if this just happened within your mind, does the fact that it didn't exist in like some concrete way make it less meaningful?
I don't know if I am understanding what you're asking me really. You wanna somebody else explain what she maybe simplify it for me? There's a lot of birds, by the way. Sounds good, but okay.
They're
Well,
frogs, but
oh, frogs. That's nice. You in Hawaii or something?
I am, yeah.
I was in Hawaii a few weeks ago. I mean, a few months ago, and it was beautiful to sleep. I want to share with you. Okay, about this plant medicine. Okay.
Did she
When I
ask you a
do plant,
question?
yeah, but I didn't. I didn't understand
So
it.
rather than just giving a speech after you didn't hear the question, then ask for her to repeat it.
I did already. He just apparently I'm not being clear enough. I guess I don't know.
I asked you if you could help me what she said, but you stayed quiet. If
I
she
was
could.
checking another screen. Sorry, I missed that
Okay,
part.
go ahead. Let me
It's
try it
okay.
one more time. Go ahead, one more try. Make it
Here, I'm
simple.
gonna ask one more time, and then maybe Thrayle can help if he needs to. So what I said was we agreed that God does not have to exist to be meaningful. So does the experience you had have to be real outside of your mind for it to be meaningful?
Mm.
No,
Okay,
I already.
then why do you think it was real outside of your mind?
Uh, when I okay, it's not. That's not the only time I did ceremony. So when I do the ceremony, it's just it feels like I'm unlocking more into myself. It's all about going deeper and deeper into myself. In
I
fact, a
understand.
lot of times I find out I'm the God. That's what it takes me all the way at the end, and then and it feels like when I come back to this reality, I'm like, oh, then I go back to sleep, like to this dream. So when I really go all the way, I feel like I did the whole thing. It's like what some people describe Godhead or something. I feel like I go all the way to, then I understand everything. Then when it goes away, I think it looks like it connects my whole brain. That's what it feels like. My two brains connect, the visions start.
You're preaching to the choir. I have experienced this many, like I
Okay,
know what you're talking about.
okay.
Um, but my question is I know exactly what you're talking about. I understood every word of that so practically. But I know that all of those things that I experience that are exactly what you just described are going on inside my mind.
Okay. It's
So,
all you. Is
and
that
I
what you're
and I
saying?
know I
Mm.
know that they're meaningful even though they're only happening within my mind. And we agreed that God is meaningful even if it doesn't exist. So why have to have happened outside of your mind for it to be meaningful?
It didn't. It didn't happen outside my mind. I just told you. I feel like I'm unlocking part of my brain or part of me that I felt like I didn't access to in this reality somehow. Maybe I know this before, but right now I feel like I'm opening up more into who I am and what life is and my connection to things. Also see stuff that happens after, kind of I kind of see into the future a little bit, stuff or things get explained to me, and then I find that to be outside of me. Is it me? It's
Why,
that's the inquiry.
Right. Why would you assume it's anything other than you?
Well, when I'm like this in this state, I don't have access to that. I don't know. So it is inside of me. I'm just saying it feels like a tool to fully kind of and feature events and stuff like that. You know.
Is it really a tool to grasp those things, or is it not just a tool to alter your perception?
Well, okay. If I give you example of a situation that I saw there, then it start happening in reality outside me. Like, okay, I'll give you example. People call it download. Then when I went investigate what I was told, and it was there. I'm like, and
How do
it's
you know that
impossible.
you weren't? How do you know that you weren't exposed to that information before and just didn't take note of it?
Oh, well, okay. Let me tell you an example.
So you're going to give me another example.
No,
You're going
to understand what you're asking me, you didn't pay attention to it. It's possible. I'm not saying what you're saying. It's not possible. For example, where I was born, I saw visions where it told me, "Don't go there. There's some evil force." When I went to start investigating, it was true. I was like, man, how did you know? So stuff like that, that you know. So I can't say I didn't pay attention. For whatever it is, it made me go in there, look into it, and what to do and not to do. So there's something is what I'm saying. So
You're saying there wasn't something that you already had an idea to look into.
Do you do plant medicine? Have you done plant medicine? Our sister, she said she did plant medicine. The reason I'm asking
That's
is
the difference. Is I don't actually answer questions. I'm not here with answers.
I'm asking is to just kind of trying to help me explain it, but
to relate in some way.
To relate.
Because if you can relate in some way, then I might think in the same language, the same verbiage that you're using. And see the God that you're trying to paint.
Well, he thinks that
there's
this
no God to
profound
see.
experience, he
telling
thinks
you.
that the thing you could not possibly understand how profound it was.
I can assure you I have experienced very similar. And nothing about that made me assume that.
And I would like to say, just because I do have experience, like in this particular thing, doesn't mean that I couldn't. The people who haven't done this thing or experienced this exact same thing don't understand what a profound spiritual experience is. Just different avenues.
Yeah. I don't know if that's not my intention. Even from what I know now, is that all of us, regardless you do plant medicine or not, I know it's possible for any. What I understand now, or what I believe now, is that everybody is capable of doing, knowing, and doing. I mean, there's more.
Right, everybody is capable of having thoughts and then assuming that those.
God that separate them. Me. I didn't say that.
Right, something external that told you to ask about loneliness that made you think God might be lonely.
No, Okay, there's you and there's me, right? Like you could talk to me, but at the roots, me and you could be the same. It could be
I mean, at the roots.
at the roots, meaning like, for example, right now, there's 8 billion people in the world, but 30 years ago, maybe it was 50, less. If you go all the way down to the root, the beginning, me and you come from the same. I believe there's something like that.
Come from the same source.
Yeah, everything comes from the same source.
Earlier, the source you said was loneliness.
Yeah, that
Do you
doesn't
see
make
how
sense.
it's not just? Do you see how it's not just? Uh, we come from somewhere, or we come from a source, but you assume not only that there is a source, but that source is to cure its loneliness.
Okay, then why
Do
are
you
we?
hear all the again? I don't have answers, only questions. Do you hear all the assumptions that you are making?
I didn't. Okay, if you telling me what I was told is assumption, like
What
right
you
now,
were
if I tell
told.
someone, I spoke to
Sorry,
you,
Kem, you
and
said
somebody
what you
tells
were
me,
told.
sorry.
You're saying that I'm telling you what you were told is an assumption. Who told you that God is lonely?
No, I made that up. No. Wait. No, oh yeah, I made the God is lonely. I made that up, but it told me like what you. That's why all these things are here. And I said, okay, something is lonely, and then it brought everything to existence. And then I kept thinking like, who is lonely? Who is lonely? And then the word God came because whatever starts sorting was lonely. And I said, why would it be lonely? Then I said, okay, it makes sense because there's no second to it. There's no second, like there's no other on the same level that could keep it company. Like, you know what I mean? That's why we show up in family. That's why we have relationship. It has no relationship on the same level. I have to like think about it over and
So
over
you
for me
assume
to answer.
because we have relationships, then there must be a lonely God that wants to imagine us having relationships because it's lonely. Do,
Yeah,
do, do you not hear that the level of assumptions you layer upon some what really should be an I don't know?
I get that. Yeah, I get that. I get
So
that. But then
why do
that's what
you
I'm left
assume?
with that. But, well, because that my mind, that's what my mind is giving me. When I ask the question, like, who's lonely? That, like, okay.
I wonder, Kem, if you can consider that the entire concept of this lonely God and God imagining us into existence or even source at all, the way you've described it, I wonder if you can actually question that instead of just defend it.
I've been questioning it. That's why I'm stepping up to the podium right now. So you could like beside my mind, I want somebody else input. Like, does this make sense?
You want some other idea besides that these things could come from your mind.
It does come from my mind. I didn't debate, but there was something else that talked to me.
So you want somebody to affirm for you that it was a God, that something in your mind, and then you, in the next sentence, said, but something else talked to you. How,
I
how
mean,
can you
okay,
make that assumption? How do you make the assumption something else?
okay. Okay, the whole conversation is happening in my head. Okay, so it's in my head, but it felt like, well, not felt. It's as real as something like you talking to me right now. And because my intention when I stepped to this ceremony is to understand, like, who am I? Like, what am I doing here? What is this life about? What these big questions. That's like I wanted to practice that. I wanted to, like, so when I do that, and then it feels like I was able to I tapped into something that was unique, and but it went away. It was a short, like,
Could
experience.
that unique thing that you tapped into be a part of your own mind that feels lonely in your own soul?
It's possible. I'm lonely, actually. Yeah, I'm lonely. Sometimes I want to, like, what's the point? What is this thing? What am I doing here? I look at my path, the up and down, but everybody is in the same boat like me. I'm not lonely in that way because I see it everywhere else, not just in me, but we are kind of I feel like something brought us here and left us with no note. We have no way to track who we are. And,
Existential loneliness.
yeah, something like that. Yeah. Or you want to know what to do, how to live your life. You don't know what happens when you die. Like all these, everybody thinks about.
Sure.
Some people care a lot about that. Some people don't. But I want to know, like, like, is this it, or um, I think everybody thinks. I think everybody thinks like that. But
You think ever the same conclusions? Do they affirm each other's answers? Do they give each other the kind of confirmation it feels like you're looking for?
I don't know. I can't speak about other people. But again, it's my own assumption. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't have any more questions for you, Kim, but
It
I
was
think
cool though. I appreciate the
I really
kindness.
appreciate you. I do. I know it sounded like I was hostile at times,
No,
but
no,
it
no.
wasn't to get you
I
to
heard.
think.
You're good. I like the way you do it, man. It's all good. I loved it.
I
And I
appreciate you.
didn't
I hope you
listen
keep
into this
asking
question.
questions.
All right, brother. Thank you.
Take
Thank
care,
you,
Kim.
sister. All right. Enjoy Hawaii.
W. Chems in the chat. We did get there. He's definitely. He was already asking when he got here. That's why he came. But we really did get him, I think, to question the assumptions, and maybe if not, maybe he'll go forward and keep questioning them. But it was at least a very pleasant conversation.
I am increasingly concerned with how seriously people take these experiences and like how real.
Yeah, it does happen very often, and I can
I
imagine
just
if I had taken any of my strange experiences literally or truly factually, um, I would have a very confused outlook on the world.
and well, like here's the thing, like in the interest of fairness, it has taken me, depending on the experience, depending on the thing, like months to years to fully deconstruct like whatever weird ideas I had about some of these things, right? Like I get it, but I never built a full belief system off of it, and I did actively work to like critically think about them instead of jumping to its magic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's far too common for them to just jump straight to the magic.
Yeah, they
I
just
don't
jump
think
straight
he
to
was
magic.
doing that. Yeah, I don't think Kim was doing that. I think he's I think he's actually questioning it. I think he's searching though, and that search
Yeah, I think
is definitely.
I think this is kind of like what I was talking to Daniel about earlier, right? Is like I have this attraction or draw or comfort in something whimsical because I never had to deconstruct magic.
I don't know if I had to deconstruct magic. I don't remember believing it. I remember wanting to believe it. I remember wanting things that people told me to be true. But I don't remember accepting any of it.
That's kind of where I'm at, right? Like always had this idea about it, but I never like understood why people believed it. But because I never had to deconstruct that way of thinking, I think that it is easier for me to want to think the more whimsical things in certain areas versus how comfortable Daniel was with being like he was pretty set on that, you know? And I think that there might be something there that like he fully deconstructed magical thinking, and so determinism makes sense for him. Whereas I never had to do that, and whimsy is more attractive to me. Is that interesting?
It is. I'm noticing Shackles in the comments asking if determinism is a belief. I'm wondering how it wouldn't be.
It has to be. It's unknowable.
Is it unknowable?
As it stands currently, it is. For us, at least.
It's interesting how people who are deconstructing are quick to put things back into boxes.
Mm-hmm. They love those boxes. Objective versus subjective morality, determinism, free will. Like, they always want to be in the box. I think the box is comfy and safe.
Yeah.
They don't understand the.
Can there be boxes that are true? Like boxes that we can't deny?
Can you think of one?
Not without also countering it before I can get the thought out.
I think so. I think that beliefs are inherently things that we cannot know. Because if it's something that is knowable, you would just say, I know, or I don't know. I believe isn't that.
I believe Rav is asleep.
Are you asleep, Rob?
We can know or not know if my belief is true by saying goodnight, Rav, and setting him down. And if he requests back, then he's awake. just couldn't unmute fast enough. I already think, probably shouldn't. Hey, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 19 years of age.
You are very, very muffled and nobody can hear you.
Oh no. Can you hear me now?
Can't hear you at all.
Oh no. Oh man.
Yeah. I realize sometimes after I let someone on the panel that I won't say their name out loud, and if I won't say their name out loud, they're probably not going to stay in the live for very long.
It's a good rule of thumb.
He was in a box. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
Both Sides Inc. says it was a vampire calling from the coffin. He was very, oh no.
It's very
He's very drawn out in his speech.
Mm-hmm. Did you sleep today, Thrayle? Yeah, you did.
Did I do what?
Sleep.
Yeah, I slept. I slept good.
Mm-hmm.
We're good to keep going. This live can go for at least another, 3, if not 5 hours. Maybe 7. I don't know. It just depends
I
on
don't know.
who's there to question.
I don't know if you're gonna get a whole 1 more hour out of this cat, but
You didn't sleep.
no, I didn't sleep. When do I sleep after the sun comes up? Absolutely not. Yeah, you guys, if you were here at the end of the last live, I'm still awake.
Damn cat. I needed sleep bad. I don't
And I hung
think
out with
I
Lucy all
accomplished.
day.
Yeah, that'll definitely keep you awake.
Well, not anymore, though.
I wonder if anybody's scrolled in since our last guest, who doesn't know that we're here to question beliefs, not debate them. If you do have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to argue with you or prove you wrong. I don't want to burgle your god. I just want to know if you can question, well, what that, and what does it condemn? Maybe we'll get to those and what it justifies, what it costs, what it even does, if anything at all.
It has to do something if you're gonna believe in it. That's the other thing for me, is like, it has to do something for you. There's no way to justify this without, like, it doing something for you.
There might be.
To justify it with it not, like, if it doesn't do anything for you?
Well, I guess even to say it's just fun to think about is doing something for you, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it absolutely is. but it just being fun to think about doesn't make it a belief. I think about a lot of things, but and yeah, Morgan makes a good point. I have justified things that are bad for me. I justify things that are bad for me constantly.
You're still awake right now.
Right, exactly. And I'm justifying this. So I don't even know how I'm not. I'm just doing it, right? I guess it doesn't have to have a justification. It doesn't make sense for me to believe something so with such conviction without a justification, though. Like I don't have any conviction by the fact that I'm not asleep right now, about the fact that I'm not asleep right now. I'm just not, you know.
What does it do for you?
Being awake
Mm-hmm.
in this conversation.
We have a request, but I don't think they meant to.
I don't think so either.
I'm gonna set you back down, but if you meant to request, hit the request again.
The frogs are singing my lullaby. For real though, if I'm on the mainland, I can't sleep the first few nights because it's too quiet. There's no frogs.
I can imagine sleeping to the sound of those frogs, but I really, really enjoy silence.
I like silence a lot too. But they start to become almost the same, right? Because it's so constant. When your brain gets used to something, it's almost like it doesn't exist.
That
Until
makes me want to
it
question
disappears.
it. Disappears until it's obvious again.
Well, it's like so like when there's stimuli that you are engaging with, right, such as the sound of the frogs, if it is like consistent enough and like long going enough, your brain will stop needing like it just doesn't prioritize the engagement with it anymore because it's like energy that it doesn't need to expend because it knows that it's there until it's not, and then it'll engage with the fact that it's not there.
And then you have to get used to the silence again.
Exactly.
I
So
don't
like
know. I don't know how I'd like being uncomfortable in silence.
I'm never uncomfortable in silence. It just makes it a little bit more difficult to sleep because I'm used to the frogs. I used to, okay, so at this friend in North Carolina years ago, JJ and I used to like sometimes go on like longer car rides together, like several hours, anywhere from 3 to 5 hours. And he and I would run, and we wouldn't say a word the entire time. And we would just sit there in silence. And not because like of any particular reason, it was just so comfortable to sit there with another person in complete silence for several hours, which is something that was very rare for both of us at the time. And then somebody else went on one of these drives with us, like one of these rides with us, and about 90 minutes in, they were like, "What the fuck is going on in this car right now?" They were so uncomfortable with the fact that we didn't have any music on and we weren't talking to each other at all.
love silences.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's one of my favorite tools on this live to use. Almost as much as questions.
But they're it's sometimes it's the most powerful thing, like the most powerful tool, like the best tool, is to just give somebody like 20-30 seconds of complete silence.
Both Sidesing says it's part of mentalism. A mixture of birds and rats, really?
That's not what rats sound like. I promise you, rats are much more unpleasant.
Sound like frogs to me now. I can't unhear it. I did hear birds the first time, though.
I was jolted awake a couple nights ago by the sound of the cat having a tussle with a rat. It is much less pleasant. Golky? Golky?
No, yeah, once you say it with them, you can't unhear it.
Rav said, they're saying their name. Yeah,
They are.
they are. It's my favorite. Oh, okay, so I am gonna go to bed, but not for a couple minutes because my foot's super asleep and I can't move right now.
Uh-oh. So you're trapped.
Mm-hmm.
We have a captive cat.
Look, he kept talking about that tea, and I was like, my dude, I'll brew us up a batch right now. We can just pass around the cup.
And will it get you any closer to a god?
For a moment, it might. But I will inevitably realize that it is not God or magic. It was all in my mind. And hopefully gain some understanding about something along the way.
Will that insight be something reliable?
Bible.
Would you be able to depend upon the insight to give you something helpful, useful, or yeah, helpful or useful? Let's just go with that.
It doesn't have to exist to be meaningful, Thrayle.
Does it have to be useful to be meaningful?
Not necessarily. Usefulness is completely subjective. It's hard to quantify, but
What is meaning?
Meaning is the thing that gets you out of bed in the morning.
Hunger,
Again, subjective.
bladder.
Maybe. Possibly. Sure. If that's what it is.
Bladder is meaning because it gets you out of bed in the morning.
Like, I don't want to pee in my bed. So, yeah. My cat? Yes, Kylie. Your cat. My cat. My dog. My plants. The ocean. The lava. You guys. My friends. Tyler. Or want to drink. Or want to take a shower because I've been sweating because it's hot. The carbon in every right. She's got this down. She has got the idea.
The carbon and everything.
Kylie knows what the fuck is up.
Meaning is the carbon in everything.
She's got it, man. She's got it.
So meaning is something you decide. So then truly nothing has to exist to be meaningful, even the meaning itself.
No.
Then
Look, guys, like, I might not exist. You think I exist, but maybe not. But that does this make this any less meaningful? No.
how do you question the idea that you might not exist?
How do you assert that is almost is so incredibly difficult? What is existence, Thrayle? What is existence? And how are you going to assert that you are actively doing whatever it is?
Oh, I don't have answers.
Right, exactly. Maybe
Only
in Discord you
questions.
will.
Maybe.
Which reminds me, I don't want to get into this right now, but I did come up with some more problems for determinism that I want to run past you.
Okay.
And on that note, if you have a belief in a god or gods or anything like that, like anything like that, like come alien. Alien is a good place to start. Because I am going to go try to get some sleep.
Go get some sleep, cat.
Alien. You guys,
Alien.
remember that one. I want to hear all about that when I wake up.
It should be on the YouTube for you to watch back.
Perfect. Oh, okay. You can kick me like a voodoo chicken. I'm gonna shut up.
Sleep well, cat. If anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or wrong or making you look like a fool. I just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it. If you can even question that belief, and if you even know. Santa, Adam, if you believe in Santa, yeah, I'll question that. We might have to do it under the what the fuck screen, but we can still question Santa. If you're an adult believing in Santa, I mean, that's very questionable. I think even the declaration that you do should be questioned. Well, I mean, they might share some qualities in their ontology. There might be certain attributes that they have in common, such as potentially, maybe, being manufactured in a way to control those who desire its approval. But, I mean, maybe. I'm not here to make that assertion. That one does seem to stand out. Good moments. And hopefully we'll have one again soon. We just need somebody capable or curious or courageous enough to question their beliefs, to challenge their own assumptions. If anyone watching has a belief in a god or gods, anyone at all, and you are open, just on up. I'm not here to debate you or prove you wrong. I'm not interested in burgling your god. Although, there is always room in the shed for one more. If you do have a belief, Kylie says, tell us how to come to assumptions and think less critically. I think I think asking someone else to tell you what to do. I think maybe reading a book and assuming it's true might less critically. I think really just assuming because you can read the things you read must have some that might lead you to thinking less critically. Ooh, Sagen says if we should question all beliefs, yes. Even questioning should be questioned. Sometimes there might be questions that shouldn't be asked. Sometimes a question isn't the right thing to say. The assumption that there is a right thing to say should also be questioned. Is there anything that shouldn't be questioned? Ever? I don't actually have an answer to that. I'm the last person to know, I think, what shouldn't be questioned. Your bladder shouldn't be questioned, Michael B. That might be true. That might be the one. Yeah, I try not to question that. Although there are states of mind, but yeah, you definitely shouldn't. I wonder if anybody with a belief in a god or gods has scrolled in since the last time I mentioned that I don't want to debate. I don't want to argue. I do want to question. I want to question your conviction. I think the nature of these conversations, the way that I want to have them, does require that you're capable of that. But maybe, I don't know, I don't think there's a way to force someone who can't question their beliefs to question them. Influence them, but not actually force them to. I sometimes am seen pushing guests. I called a guest brainwashed earlier, but I continued the conversation, and I kept pushing because somewhere in there was a path to critical thinking, a way that they might recognize that they weren't doing it already. If I had noted a huge defensive posture, if I had noted that they were going to get aggressive by that, I likely would have dialed it back or not used that term. But I think sometimes there are tools that I use that aren't questions. And those are the most questionable. I see we do have a few requests. I was not looking, so I don't know who came first, but let's start here. Hello, user bunch of numbers. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
20.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or
Um,
anything like it?
I was raised as a Christian, and in the past few years, my belief has definitely been tested.
Do you still believe in
I do.
that God? Have you read your Bible?
I don't read the Bible. I don't read the Bible. I don't go to church, but I do believe.
What do you believe if you don't read the Bible or go to church?
In Christianity, I believe Jesus died for our sins.
Which Jesus?
Jesus Christ, the one and only.
How do you know anything about this Jesus?
I can feel it. I know he's there. So basically, my dad blew it, and I've had every reason to not believe in God. There's been a bunch of drug.
And that's what it looks like when an idiot tries to take down the live, pretending to question their beliefs. I could be wrong, which is why he might get his chance to come back, but yeah, I don't think so. Hello, Faith and Logic. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello?
Hello? Can I get your age?
Hi, I'm 41.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I do. I believe in Jesus. I'm an Orthodox Christian.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I have, indeed, multiple times.
Do you believe it to?
No, I don't think it is intended to be taken as entirely true and literal.
I see. So are there parts that are not true?
It's kind of like saying, is the Mona Lisa true? It's
You're saying the Bible is a work of art and not a message from an almighty
a
creator.
lot of it is. A lot of it is historical. It's just, I mean, it's like a bunch of different books put together. So they're all different. Each one is to be interpreted the way that it is to be interpreted.
Do you interpret the book of Genesis, for instance, to be true and literal?
I try not to interpret the Bible without guidance from church authorities. I think
Why?
it's unwise to try to do that. I rely upon church authorities because it's an ancient text, and I think that the authority to interpret the Bible has been passed down by the people that gave it the authority that it has. I mean, the people that created the canon of Scripture are the church, and without the church, we wouldn't have the Bible. So the fathers
Which
of the
church
church
specifically?
I believe that the Orthodox Church has the apostolic succession that is documented by history pretty clearly.
Apostolic succession.
Yeah. So the
You
church
think
was
that it
founded
is
by
documented?
Peter, and then Peter and the apostles, and then there's a succession that's historically documented and passed down. And then there was a great schism that happened in 1054 AD.
The apostolic succession is thoroughly documented and accurate.
It's agreed upon that four out of the five patriarchs of the church, the Christian church, apostolic church, are all in agreement that it is the case, and in any court of law.
I'm sorry, the church agrees that the church is true. I'm not understanding. It sounds like you're saying that they decided.
There's four individuals who are considered patriarchs.
Which
now,
four individuals?
Which four individuals?
Yes. And how does their being considered patriarchs give them the authority to verify the historicity of this apostolic succession?
Okay, so I don't know their names, but because I'm pretty new to being Orthodox. I actually converted recently from Protestantism, but
why?
Because I just didn't believe that the Protestant churches have actual authority to teach scripture, because they are all interpreting things super differently, but the Orthodox Church seems to all be unified globally on what is and isn't, what is scripture and what isn't.
Because a denomination is unified.
Yeah,
then
so
you went to that unified denomination rather than another unified.
Well, the history of it.
I see.
What
and
created
again,
the canon and everything.
Yeah, that leads us back to the question I asked about how you can supposed patriarchs.
So a lot of belief, you're doing a good work here in helping people question belief, because a lot of belief is based on just trust. It's not based on actually knowing anything for sure, because we can't really know anything, and any philosopher will really tell you that. But what we can do is we can trust, and we can hope, and we can use our logic to try to understand the world around us. And so that's what I've done to the best of my ability.
Besides
and I appreciate you questioning that, but yeah.
Besides the trust and the hope that these perceived authorities have some accurate assessment of the historicity of apostolic succession, do you have some other reason besides hope?
Yeah, I found to me evidence enough for me to have faith. I think the fact that
the scripture is profound enough evidence.
Yeah, to me, the fact that you have the Old Testament, the Torah, you have the prophets, you have the Gospels, you have the letters, you have all of these different books written by so many different people, and the fact that it's all really congruently telling a single story.
Are you sure that it's all congruently telling a single story?
I've read it a lot, and the more that I read it, the more that I see very clearly that there's ties and
interesting
things pointing back and forward toward one another.
You're saying that there must be, well, not must be, you're saying you see ties pointing back and forth to each other. Makes sense if people were attempting to either fulfill prophecy or even just streamline a narrative. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, that absolutely would make sense if people were trying to do that. However, I don't, I find it hard to believe that somebody would, at least, yeah, I think it's possible to conceive that one person might do that, maybe two, but there are 4 different gospel accounts that are included in the canon.
You're talking about just the Jesus story then?
Correct, yes. And I'm talking about, yeah, because my whole
I was
belief,
questioning the whole Bible.
So here's why I'm getting there. So like, if you believe in Jesus, and if you believe in the gospel stories of Jesus and the fact that he is who he says he is, the fact that Jesus believes in the Old Testament and quotes it several times.
I see. So
Gospels.
if you believe Jesus, then you have to believe the Old Testament because Jesus believed it.
Essentially, that's my reason, and also the fact that the Jewish people hold it
so
as holy as well.
If there was a problem with the Old Testament in the things that Jesus said he believed, if there was a logical problem, some contradiction, would that call into question the very belief in the existence of Jesus?
So your question is, if there was a contradiction in, is that what you're asking?
I'm asking if it would.
No. If there was a contradiction in the Old Testament, which there are perceived contradictions, and I know about a couple of them, then it would only lead to questions about the Old Testament and what is intended. It wouldn't lead to questions about Jesus being the authority that he is, in my opinion, because of how
possible
he is so proven to me.
I see. Is it possible that Jesus could have been mistaken in his beliefs?
I would say that anything is possible, yes. But I would also say that...
You said you're aware of contradictions.
It's very unlikely.
Perceived, as you said.
Yes.
Can you give me an example of one so I know what you mean by perceived contradiction?
Well, I can't remember exactly, right, if I'm correct when I say this, and since I don't have time to look anything up or anything, but I think there's a contradiction about, like, the animals in the ark, for example, if that rings a bell. And, I've looked into every example that I've been able to find, and I've had adequate explanations given to me about why they are written the way that they are, from people who have studied and are scholars in the scriptures. But yeah, I don't think anything has proven that it's just like completely wrong. I take it as it is written. It is the word of God, but it is written by the hands of men.
I see. So anything that appears to be an error, a mistake, or a contradiction would then be dismissed as the work of men, or the mistakes.
I don't know if you can you give me an example of something you're aware of, and maybe I could take it from what you're talking about.
You're aware of the order of creation in Genesis 1?
Yeah.
Okay, so you would, just for the relevant bits, you would have the the plants on day 3, animals day 5, and man and woman on day 6.
Yes.
Okay. In Genesis 2, it says before the plants that he created a man, and then after he plants the garden, he creates the animal. So it's not good that he be alone, so he creates animals. And then Adam can't find a helper in the animals, so then he creates Eve. So that would mean that Adam was created before the plants, before the animals. And that would put him somewhere on day 3 or 2.
Well, now you're making me want to actually go read that.
It is worth a read. Some translations do attempt to fix it, but they don't do a very good or clear job.
Yeah, I always thought that so in context, I thought it said that Adam was created after the animals, but that he looked among the animals and couldn't find a suitable helper, and so then God created Eve.
You would have Genesis 2:18 would be the relevant verse, and 19, where it says that it is not good for man to be alone. I shall make him a helpmeet. If King James, of course, uses that kind of language. And it goes on in 19 to say, so God formed from the ground every animal, or beast of, I think it's beast of the field, and it gets more descriptive, and then he has to give them names.
Have you asked a priest about this question? I'm just curious, or somebody with
I have. Yeah, I ask people in all different
What did
walks
they
of life.
say? What is their answer?
Many of them leave this one as an, oh, I don't know, and I'll get back to you.
Oh, really? Okay.
Many. There are some apologetics that try to either merge the two stories, make them one, or separate them and say that these are two different perspectives or narratives. One common thought amongst biblical scholars is that these are two myths created by an ancient people, put together, not written by a single hand like Moses, but written by ancient peoples and merged together to almost seem like one story, but still keep the best parts of those cultures.
Interesting.
Another would be if you were to say that Adam was created on day 3 before the plants, as it's written, then perhaps he was created by another God while the other God was creating in Genesis 1.
Yeah. That is so interesting, but definitely
that was
not
one
in the
presented
Bible.
to me just a few days ago. Well, actually, the evidence for that is in the Bible, in the names used for God in each chapter. So if God's names are different from one chapter to the next, could those be different gods?
Well, it says all throughout Scripture that there is, yeah.
But if you were to look at that in Hebrew, could the names be different?
Well, there are different names for God. They all speak to his different attributes. Not, different gods. But I can see what you're saying, and I can hear like the perspective that is speaking that. I just believe that, like I said, I believe that there is one authority in the translation and the interpretation of Scripture. And that, different people reading it can and do come to different conclusions about it. And it's just different perspective, and it's not the authority on the Scripture.
How do you know that the authorities don't just have a different perspective?
Well, they what do you mean? They do
Well,
have.
you're talking about the
They all
right,
agree.
but hold on.
Apparently.
You're talking about the Orthodox Church Fathers as being an authority on perspective. But would would a Jewish rabbi agree with them on the interpretations of the Old Testament?
That's a great question. I don't know if they would or not, or would not.
Which
I
of
think that
them
they
would be an
probably
authority?
would.
Which of them would be an authority on the Old Testament?
I think probably both, but hopefully the Jewish interpretation is sort of in line with the Orthodox. I just haven't had a chance to catch up with a Jewish, I know a lot of Jewish Christians.
Can you imagine that there's a good chance, considering they didn't accept the Savior that Christianity claimed, that they might not interpret the texts the same either?
I definitely believe they interpreted it differently in the messianic areas. Correct? Yes. So there's all sorts of schisms. Oh, my baby just woke up, so I unfortunately have to go. But thank you.
Understand. Take care, and I hope you do keep asking questions. I hope you come back another time. It was a pleasant conversation, and I hope she looks into Genesis 1 and 2.
It's not the first time a baby ruined something for me.
I know you had a question all ready to go.
Yeah, no, they were a nice guest. But yeah, it's okay. I'll just go back to sleep.
You'll just go back to sleep. You might have questions for the next one. Who knows?
Oh, I might, yeah.
Hello, Midnight. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 19. I'm
19. What year were you born?
What year was I born? I don't want to disclose that because there's a lot of people, but
That's the best excuse for not doing the math fast enough I've heard in a long time.
Yeah, when they repeat the question back to you, like sometimes I have to repeat questions back to understand what I'm being asked, but when someone says what year were you born, you don't contemplate like what year was I born? It's like
what year was I born?
78.
Asmodeus, can I get your age?
Yeah, 46, 47, born 78.
Okay. There you go. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I believe myself, yourself, we are our own gods.
You believe one's a god?
Yeah. I think the Bible supports it. I think the Bible, says, well, you believe me, everybody's filled with God.
Just a quick breathalyzer check there. How much have you had to drink tonight, Asmodeus?
Not much.
Too much, you said?
No, I said not much.
Not much, you said.
But like you had the gallon earlier. I mean, there's 2 virgin Genesis that I know of.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's the one that said, God created a woman from a river guy, and God created a woman otherwise.
Otherwise.
Which one do you believe in?
Why would I believe anything in that book? Why would you?
I agree. Well, it's also, think about the Bible. It's kind of a history fact.
Why would you believe anything in that book?
I don't, but I believe that some things are legit and some things are like, out of there.
Legit.
Kind of a history check. Like, look at the India thing, and it was like Kamal Raja. He talked about laser shooting towards land, and land shooting towards lasers. If you interpret it right.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have almost no clue what the fuck you're talking.
It's the India, the Bible, right?
You're saying it's in the Bible? He's in the Bible?
No, if you're in India, what would you look as a Bible?
I don't think I would have a Bible if I was India. Why would I have a Bible if I was India?
It's not a Bible, but it's a history, tracking history. And it said there was, people flying around on
Asmodeus, Asmodeus, I think maybe on another night when you haven't had so much to drink, we might have some questions for you. But I don't think I want to keep going.
Hello again. How's it going?
Welcome back.
Sorry, that's so great. Your background change got me, man. Oh, gosh.
Sometimes it's the only way to snap people back into the conversation is to ask them what the fuck they're talking about.
So good. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, hi.
Welcome back. I think Solo was actually already with a question for you when you disappeared
so
before.
Sorry that I had to go, and I'm so sorry to interrupt if I interrupted anybody, but hey, how's it going, Solo?
Hey. So I hadn't listened to too much of your conversation with Thrayle. And I guess I wanted your perspective on the Gospels. Do you believe that the Gospels were eyewitness accounts?
Do I believe the gospel eyewitness accounts? That's a great question. You know what? I would say that I'm not 100% certain about that, but I would also say that I lean toward mostly yes. Yes, I think that they either were eyewitness accounts or they were of some sort, if you know what I mean. So I think that it's I don't believe that I can know a lot of things, and because I've done my entire life, I've questioned everything, and that's kind of how I've landed in what I believe. And I think that holding a belief is something that we should do completely, like you're saying, like humbly, and we should do it with the willingness to be wrong, and also in faith, doing the best we can to understand what we have, and what we can know. So I did have a chance while I had to go to look into the contradiction you were talking about earlier.
Sure.
And I don't know, like, at all what the answer to that is, obviously, but
that's a good answer.
I just have a question for you.
Okay.
Is it possible? Like, I kind of believe in evolution.
I already know where you're going.
That happens over time. And so, yeah, I mean, to me, that makes the most sense, is that God created and kept creating as time went on. And that actually makes sense scientifically also. So like
So
creatures
for
were created
you,
like the dinosaurs before
right?
men, but then all other creatures like furry and puppies would have been the type of creatures created after mankind and brought to them, so to speak, which is kind of why we have pets and like the ones that we give names to, for example. I just feel like that is a narrative that makes a lot of sense to me. That would make it not so much of a contradiction, but maybe even more of a
Very,
way that it makes
very
sense.
broad interpretation, isn't it? Though.
Yeah, but I don't know. That's just something I made up. I
I know.
don't know if that's true or not.
I have to give that some consideration and don't just dismiss it
Right, but I
for
don't
sake of
believe, what I
Genesis.
don't believe is that species can change. So,
So you have an esoteric view of what evolution even is.
yes, exactly.
You
I
don't.
think it doesn't make any sense scientifically that species can change species. I think that it's very clear in nature that that can't happen.
Why?
Right? Because have you ever seen an example of that happen ever?
Have I witnessed? Have I watched it happen?
Yeah, like,
Have I watched a
could it,
thing that we know?
how
Hang
could it
on,
happen?
hang
How
on.
could genetically?
Let me just clarify the question.
Yeah.
Are you asking if hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years to occur? Have I seen it occur in my 43 years?
Of course, I know you haven't seen that happen.
Do
What
we
I'm
have
asking is,
examples of
yeah,
where
do
that
we have
seems
examples?
obvious, where it seems like that something like that occurred? Not
What I mean
in,
is, yeah,
yeah,
is there
not
proof of that, and why
not
do we believe that could happen?
sure, not probably in the when someone talks about speciation from the viewpoint of not accepting it, it usually comes from an idea of some sort of instant change. One generation, there's this, the next, there's that. So it wouldn't be like that. It would be over thousands of generations,
I
hundreds
understand
of
the
thousands.
idea, but I don't believe it's feasible. I think that I think that species evolve, and I think that's very clear in Darwin's work, like with the finches and whatnot. Like species evolve based on their atmosphere and the needs of their environment, and that is very evident in all of creation. But different species is incredibly far fetched in my mind.
Have you studied it to look into it beyond Darwin's finches?
As much as I've tried to do that, and I haven't seen any
So,
evidence to that point.
so what exactly do you mean when you say you believe that species evolve, or you would call that a different species?
Correct. Yes. So what I believe is a human being over millions of years having sex with other, oh, I don't know if I'm supposed to say that, schmecks, with other human beings over millions of years would never create anything other than human beings. I don't believe that
Sure,
another species would evolve from that pattern.
but they would evolve.
I believe human beings have evolved, yes.
What does that mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, so
What is
that means
evolve?
that the skeletons of human beings from thousands of years ago look quite different than the skeleton and
From
Sure.
thousands of
and
years ago.
nutrition and
Right. So
no.
imagine So you're saying there's no point at which this human being could evolve to where it would become indistinguishable from, an earlier form of it? It could. So you're saying that it would evolve, but it wouldn't ever look uh, extremely different than the way that it does now?
No, I'm saying it could look extremely different, but I'm saying it's
So,
always a human being.
right. But imagine if it looked extremely different and then it just, was called something different.
So that's what I don't believe. Why don't I believe it would be called something different?
Right.
Because I don't believe that's possible. I don't
So
believe that. I don't believe species can shift to different species. I think that's
what do you think?
genetically.
What do you think decides what one species and another species are?
What do I think decides that?
Mm-hmm.
DNA probably would be the best answer I could give you there.
What is the variance between the DNA of one species and another before you actually call them different species? Like, what percentage would have to be
Chromosomes?
different?
Like,
What percentage of a DNA would be different between one and
I think
another
it
before
doesn't.
you'd
I
say
think
they're
it's
different?
not like a percentage of DNA that's different because everybody's DNA is different from each other's. But that's a really good question there. Bat, I don't know what to call you. Or Thrayle. I don't. Who's speaking?
Thrayle. That's
Thrayle. Yeah, I don't know the percentage of things that have to be different to call a different species, but I do know you can create a different pattern than a human and a human in reproduction.
And you don't think that certain traits could be favored over time?
No, I do. That's
Okay.
literally what I just said.
Well, but if certain traits are favored over time, you don't think those traits could lead to drastically different outcomes over long
Not
periods
over
of
species.
time?
No.
Over long periods of time, you don't think that?
No, not over species. I do not believe that. I think that a species exists because, well, I believe
Well,
God
you still
created
don't.
the species.
You still haven't defined what differentiates one species from another. What is species?
A type, a kind of being that can reproduce and create other kinds.
A kind of thing that can reproduce and create others.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm not a scientist, bro. Like, I don't know how to
do you
define
think
it
it's
right now.
possible? Do you think it's possible that if you were to study it further, that you might come to some new understanding that things do, in fact, change drastically over time?
It's possible. Like I said, anything's possible. I'm willing to accept that I could be wrong. Yeah.
I appreciate that. I think Solo had a question.
Yeah, no, I was just, I'm kind of with you, Faith, in the sense that I haven't really studied it that much. It's not really my special. When I was a Christian, I took a very, very simplified approach to it that it was oversimplified. Like I was sitting there thinking, there's no way that a fish could ever become a dog, because I would just sit there and think, well, one day there was a fish, and then, before long, there was a fish that had like, puppy dog ears, or, the tail of a dog, and then, I just made it really simple in my head, like, well, this can't happen, But if you think about just minor changes and adaptations over long periods of time, I mean, you yourself admitted that there could be drastic changes in the way that the human being would look as it continues to evolve. But if those changes are so drastic, I guess at one point, if someone was observing the timeline, they could look and say, that's a different species now.
I guess somebody could say that. I just wouldn't say that. You know what I mean? Like, I think that, yeah, if scientists get to define species based on the way that they appear over time, then I can see why differences in their appearance.
So do you not think that we came from something that appeared much like our modern day apes?
I don't think we came from monkeys, no.
I didn't
really don't
go that far back in time. I was just saying that you don't think we could have come from an upright walking hominid.
I think it's possible that maybe we looked more like apes back when we were first created, but I don't think that we were anything other than human beings, just as valuable as we are now. And I do think we have more value than apes.
Why do you assign value based on species or kind?
I think that you know the answer to that already, because I believe in the Bible, and I believe that we carry the breath of life. That's kind of what makes us unique. I mean, the fact
you said I knew the answer already, but my thought was that because you are human, you therefore assume humans are special.
No. So, well, I mean, but scripture and the Bible is what I kind of have defined my worldview through. And that's why I believe that. Just because I believe in the Bible.
And you believe in the Bible because... why?
I believe in the Bible because it's, to me, insanely miraculous piece of literature. That it doesn't make any sense to me if it's not speaking truth. Like, the fact that it exists and
might bring us back to Solo's question about eyewitnesses.
Yeah, like, so, I mean, maybe we could shift something to what I think is rather bizarre in the Bible, right? So, you say that you could never, accept such a, something as drastic of a change from species to species, because that seems like too much. But I guess after Jesus dies, there's an earthquake, right? The earth shakes, and the tombs open, and then all these saints or holy people from long ago come out of their tombs and start walking around and greeting many people.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you find that just a little bit like made up?
Dude, yes, I do find that to be made up, which
it's
is
just
why...
missing one line. It's missing, and everybody clapped.
Right.
But the fact that that's there and it still got accepted as truth by a board of church leaders
in the first century,
they decided to put that into this canon, like, to me that's wild. Like, I would be
in the third century. Sorry, yeah, we're talking about when it was taken as canon.
Yeah, like, how could that be?
Why would you? Because 300 years later they said we can use this to convince people.
Why would they want to do that? What's your idea of their motives?
Well, actually, can you think of any?
Well, I think that these were men that believed so strongly that they would have died for this truth to get around.
If you took that assumption out for a moment, could you think of any motive other?
But here's the thing, these pieces of literature were already widely like spread around and known by people and accepted. I mean, 1,000 years isn't that long ago. Like, I mean, it wasn't even that long. It was like a few hundred years ago. And yeah, from their time.
A few hundred years ago. So it would be like someone telling you a ghost story from the 1600s or 1700s, and you take it as fact.
Right, but it's not just one person telling you the ghost story. It's like
Do you think Treasure Island is true?
No. But if I could just say, it's not one person telling me a ghost story. It's like a lot of people telling the same story.
Sure. Yeah, but the problem is that we only find that story in Matthew. So I find it hard to believe that the other writers of the Gospels who are basing their same eyewitness testimony or accounts of other people's eyewitness testimonies would fail to mention an event so incredible as graves opening and people walking around.
Well, maybe they didn't get to see that part. I don't know. It's like
if they
a little bit too far.
Well, yeah, like John was like, you know what? I'm gonna put some water being turned into wine into mine, but the whole zombie thing, we're just gonna leave that out because I don't want people to think that I'm an idiot. Yeah.
I don't know. Like I can't know why they did what they did, but I can know that it was widely accepted not as a fairy tale, but as reality. And that's pretty cool. That's pretty dang cool.
Does that make it true?
So anything that is true takes faith to believe.
Are you sure about that? What do you define faith as?
Because in order to, for example, to lay
Can you
down on
define
the bed
faith
that I'm
real
laying
quick
down
just
on
to
right
make
now,
sure? You're going to say it takes faith, but I'm going to ask, what is faith?
Faith means the belief in things that you cannot prove.
So you're saying everything takes faith? Is that really true?
You can raise questions for dream right now that, like, you might be a video game and this whole thing might be an AI simulation.
Solipsism, idealism.
Right? Like, what I'm saying is you really can't prove anything. So
okay, faith. You're saying that everything takes faith because we don't just know things, right? We can't know anything, as you had said before. But are there things that we at least, if we get past the solipsism of it, right? The brain in the jar.
Of course, yes.
Which of course, believe me, I have plenty of people who come on this panel would love to question you until your brain is in a jar.
I'm sure.
But if we can step away from that and accept this reality as what it is, or at least what we see to begin with,
yes,
then importance of reality prove to yourself.
Of course there are, but what can anyone possibly prove from thousands of years ago?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer. What people can and can't prove. But you were saying that it takes faith, and all of these things just refer back to faith. And I'm wondering if there are things that you don't take on faith. Why do you take this one?
I take this one because to me it has the most evidence, and out of all of reality that I have observed,
It has
I'm
the
not
most
saying it's
evidence. I'm
proof.
sorry.
Yes.
Most evidence.
Yeah, the most evidence of being true. So I can't claim that it is true because, like, for 100%, because
There is of
concrete
it being
proof.
true. I know you can't claim 100%, and I'm not going to try to disprove your God. That's not what I'm doing. But
And
I
I
am
don't
curious.
think anybody can. It's yeah, but yeah, I hear your question, and what I can tell you is that the Bible, for me, I think has been tested and tried.
Tested.
Yeah, tested.
How has it been tested?
How has it been tested? Meaning like the test of time, the test of reliability, the test of authenticity. Yeah, basically, have you ever studied the process of how they made the canon of scripture?
Yes.
So to me, like, it went through a lot of a process to become what it is, and to me, it just, like, I can't think it should be, and it's wrong. I can't have enough faith to say that it's wrong.
So
I
you
think it takes
accept it
more
as
faith to believe that it's wrong than to believe that
okay.
it's right.
These are that's kind of talking points. You actually think that it takes more faith to believe it's wrong than right.
I do. Yes.
I see. And you accept it as true because you can't take it on faith that it's wrong. Was that what you were saying?
I just don't. I have not been given any reason to believe that it would be wrong.
Do you accept all things that are presented to you until they are proven wrong? Or just the Bible?
No, I really do like look for evidence of things being reliable too. So like I believe that it's reliable based on what I've looked at and what I've learned about it.
You believe that it's reliable?
Yeah, I believe
based
it's
on what the church authorities. So because of the canonization process, is that really why you believe it?
yeah, essentially.
Can you tell me what about the canonization process is so compelling that it makes the book believable?
I believe that these books were widely accepted as at least having some connection with the apostles as far as the New Testament books. Of course, the Old Testament was already kind of put together before.
Was it already put together that way?
Not in that order.
The
Those books were
canonization
accepted
process,
as scripture, and yeah.
They decided on some books to be accepted and some books not to.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And these people deciding they were humans, right?
Yes.
Were they? I mean, how can you accept that they, humans, were able to organize and order the Word of God in any faithful way without instilling their own wants, wills, or desires?
Well, I think that these individuals believed that they were carried along by the Holy Spirit to do what they did. And that's what I believe as well.
Why?
Because I trust the church authorities.
Why?
Because I believe that that's what multiple books of scripture like point to as evidence for how Christ founded the church, a continuation of his presence on the earth.
You believe the book says that this church is ordained, and so this church is ordained to tell you what the book says.
No, the Bible doesn't talk about the Bible being formed, but it does talk about the apostolic succession starting.
Right. That's what I asked, was the book says that this church has the authority, and this church says they have the authority to tell you what the book says.
Yes.
Does that not seem convenient?
I don't know what you mean by that convenient. Yeah, I think you definitely believe that there's insidious factors at play, and I
What I
hear
believe,
what you're questioning.
Stop. What I believe isn't a matter here. I'm asking questions to see if you can question these things. This is a mistake.
Oh, okay. Well, I apologize. Yeah, so there is a possibility that all of this is an insidious scheme that I've come to believe. And I've recently watched a movie that was very interesting, and I'm kind of a scary movie lover, but I think it was called Heretic. And you remind me a lot of that guy. No offense. But it's actually good. You're very kind, and I know you would never trap young women in basements.
No, I would never do that.
But I think that's maybe why I'm enjoying talking to you, because I always wanted the chance to be able to talk to that guy. just not in his house. But anyway, yeah, I hear your point, and I say touche. It is very possible that it's all a big.
Have you ever looked into it through that lens, with the possibility?
Yes, absolutely. I'm not an idiot. I feel like it's very obvious that it's, like I said, like anything could be a mirage that I believe, and I could have the wool pulled over my eyes. And but my counterpoint is that what if it was, and would I regret any of my choices if it was? And the answer is no. I wouldn't. I feel like
sure.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The fact that I live my life with the most full, abundant framework that I can imagine, like, I'm so thankful. And maybe, I don't believe this at all, but if it's all just a mirage and just a scheme, what's the worst case scenario? I've gotten the most out of this life that I'm able to love people more and more, like, abundantly than I ever thought
Faith,
I could.
I appreciate your answer, but I think Solo's got a question related to what you just said.
Well, I suppose the worst case scenario is that some other religion is true, and now you have to, stand before their God,
in judgment. I mean,
or another worst case scenario is you've aligned yourself with an organization that could potentially cause harm.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And
have the
I
goal
would,
of causing harm, and you would be proselytizing and sharing that with others so that they can join to cause harm.
whoa, yeah. So I've been following Christ for, let's see, 25 years now. I was only ever harmed by um, a couple church leaders in my life, and they were not following Christ, in my opinion. The ones that do follow Christ are not out to harm people, and that is what I aim to do.
I can understand that you're talking about local church leaders and how they might follow or not follow Christ. I meant as an organization, as a whole, that aligning yourself with a potentially false narrative that that lobbies, that pushes, that dictates, that commands, condemns, ostracizes, that in any of those ways you could be supportive of harm.
Oh, 100%. If that comes to light, I would not align myself with it. Is because, you know, the whole statement, by its fruit you will know it. Right?
Right. That's the
fruit
one. That's the
is
one.
good, my friend.
Right. You're saying this is the one.
Very good.
Hang on. This is the verse, though, in Matthew, where it talks about a tree with a poisonous fruit, right?
Mm-hmm.
As well.
Yeah.
Right. And if any
it's
fruit.
very possible.
Right. What does it say about any fruit at all being bad in that? What does it say?
What did it? Well, there's bad fruit.
What does it say about a tree that produces bad fruit?
That it should be burnt and thrown into the fire.
Are there any bad fruit produced by this tree?
Yeah, probably, but not by.
So,
but
if
not by
the tree itself is producing bad fruit, then what does the tree itself say?
So here's the thing: if there's
is that what
mixed,
Matthew said? Just cut off certain branches.
Because if there's good fruit and then there's like one bad apple, you wouldn't cut the whole tree down, right? It's saying if all the fruit on the tree is bad, burn the tree.
Is that what it says?
Yeah, because it talks about.
It doesn't say just if one.
I think anybody who's a farmer and knows the analogy knows.
Do you remember the verse?
No, not the exact reference. But if you talk to anyone, like I'm sure one bad apple, like one priest who's off being awful, that's not a product of the tree. That's a product of the enemy, like a pesticide, a parasite.
Well, I was asking about the verse and what it actually said about the tree. I can't remember if it was Matthew. I think it's Matthew.
Right, but what I'm saying to you is that there's a difference between a tree producing bad fruit, getting infected by outside corruption, which is usually the cause.
So I found it. It's Matthew 7, and it says It's Matthew 7:17. A good was it a good tree produces good fruit, and a bad tree produces bad fruit. A good tree can't produce bad fruit, and a bad tree can't produce good fruit. So every tree that does not produce good fruit is chopped down and thrown into the fire. No, because you weren't listening to me. I was asking about the verse. You brought up fruit and trees, and I thought that was really poignant, because if the book is the tree, and if it has produced any bad fruits,
Right. No,
well
I
then,
hear you, and I'm at the point.
I'm sorry,
Is
what was
that
your counterpoint?
my counterpoint is that what I'm
Because
hearing you say
you're
is that
counterpointing a question
if there's
instead
a
of...
bad fruit in the tree, should I burn the tree? What I'm saying is the tree produces good fruit can have bad fruit, like because
But,
of corruption.
but
You
what
know
about
that
the verse?
the verse is still accurate. Like,
How is the verse
how are
accurate
you
if a bad
hearing
tree
it?
is...
Okay,
I'm
so
hearing
listen.
you say... I'm hearing you say that a bad tree can produce good fruit,
No, what
and
I'm
a
saying
good
is,
tree can produce bad fruit. That's what I
okay,
just heard you say,
listen to,
which
no,
is like
that's
the
not what I said.
opposite of what
What
that
I'm
verse
saying is,
says.
I didn't say it produced the fruit. I'm saying that a can be a bad apple on a good tree. It's not
Isn't that what the...
that
Hang on,
produces
why
it.
are you saying... Why are you calling it an apple now?
Well, I'm just talking about
Can
fruit.
the bad fruit
What
be on
kind
a
of
good
fruit do you want it
tree?
to be?
Can a bad fruit be on a good tree?
Yes, it can.
Why does Matthew 7:17 say something else?
It doesn't, my friend. It doesn't say
I
something else.
literally just read it word for word. I'll do it again. It's
Okay,
Matthew
listen, man. I
7:17.
live on a farm, and
And
if you
so
could just
I
listen to
understand you're talking about reality, but I'm asking you about your book. And the
I'm
book
telling you
says
about
that a
my
good
book.
tree can't produce a bad fruit. It's Matthew 7:18. I'm sorry. If you're arguing with my beliefs and I'm asking you questions
Okay.
about yours, my beliefs are not on
How do you want me to
display here.
respond?
I would like to know how you square up the idea that a good fruit can produce, I'm sorry, a good tree can produce bad fruit with the scripture
I don't
that
believe
says
it
the
can.
opposite. You don't believe a bad tree can produce, or a good tree can produce bad fruit.
No.
Okay, can a bad fruit grow from a good tree?
It doesn't start out that way.
Can a bad fruit grow from a good tree according to the scripture?
No.
So then, if there's anything bad that you would consider a fruit from this tree, then would the tree be bad?
No.
What? How does that follow? Your name says faith and logic. You were talking about logic earlier. How does it follow that a bad tree can't produce, or I'm sorry, good tree can't produce bad fruit, but that if a bad fruit grows, then the tree is not bad somehow?
Okay. I will try to say this in a way that a worm can come and destroy a good apple on a good tree. And that apple must be removed. The tree is not bad. Do you understand now?
You're trying to say that something outside causes the bad fruit, not the
Exactly
tree
what I'm
itself.
saying.
You're saying that there are no fruits of the tree that could potentially be bad on their own.
I'm saying that you know a tree by its fruit. Like if all of the apples on the tree are bad, or like most of them, it's probably
about the
Just
same
read it to
thing.
me. I know exactly what you're talking about. So, in church leadership, there's a structure. There's a structure for keeping people safe and in line with good fruit because it's so important and because we are in a spiritual war and we're talking about human beings and their lives and how easily it is for a single man who is like a sheep, like we're all sheep, right? So a sheep, I mean, according to like scripture, it's the metaphor. So a sheep, how easy is it for a sheep to get pulled off and destroyed? The sheep are kept safe. The analogy I'm talking about is what I've seen from my experience in church is there are bad apples, there are bad fruit, but I do not believe that they are bad because of the trees of Christ. I believe that they are bad because they let sin in their life and they believed lies.
So you don't think that any of the teachings of the Bible could be considered bad fruit?
Any of the teachings of the Bible, like that, if the teachings of the Bible are taken in context correctly, I don't believe that they could produce bad fruit. No.
So there's no teaching of the Bible that, when taken in the correct context. What do you mean by that? What is the correct context? Is it just what the...
Yes, 4 of the 5 patriarchs that founded the Church of Christ in the earliest
We'd already asked about the 4 of the,
yes,
the 5, and you don't have a way to verify them.
That's what I believe, man.
I understand, but do you see how you're making assumptions? Why don't you question?
I've already told you I don't believe that anybody can be certain about anything.
Yeah, you did say that. Faith, I feel like we're kind of getting to a point where the questions are leading you to be defensive or contentious with the discussion that I'm not presenting. Though it seems like it, I get that. I am asking you questions to challenge your assumptions. I have enjoyed the conversation, but I think it's time to move on. I do appreciate
defensive.
That's all right. I hope you keep asking questions, and maybe another time we'll have more questions, and who knows, you might have different answers.
Yeah, and to be fair, you did get a little sassy yourself there.
I do. Whenever I'm being talked over, and it sounded like you said, it didn't sound like I would my question, and that's why it seemed to get contentious. But I appreciate you. And,
all right, take care.
Yep. Keep asking questions. Yeah, I enjoyed the conversation too, Kylie. Because otherwise it will turn into a debate or an argument. And I'd like to leave it on a positive note where it seems like questions are at least being asked. And I don't think Faith has any shortage of questions to walk away from this conversation with. I think that Solo and I both raised quite a few Yeah. Fire a what the fuck screen, right? That's where we are. Thank you to Heather's Emperor's Descent, to Enki, to Cat DeWitch, and to Amoria and Shannon. Yep. I can read a list. I really do. I need to make more what the fuck screens. Both sides. I got complacent with the flat earther, alien, unicorn ones. I need something out there than the usual what the fucks. I think we have, we have the escalating scale of what the fuck, right? It starts with just, what the fuck are you talking about? So this one's kind of fiery. Ponderous, but still way the fuck out there. Flat Earth, what the fuck? Double alien. And then we have, of course, the not even what the fuck are you talking about? Just what the fuck? Cartoon Land one. Mm-hmm. And then, Cosmic, what the fuck are you talking about? That one, that's the old one. That's a goodie. But yeah, I think we need more what the fucks. Well, this is the original what the fucker. There are older ones, but I think this is the first one I used that. Right? This is red alert. What the fuck? We see this one and we know a drop is imminent. But let's go back to what the fuck we're actually talking about, which is if you believe in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're actually open to questioning your beliefs, well then request on up. I'm not here to debate you or prove you wrong. I'm not interested in burgling your god or making you look like a fool. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then what are they? And why do you hold to them? And maybe we can get into the other questions.
Hello?
But hey, Gus, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 19, is that alright?
Yeah, what year were you born? Or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, so I guess I would describe my belief like the Eastern Orthodox dogma of the Trinity. So pretty much, in short, just the Christian God. And yeah, I think I can question my beliefs because I do every day. And I think it, yeah.
Sorry, it is good to hear that you can question your beliefs. Do you mind if I ask you a few more questions?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you believe in Eastern Orthodox version of Christianity.
Yeah.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I mean, no, I've not read it the whole way through, no.
Why not?
Oh, I'm pretty new. I guess I'm like only 9 months into it. I read it pretty regularly. I'll even listen to it on if I'm traveling or something like that. But I'm more like focused on, I guess, the Gospels at the moment, and then planning to go more into the Old Testament afterwards.
Does it matter to you if the Old Testament is true or not?
See, I like in terms of morality or
the stories told, Genesis, the Exodus, all of the history supposedly shared by it. Does it matter if those are true?
I don't think in all scenarios, no, actually.
Really?
No, I don't, because I think the real resting point of Christianity is the resurrection story. I mean, I do believe in that, but there are a lot of Old Testament stories I question quite a lot.
Do you believe in the Genesis, the six-day
Like
creation, Adam and Eve, global flood?
I don't believe it in a literal sense, but I think from what I've seen many like biblical scholars go into, it was never meant for that reason.
I see.
But a lot of people interpret that way.
So, if you don't believe it literally, what?
Well, oh right. So you mean like the Adam and Eve story? Well, I think on the most part, it's meant to like create some sort of basis for morality, like our relationship with God. Like, yeah, I mean,
so it's a metaphor.
It's simply. Well, I'm not so sure, to be honest with you. But like, there's a few things in it I question, like a few contradictions that if God said don't eat the apple, but he already knew she was going to eat the apple. Well, that doesn't make sense in my head. But I'm not.
Right.
I think it was more of a.
Especially if he didn't even say it to her.
Yeah, yeah.
He only said it to Adam.
Yeah.
Do you know the creation order contradiction?
About like yeah, I do. I think like the certain days it's like I can't remember off the top of my head. It was like
plants, animals, people.
Yeah, yeah.
Is the order in Genesis 1, and then man, plants, animals, woman is the order in Genesis 2.
Yeah,
so Adam somehow comes before day 3.
Yeah, and like I think.
So it doesn't matter to you though if those are true. You see them as somehow metaphorical or figurative stories to tell us about our separation from God.
Well, I guess I interpret it this way. I mean, I thought about it quite deeply. It's like, for example, maybe I'm trying to think of the top of my head, like the story of Noah's Ark, right? If you believe it in a metaphorical sense and if you believe it in a literal sense, they both really have the same kind of
message of Noah's Ark.
Well, you know, like the punishment for sin, I guess, would be probably the message that it's trying to give. But I think it's important for Christians to understand, like, I mean, there's many like moral laws in the Old Testament that I can even say myself, like, I don't agree with at all. Like, you go Deuteronomy or, you know, Leviticus or anything like that. But I think instead of trying to justify these things, it's important to, like, for me, understand like what the Torah was actually meant for. And I don't think it was ever meant to be perfect.
You don't think it was meant to be the law given down by the God, as it says?
Well, there's an interesting thing I found out. There was actually, from my understanding, where things were like God allowed people to add parts to the Torah. Like, I think it was Numbers that he mentioned that. So, like,
God allowed people to add to the Torah.
Yeah, like add certain wisdom like certain stories to add wisdom to it.
Are you saying that God allowed people to add all the things that seem immoral or questionable?
He allowed them to add allow them to add certain parts of wisdom within it. I'm not sure specifically.
So then probably not the parts that say that they're laws decreed by God.
Yeah, no, I mean, probably not. No.
Okay, so those would be, in some cases, the immoral things, though, right? The laws prescribed by God. Because you had mentioned Leviticus and Deuteronomy, right?
Yeah, I mean, like again, from like my understanding, like, being there's certain laws like if you're disrespectful to your parents, you should be stoned and stuff like that. I mean, I simply, as a human being, can't look at that and think, oh, well, that's justifiable in some cases. So, I mean,
Isn't that the one? I'm sorry, but isn't that the one that Jesus cited when he was mocked for not washing his hands?
Yeah, no, I think so. But I was like, I was in my head, I was thinking like, obviously, well, this is a bit weird. Obviously, it's making me question it. But like, instead of obviously just rationally thinking, I wasn't like, I'm not gonna completely reject it straight away. I'm just gonna like try and understand what really is going on here. And like from my understanding of like looking into like what biblical scholars have said, it was never meant to be like a legal practice, more of like, again, also to show the severity.
The wisdom of what God wanted for the people was to have great victims marry their rapists if their fathers were paid.
I mean, I'm not familiar with that verse.
Well, it's just one of the many commandments, and that'd be Deuteronomy 22.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that particular passage there. Sorry, go on.
But is that what you meant though? That's God's. What did you call it?
In a lot of cases, it's like
His divine wisdom.
A lot of these laws was to create a certain wisdom in a broken world, and I think again it's important to understand. Like, I don't think the Torah was ever meant to be perfect. It's more of like it was like a compromise between a certain group of people that were obviously broken in many ways.
Were they?
Yeah, I mean, like obviously the things that were going on in that society, I think that it was a broken society, and I think the Torah was more of like.
What do you mean by broken society?
Well, many of the practices that went on in it, I'm sure you've heard of. What's the god called that they worshipped? Was it Moloch or something like that, or something like that? Where they used to like sacrifice babies and stuff like that, and all the rest of it. But like, yeah, I mean, I think if God was to like put all the perfect laws away in place straight away, I think it would have been completely rejected. I mean, I got given an analogy I thought was pretty good. It was like, say if a parent like enforces very harsh laws, add them in. I think the Torah was just a stepping stone.
You're saying the Torah was just a stepping stone.
Yeah.
Were the laws that followed more or less harsh?
The laws that followed the Torah.
Mm-hmm. Which laws, by the way, are those that follow the Torah? They get less harsh.
Well, I would say the laws that
or get more. They get more harsh, right?
I would say the kind of like morals that are taught through Christ and his disciples and stuff.
So are they more harsh laws? Right, you got to introduce the more harsh ones later.
Well, I would say it's closer to. I'm not sure if I'd use the word maybe harsh or less harsh, or but I would probably say closer to what is morally ideal in God's eyes.
Is it morally ideal in God's eyes, or is it just what's in the book later? How is it you determined it was morally good in God's eyes?
Well, I think Jesus fulfills the intended purpose for God. That's how I would kind of see it. I mean,
the intended purpose for God. What is the intended purpose for God?
Well, I guess to know us and know us on a personal level. And
I'm sorry.
Sorry, John.
Doesn't God already know us?
I guess on a more personal level, and but I guess he could know us, but to create more of like a relationship.
Why does he
us.
need a relationship? And where does it say he wants a relationship in any of the
I'm afraid I don't have the answer of why he would want one, but I think yeah.
Does it say he wants a relationship in the Old Testament?
That God wants a relationship. Well, I think it implies in many ways that God would, want to get us to know us on a personal level, seeing as he obviously gives us revelations and talks to us and shows us things.
Is that him wanting to get to know us?
I would say so. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if you think otherwise, but
I'm wondering why you think God needs to get to know us, as though the character of God isn't implied to already know us.
Like in a sense of like relationship between him. Me and I'm not sure if I could use the word friendship.
But that's what he wants in the Old Testament. A
friendship. Well, I think again the Torah was kind of again a compromise between a broken world, a stepping stone towards his promise, which was obviously many of the Old Testament is prophecies towards a Messiah, and then it being revealed through the New Testament, and then
which prophecies are towards a Messiah?
I can't think of the exact verse off the top of my head, but I know for a fact, obviously, there is prophecies towards a Messiah. And
you say there are prophecies towards a Messiah, but you don't know which prophecies those are.
Yeah, like he's a direct descendant of David or something, and then like the miracles he'll perform and all the rest of it.
It says what miracles he'll perform.
I mean, like he'll rebuild the temple of Jerusalem and all that kind of stuff.
Did he do that? Did Jesus do that?
Well, I think it depends if you see that in like a literal sense or a spiritual sense. I mean, some people would say in a spiritual sense he did, but not maybe in a literal sense. I mean,
what does that mean in a spiritual sense?
Like the church, for example.
Does it say he'll rebuild the temple in a spiritual sense?
Well, I'm not sure exactly. But yeah, I mean, I mean, other prophecies like he'll grant world peace and all the rest of it. But I guess it depends how you would like interpret what it means by like that.
Is he'll grant world peace a prophecy for Jesus?
Yeah, well, for the Messiah.
For the Messiah.
He'll bring about an era of world peace.
Did Jesus bring about an era of world peace?
I think he brought around an era where we have an opportunity for peace. And I think you can choose.
Bring world peace, did he?
I think again he created an era in this world where we have an opportunity to choose between.
But he didn't bring world peace like in his life when he came. There wasn't world peace, was there?
He gave peace to people. Yeah, I mean, and again, I think even if
Are you so we're I'm sorry, are you saying now that world peace means inner peace for some individuals that might have heard of him? Is that world peace?
Say again, sorry?
Is world peace the same thing as inner peace for the few people that might have heard of him at the time?
I mean, so when that era is, I'm not so sure. Like when it's going to be completely fulfilled. I mean, obviously there's in Revelation it talks about like the coming of this age of like complete peace after Judgment Day. But I mean, obviously like Christians believe that would be through the second coming as well. But I think again,
the second coming, when is that?
And I think, well,
did he say when that might be?
God knows. I mean,
did he give a time scale or
no,
some
he
kind
didn't.
of indication?
He didn't. But
did he say that some of the people that he was talking to would not taste of death before?
Would not, sir? Not what? Sorry.
Yeah, would not taste of death before he completed this.
Well, yeah. I mean, again, it kind of depends what you interpret. That. I mean, like heaven would be heaven would be eternal life, wouldn't it? So.
Right. You're saying heaven would be eternal life. That would be. Are you talking about what? I'm sorry. What is heaven?
Heaven is a place I believe we would go to if we chose to have a relationship with the God.
A place we would go to.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a physical place?
It's I know it's a spiritual realm.
A spiritual realm. Is it described in the book?
Yeah, well through Revelation, of course, and then obviously certain.
Have you read Revelation yet?
I've not read the whole thing, but I know how it describes like hell as in certain kind of ways, and then
like a
then heaven
fire.
as well.
How does it describe heaven?
How does it describe heaven? Well, I can't think exactly off the top of my head.
Like a giant cube, the size, half the size of the moon.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So it's a cube half the size of the moon, adorned in jewels, with streets of gold, mansions.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I guess I know how it would affect us. I mean, I know it'd be like more of an absence of suffering. It would be a perfect place for us, be of eternal life and stuff.
Why would it be perfect? Why would streets of gold and jewel encrusted walls and a giant Borg cube half the size of the moon be perfect?
Well, I mean, God knows, you know what I mean? I don't really have all the answers to that, you know what I mean?
Is that where you want to live for eternity, is in the giant cube?
I would want to live where I think my God see fit. But I mean, if it's perfect, if it's absence of suffering, if it's eternal life and joy, whatever that entails.
So absence of suffering, does that mean you would have only positive experiences for eternity?
Yeah, I mean, so like no more death.
No mysteries left, no curiosities, no dangers, no adventures.
Well,
nothing but satisfaction forever.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would pick that over my current scenario right now. I mean, I kind of missed the time when I was ignorant to a lot of this.
Ignorant to, you mean?
To evils, in this world, bad things that go on. I mean, maybe I could refer to when I was like 7 years old. Of course, I miss a time when I was completely
Can you
ignorant
tell me what
towards.
evil is?
Well, I guess I would, describe it through how it's mentioned through the Bible, but I wouldn't even just go that. I would look how things have an effect on like a society. So for example, like,
Can you like you're defining it? What would you say evil is?
unjustifiable acts like that cause harm.
So anything that is unjustifiable and
Yeah.
harmful would be considered evil.
In my opinion, yeah. Or done, yeah.
And are all things that are harmful? I'm sorry, does God ever cause harm in the stories that is unjustifiable?
In my opinion, I feel like it would have an in the final end of his action, there would be some justice within it. Yeah.
Justice. What does that mean?
I mean, it would be justifiable. Sorry.
Right. What does justifiable mean?
Justifiable means that it's like. What do you want, the dictionary definition, or like
I want how you're using it.
Justifiable? So I mean, it's like it's got a purpose for good. If that makes sense. Like for example, like
so something harmful that has a purpose for good would not be evil.
What do you mean, like?
I'm just clarifying, as this was related to your definition of evil. If something is good, I'm sorry, if something is harmful that has a benefit for good, is that not evil?
No, I don't think so. Because the final end of the action, like the
how
actual
how do you determine what is good?
Oh, I mean, I could give an example off the top of my head, like say if there was like a robber that came into my house a murderer that came into my house and he was going to like threaten my family. I think it would be justifiable to protect the people around me by causing harm to him in some way.
But my question wasn't for an example. My question was what does good mean now? If evil is something that is harmful without justification, then what is good?
Well, I mean, it depends on your worldview, I guess. I mean, like, but are you asking for specifically my view on good?
I'm asking you what the word means.
Well, I guess it's pointing to something positive, but again, like, that's kind of up to a subject to determine what is good and what is bad.
Are you saying good and evil are subjective?
No, I'm saying a subject can make a. No, I think they have an objective.
I thought you just said good was up to a subject.
Well, that would be an equivocation. I mean, a subject making a decision on what is good isn't the same as a subjective reality. That's like a.
I didn't ask about subjective reality. I asked about subjective good and evil. Do you think that good and evil are equal to reality in a way that if we define one as subjective, then the other must be as well?
So, like, I guess what I mean is a subject making like an argument for what is good and bad isn't the same as them making a subjective argument. Like for example, God is a subject, but that doesn't mean his argument is subjective because he's a subject. It can still be objectively true, and that's the argument for it.
I don't think that follows, but it also doesn't answer my question.
I'm not sure of your question then.
I was asking if good is related to a subject, does that make it subjective?
If good is related to a subject, does that? Well, it depends. I mean, like a subject can
Let me
make an argument.
rephrase this. Let me rephrase this. If it's determined by the subject, is it subjective?
No, not necessarily. Again, in my worldview, it's what comes from Christ. But I mean,
that's different. That's not what you said earlier. Earlier it was what is beneficial according to a subject. Or positive,
well, that would be from.
Is it positive?
Yeah. So. Yeah.
So
no.
Now
I did
it's.
say that.
So if it was what was, that's why I was asking subject versus objective, right? Because if it was what is positive according to a subject, that sounds like subjective good. But you're saying now that it's
I understand what you
related to
mean.
what Christ says.
No, and I still stand by what I said. I think it is still up to a subject to deem what they think is good, but that doesn't. So for example, like me myself, I'm a subject. I'm making an argument for good, and that's God. If it was objective, then it would be a normativity. It would be true in all senses. If it was subjective, it would only be true in my worldview. If that makes sense. I don't know if you understand what I mean when I say that.
No, I didn't quite follow that.
So yeah, I mean, so how anyone determines their like view on good, it's obviously up to them. And now either their argument for what is good could be subjective, based on just simply what they believe, or it can be objective, based on a universal truth, like true in all senses.
I see. So, and you're saying that good for you is something you think is based on what Jesus said, and that is somehow objective.
And that would be universally true, yeah.
Why do you think that it is universally true?
Well, I mean, I believe Christ is God. I mean, I believe He knows everything that is good and everything that is bad.
Right.
Why do I believe Christ anecdotes into it? Because it's never really proves
Did you
anything.
meet Christ?
Hmm?
Did you meet Christ? Did you see Jesus, talk to Jesus in a physical way, see Him?
In a physical way, I don't think I've seen the character of Christ in a physical way. No.
Did you talk to Him out loud and have Him respond?
I felt like I've spoken to Him in many ways, through prayer and I feel like He's answered through the quality of my life improving.
I see.
So being coherent with that.
Yeah, is that the reason you believe that Christ is God?
No, I don't. That's not the only reason. Okay. I think
what is
obviously
the
I've seen obviously an effect it's had on the people around me, but also I guess in terms of like the millions and millions of anecdotes of people.
So other people tell stories too.
Yeah, well, the millions of people, talking about the anecdotes of Christ. Not only that, I guess the secular, sorry, I'm trying to think of the word at the top of my head. The secular evidence that's been provided for Christ's existence.
Can you tell me what secular evidence you're talking about?
Like the historian Thaddeus and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure you know what I mean.
Sorry, who?
I think his name is Thaddeus, isn't it?
I don't know who Thaddeus is. Do you mean Tacitus?
Tacitus, that's it, sorry.
What story of Tacitus?
where it's talking about like the people believing in the figure we know as Christ now.
What does it say?
Say again.
What does it actually say in Tacitus's work?
I can't think of the exact words that he said. I mean, like, yeah. But I know there's historians, I mean, I think there's another.
Did Tacitus witness the crucifixion or resurrection of Jesus?
No, but I mean, that's like, I guess that's like saying, did any historian witness like Napoleon? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think some of them may have. There probably were historians around keeping records. Not historians, but record keepers of the day.
I guess at this time of the world, it was a lot more like,
sure,
word of mouth.
Did the Romans keep records?
Oh, I'm sure they did.
Oh, are there any Roman records of Jesus' crucifixion?
I know there are Roman records of crucifixions.
Right, but of this one, where a governor left it up to the people, washed his hands, or whatever it is Pilate did. Is any of that like documented?
No, there are no like first century Roman records of Christ now.
But Tacitus wrote something in which he used was it the word Christos or something else?
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of the person of Christ like being executed under Pontius Pilate.
Did he say that? Is that what? Are you sure that was what Tacitus wrote?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Is it possible that you're conflating two different historical accounts that neither one actually is verifiable?
Well, all I know is there was, obviously the historian Tacitus like mentioned Christ and him being executed under Pontius Pilate during the reign. I think it was Tiberius. Caesar. It's on my head.
So I've got to correct you, and I hate doing that. I don't like telling people that they're wrong, but I'm fairly certain that you're conflating Josephus with Tacitus. You might be interested to look that up. And then also, when you do, look into the veracity of the Josephus account that you're mentioning.
I mean, possibly. I mean, I know Josephus was one of the other historians that were mentioned as well. But I'm pretty sure did he not mention him as well?
Yes. Well, the mention that you're talking about is not Pilate. It doesn't say anything about the crucifixion.
Say again, sorry?
Tacitus doesn't say anything about Pontius Pilate or crucifixion.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty sure he did mention the person of Christ and the execution, though, and that people
Would you
believed
be
in
interested in looking that up? Like, I'll give you a moment.
Cool.
Why don't you go do that and see what Tacitus said? And while he does that, if everybody would just tap the screen and share the live, we might be able to get somebody else in here who's open to questioning their beliefs.
Okay, so says that Tacitus. This is an AI overview. Tacitus wrote that Jesus, from whom Christians derive their name, was then executed by crucifixion under the Emperor Tiberius and the
Is that what you're saying? AI overview.
Yeah.
What did you ask Google?
I just said, what did Tacitus write about Jesus?
Okay. And it says that he wrote his name Jesus.
Well, it says it's Tacitus states that Christos, Christ, the founder of Christians, suffered the extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius, 1437 AD, at the hands of Pontius Pilate.
It says Crestus.
Yeah, Christus, which I think means Christ. I don't know.
Does it? So it says Crest.
Oh no, so CHRIS2
Are you still on the AI overview?
Yeah.
Oh. Could you get it to tell you what he actually wrote, like word for word?
Okay, hang on.
And then when you do find that out, like, when did he write this? Who sourced it? How did he know that the sources he asked were truthful or accurate? How do you know that the preservation of his writings were true? But I think you by now might have what he actually wrote in front of you. Do you have the
I'm actually having a really hard time finding it. Hang on. I've put, what did Tacitus say about Jesus? Exact words. It's saying Tacitus has not provided exact words of Jesus' crucifixion, but wrote that Christos was executed by Pontius Pilate, the procurator of Judea under Tiberius.
Have you ever looked this deeply into this before? Or was it more something in passing people have said? You took their word.
For Tacitus?
Yeah, for Tacitus specifically.
Yeah. It was, I mean, I've just kind of, yeah, I mean, obviously just a bit of word of mouth.
Does it seem like evidences like this might be worth more scrutiny than just somebody said so?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it does, hang on, actually, I think I found it. I'm going to have to search up.
If it does say everything you want it to, if it says Jesus Christ was nailed to a cross and still verify that this account was true.
Okay, I found it. Hang on. So Tacitus, the Annals, 1544. So,
1544.
Christus, from whom the name had its origin, suffered the extreme penalty during the reign of Tiberius at the hands of one of our procurators, Pontius Pilate, and a mischievous superstition, thus checked for the moment, again broke out not only in Judea, the first source of the evil, but even in Rome. All things hideous and shameful from every part of the world found way in the center and become popular.
So what's it saying there?
it basically said Christos. So hang on, I'll go to the actual sentence above it. So
Christos, CHRIREST.
IIST.
Interesting. Oh, I'm guessing you got a phone call or something.
No, I've just been on here for quite a while. Like, I kind of want to get up to stuff today. So, but no, thank you for having me on. And I actually appreciate all the questions you've asked, and I think it's valuable questions you've asked as well.
Yeah, I hope you keep asking questions, Gus, and maybe next
Oh,
time you come
definitely.
back, we'll have more questions. I may forget that we had this conversation entirely, so forgive me if I do. But who knows, maybe you'll have different answers. So take care, Gus.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you so much.
Well, an abrupt ending there, but I appreciated the conversation nonetheless. I think that one was I mean, better than it could have been, definitely. But if anybody else watching does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, if you are open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking to debate you or argue with you. I'm not interested in burgling your god or telling you that you're wrong. I just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it. If you can even question that. Unless fear or some kind of dogma prevents you from even considering, well, considering if you could be wrong. I find it interesting how quickly people latch on to the idea that what they really looking into, if it could be, if it is, and how they would even know. I wonder if you even know, not just what you believe, not just why, but how it could be true, how it could not be. In absence of a believer to question, I may have to start questioning non-believers. Of course, the only one I see in Q I've questioned many times.
Why are you by yourself?
Well, because I just got done speaking to a Christian about Tacitus, and he went to look that up, and then I guess kind of felt the call of life.
Oh, that's not what I mean. I'm sorry, I just woke up. I mean, why are you here on the panel alone? Where are the rest of us?
Oh, the questioners are all sleeping, I assume. Questioners.
I'm a questioner that just woke up.
Well, maybe there's someone to be questioned.
Yeah, I think you've asked all the questions that are interesting. I ran out of interest. So,
You can't ask me questions.
I could.
Answering them too much.
I could ask, do you dream?
I nightmare. Since 2019, I have been stuck in what I call New Manhattan. It runs consecutively as if when I go to sleep, that's my reality. There was one particular moment in the destruction of New Manhattan that had me fucked up for about 4 days. Do you know why? Because every single night I went back into the place where I was hiding. And I happened to be hiding underneath bodies. So in a dream, every night, I was watching a lot of things happen while I was hidden underneath bodies. 3 days in a row. That one happened in 2020 in about April. That was like the worst one. But yeah, I have nightmares every night. I don't dream.
I understand that. Do you put any stock into your nightmares?
Yeah. They are just a representation of the shit that I don't want to deal with when I'm awake.
So you apply that meaning to them, that they represent what you don't want to deal with.
That's all a dream really is. Like, you live through survival mode, a crisis happens, shit goes south, right? And then you learn how to survive, you build your defense mechanisms, you have all your tools. As you get older, you come out of survival mode, right? If you can. And I've been able to come out of survival mode. But when I come out of survival mode, everything that I needed to handle has to be processed. But with a hormone influx, to maintain the hormones, I'm okay throughout the day while I'm awake. But when I'm asleep, my creative mind is actually unleashed. I have fought gods. I have died. The world has been flooded. I have drowned. I've been stabbed, shot, hit with a brick. And if I fall asleep, if the dream ends and it's raining and it's at night, it begins at night and it's either raining or the street is still wet. I only missed like a minute or two over the last 6 years. Only a minute or two when I go to sleep. I can't remember the dream, but it can right off where I left it. It's like I'm writing a book in my head.
Have you ever tried to write them down?
I do, but I don't consider my nightmares to be interesting. I just consider my nightmares to be in the palace that is handling the siege right now. So yeah, I don't look at my dreams as anything more than if it's not processing new data, then it's processing old concerns, fears, worries. Like, I got adult children, but in my nightmares, my children are small. And my biggest worry is protecting them, right? That's not for when they're smaller. It's easier almost when they're smaller, but when they're older, they're out of your hands and the fear doesn't go away. So now it turns into a nightmare. That's all. My brain deals with nightmares. I used to have like recurring nightmares. Now for the last 6 years, it's just one straight continuous nightmare. it started with me trying to take a lady out that took a child, and with seamstress pins, the items, she was using a child as the dress model, and so the pins were going into the kid's skin.
Wow.
And I went nuts, and I ended up having to wrap up my hand because I punched my wall trying to put the knife into the woman. The very first nightmare, like, because I had like a break because of a medication, and I went back and I could not come out. I left her house and I was in New Manhattan, and I've been there ever since. But I had to kill her because she was using children as clothing models, like mannequins.
Yeah, that's really wild.
Yeah, it's not worth writing about. But
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? It's not worth writing about. It's fucking terrifying. Who wants to see something like that?
You'd be surprised. Yeah.
I read John Soule's Suffer the Children. I was like, who thinks of this stuff?
Apparently, people like you that write their dreams down.
Stop sassing me.
I understand, though, the idea of a nightmare you go back to again and again, and it feels like you pick up where you left off.
Yeah, I do. You understand that?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
How the hell? Wait. Let me find out after like 6 years somebody understands what the fuck that's like. Because I'm like, yeah, I'm crazy. I'm so sorry. Nice to meet you.
Mine are nowhere near as narratively centered. Like I don't have interactions with human-like anythings in those nightmares, but they feel like they're the same place and the same kind of continuous story.
Yeah, I got that. Mine is a continuous story. And it's a little frustrating because in the last 6 years, I've had to move 7 houses for safety because, excuse me, New Manhattan is lawless. We have very limited law. The law is corrupt. Law, medicine, everything is in one building because of the flooding. And don't get me started, they even have like a women's gym. I went to go use the bathroom. Some Asian guy came along, started messing with my bidet. My husband turned into a black guy who was also a security officer. Yeah. Strange shit happens. I mean, I fought a god, but like a robot god.
Robot god, huh?
Yeah, like think of a celestial being, but it's mostly armor.
I can imagine something like that.
Yeah, and then it killed me. Twice. I eventually beat it, but it was like Dark Souls for a moment. I die, I wake up, I go back to sleep, it's like, try again. I'm like, what? Can I get a new slice of dream? I died down that alley. What's in this alley?
I think we have someone to save you from your nightmares, at least from having to tell us more about them.
No, you don't want my nightmares, especially not the urine coming out of the belly button nightmare. I'll tell you about that one day.
Oh no.
I will try to remember it without being scarred.
Oh,
but
God,
I'm scarred. I saw it.
Not scat. I can't deal with scat or like emissions.
Flora,
please.
Stop speaking for a moment. I need your age for TikTok TOS.
55.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
That's a very complex question. My answer
It's
would
really
be
not.
well, it is actually. Did you see my Okay, the answer is that you would not think so, but but if you
Okay. The question is, do you have a belief in a god or gods or anything like that?
I
You
don't
took higher power out. There you go. Anything like a god.
I don't believe in a sky daddy, but I do believe in math. And apparently there is something called um, game theory.
I see. So
And
you don't believe in a
sky daddy.
a sky daddy. You don't believe in a mind behind the creation, formation, or movements of the universe.
No, it seems not at all. But I do believe that there is a moral structure to the universe.
What do you mean by moral?
I mean that have you ever read the book Non-Zero by Robert Wright? It was published in the early thousands. It's okay if you didn't. Almost nobody.
I didn't. Sorry, I didn't even hear the title of the book. What was that?
Non-Zero.
I can't say I did. What does that have to do with your belief in a math god?
Okay, so non-zero means that there is it's a balance, and there's this, in most cases, it's a draw. Like, well, it's not a draw. It's like there's the chance that you should probably exploit them. That is the calculus of the most of human history. So you can imagine that not only evolution, but cultural history was always exploring like all of these like spaces. You understand the concept of, I know you do. I know you understand the concept that culture or evolution could explore various spaces.
Flora.
But there are.
What was the question I asked you?
I'm going to tell you something really special. If you'll be patient for 2 more seconds.
I'm not going to be patient if you're not going to respond to questions.
The answer is that there is a solution to the problem in the moral, in the moral structure of the universe. Where
What did I ask you though?
You're distracting me from my point. What did you ask me?
So you don't know the question you're trying to answer with the point you're making.
Well, I know what I want to say. What do you want me to say?
You just want to say things. You're not interested in responding directly to questions asked.
Well, I'm trying to say something, and then I'll ask lots of questions.
I'm not questions, and you don't seem to be responding. To have a pre-prepared thing you want to say, regardless of whatever question I ask. Is that accurate? You have a script you'd like to.
You're making a fool of me for calling what I'm saying a script just because it's more profound than 30 seconds long.
No, what he's saying is he asked you a question twice, and you were rude enough, disrespectful, and dismissive of him that you decided he wasn't worth your respect to engage in the conversation with him. He's trying to let you know that you are being rude and disruptive. Please answer his question, and then if there's a conversation worth your narrative, you can move there.
Okay, if that's what it takes, that sounds fair. What do you want me to say?
You're talking about some kind of objective moral framework or a morality that exists in the universe, a framework, a moral framework, you said, of reality. I asked you what moral means.
It means, well, in this case, it means that cooperation works better. Like there's a mathematical structure in game theory where it turns out that if people cooperate with each other, then they both benefit. And if they cheat, then they do not, then they both lose. And that is
So cooperation is what moral means.
In this instance, I think so. I think that I think that is a example of an example of people behaving morally.
What is?
Can I ask a question, Thrayle?
Go for it, Flo.
What if I live by the definition of what morality is, and you're not in alignment with it? How would we be able to reconcile this discrepancy?
I don't actually care. I would prefer to say that we don't have very many.
What I mean is, because not caring tends to limit our time together.
Wow.
What I mean is,
sounds like a threat.
I know, right?
It sounds exactly like that. I much prefer the guy with the deep, sexy voice. I actually prefer.
Dismissiveness dismisses you. I'm so sorry, but hold on one second. If morality is the standard of behaviors set by a group, right? How does your definition of morality work with the definition of morality?
Oh, Flora, you'll have to unmute to answer. I muted you when you were rudely dismissing and talking over Fluff.
Okay, what I said was she put words in my mouth. She's completely like misrepresenting what I said. She tried to turn it into some general like social thing. That's not what I was claiming.
Okay, so the definition of morality is not the definition of morality you gave us.
I don't know what you're talking about. Would you like me to explain this?
Definition of morality. What is the actual definition of morality?
I did not. I'm not trying to define morality.
And does your narrative work within the actual definition of morality?
I don't know what the actual definition of morality is. I am simply saying.
Leave it to you.
Do you want to hear this or not? Because it's actually interesting.
You don't know what the actual definition of morality is, and I told you what it is.
You did? What is it?
No, you're incapable of listening. You have.
I'm not incapable of listening. You're putting words in my mouth. You're misrepresenting what I'm saying. You're not being patient with me. I'm trying to say something. You're interrupting me.
You have a very toxic nature.
Flora, it sounds like you're not actually interested in engaging.
No, he's very misogynistic.
Oh my God, you're a victim. Okay.
No, you can't handle a woman. If you keep crashing out because you hear a woman's voice, you have an internal problem.
The guy's voice wasn't aggressive, by the way.
Her voice wasn't aggressive either. That was not aggressive.
It wasn't. It was.
You're just not used to strong women.
She put words in my mouth.
You're not used to strong women.
So, Flora, what word did she put in your mouth?
She said that I was saying that I was talking about, that I was generalizing about morality, which is something that I did not claim.
You said that I was generalizing about morality. You have to stop gaslighting. Next.
Interesting.
I am not saying that.
You also said I made it a social structure, which was incorrect. Anything else?
I am not. Do you want to? I actually read the entire book about this is actually.
So let me understand.
A very important book.
You're just interested in selling a book, then. So
no, this is an old book. Nobody cares about this book anymore.
So then you don't actually have the ability to answer questions about the belief system that you are holding.
No, I just don't want to play.
Let me ask you.
Do you want to? We've been going in circles. Do you want to hear it or not?
Hey, Hey, can you read? Can you read? Are you capable of reading? It's a yes or no. Can you read?
Structure. Do you want
So,
to? Why don't you? Why don't you let me
really
say it
quick,
and then respond?
Flora, can you read the big bold words on the screen for me right now?
Obviously,
the big ones.
Yes.
Can you read them out loud for me, please?
What is your belief? Why do you believe?
No. The big ones. The biggest.
Can you question your beliefs? Yes.
Good.
Yes. In fact, I'm very good at that, actually.
Are you?
Yes.
You say you're very good at questioning your own beliefs.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Are you capable of answering questions that others ask about your beliefs?
I'm extremely good at that. I'm just not good at playing games.
Really? It's interesting because we've been asking you questions and you don't seem interested in answering them. It seems like you're interested in just telling us something, almost like you're interested in proselytizing, preaching.
Oh my God! No, I'm an atheist.
So,
I'm a.
You can say that, but you're screaming. I don't know why you're screaming. I muted you because I'm not interested in the screaming. It sounds like you just want to give us a sermon about what you
I'm an
believe, rather than actually shut up, quit interrupting, just as loud, just as proselytizing, just as inconsiderate and disrespectful as any theist. You are not actually questioning your beliefs. You are not actually engaging with us in conversation. You are just trying to tell us something, to preach at us your doctrine, your dogma of ultimate morality through math. You haven't actually answered questions. You've just gibbered at us. And when we ask for clarifications, you act like we're suddenly changing what you're saying or not giving you room to speak. But you don't seem to understand, Flora, that this is not your pulpit. This is not your soapbox. This is a conversation.
And then demand that we adhere or coddle or cater to it, because that's called emotional labor. That you're not.
Fuck you.
And that's how you get dropped for being disrespectful.
By the way, I don't say the things that I really want to say when people have these moments. I spend most of my time being a people watcher and a bystander. I spend a lifetime holding secrets, which is why I can't drink. I have too many. And none of them are mine. Isn't that fucked up? To carry somebody else's secrets, you have to kind of divulge yourself of your own. And people are like, oh, well, you must have a ton of secrets so I can tell you. It's like, no. I literally don't even put a door on the fucking closet, okay? Fuck the skeletons in it, there's no door. And it takes a few minutes. When a person comes up onto the panel, they have an emotional reaction. Even me, when I first started doing panels, I realized that my armpits would sweat. I sound exactly the same way as I always have when you guys have spoken to me. But for the first 3 months, I was sweating. And my hands shook, and you couldn't see it on the camera because of social anxiety, right? But I also, so if a person makes my motor run, there's a part of my brain that just stops, gets really quiet, has no emotion, and says, look here. And the look here was, my understanding of one word is different from your word. How do we reconcile that and make that even? I don't care.
Okay. Your I don't care is going to limit how long you stay here. It's not me you're offending, it's the time you're wasting, and I don't care removes minutes from a conversation. I do it when I'm tired of a conversation. You'll start hearing me go, I don't care.
Yeah. I don't quite say it out loud like that, but I do indicate in different ways that I'm done.
Yeah, because I don't care is a provocative statement. And it's meant to be on. It is an assurance. It technically is an assurance. For a person that comes up and really wants to engage, they are assured that as long as they engage, the conversation flows. For a person that comes and wants to play, they are assured that this is the wrong place to do so. That's it. And if you had a boundary, you placed it, he doesn't respect it, and he's responding to a woman, and now you can get it too. The one that's in his presence can get it the most because she's the one that's doing the most damage. She's the one that's embarrassing him. She's the one that he's going to try to make crazy. She's the one that has to deal with the fact that he has lack of accountability. When a person speaks to the waiter a certain way, you know what they are. I am your waiter. As your moderator, I'm your waiter.
That is a good point. I've always been told that you can tell a lot about a person by the way they treat not just their waiter, but their mother.
No, their janitor.
Their janitor. Oh, interesting.
We're talking about strangers here. It's the waiter and the janitor.
Mm-hmm.
When it's a man talking to a woman, it's how he treats his mother. When it's a woman talking to a man, it's how she views her father. When you're talking to a believer, you're dealing with a person between the ages of 2 and 7. When you're dealing with politics, you're dealing with somebody between the ages of 13 and 18. You're dealing with development of a human being at the development stages. Whenever you go into their paradigm, their philosophies, their theories, their theologies, you're dealing with somebody under the age of 18. Mentally and emotionally. If they can carry a full conversation, but they are holding on to childish theologies, then you're still dealing with a child emotionally. At one point, whatever they're holding on to, you're dealing with a person that's trapped in their age at that moment.
Our friend David asks how you know everything. It's incredible.
I don't know everything. I'm a sponge. I'm just a sponge. I don't know everything. Like, someone just had to explain Marxism to me, and I'm still not. I don't think I got it. My mouth says I got it. My brain is like, what? The study, or is it a practice?
We have Hell joining us. Good morning, Hell.
Morning, everyone. How are you? How's
Doing
everything?
good. How are you?
A little bit. I got a gripe with you. I would like to file a grievance. Because hell exists. Christians are crazy. What's up with that?
Actually, my name Hell is like with the Viking hell, like the
I know.
queen.
I
Yeah.
know. I know. But because hell exists, Christians are crazy.
They are. They are, to be honest. Not only Christian. I think every Abrahamic religion they're crazy because the fearness of hell. That's the only thing that's not. Basically, they're doing a lot of bad things, but they pretend to be a very good people.
It's
They
a
are.
map.
Some of them, they are. But the
Yeah.
system itself it doesn't worth it, to be honest, to be followed.
I think it's fear. And I've noticed one thing. Fear is the only thing that justifies a person feeling okay to lie. Like they need to. Fear, like, kicks in a survival instinct and they have to lie. And I don't think they were paying attention to themselves doing it. Like, if I'm being honest, I think there's a level of severe compassion that people who do not know that they don't know need. And it's kind of like trying to hug and bathe a feral cat and give it love. It's going to scratch you a lot. But you have to take it out of the place of fear and survival and animalistic behavior and put it in a healthy and safe environment. And sometimes the feral cat is okay, and sometimes that feral cat got to go back out. I swear my cat was possessed. The nature of a thing, I've listened to it a few times, and someone said, but you need someone out there to tell you what to do. And instead of me going, why does someone need to tell you what to do? I kind of hit that on a visceral note where it's like, how much existential dread do you face on a regular basis? And how powerless and helpless do you feel, and small, that that's what you need? That's a very terrifying thing. Yeah, it's very scary. Because I would assume that a person can feel that fear through their ribs and into the bones of their shoulders, making everything tight and their jaws clench, and they can't breathe for a moment. And then they have to push on, and because the light turned green and they still have to get to work.
It's fluffy, to be honest. I agree with you. Pe- The reason why a lot of people they have that kind of fear of the unknown, fear of what gonna happen after we leave this world. The uncertainty that was caused by a lot of people to continue into believing things they might have their own doubt about it. Oh, of course, silent. Hey, Dave.
Oh, sorry, I messed myself up.
Hey, hello.
Sorry, it was an instant thought that I just had and it really just messed me up. Like, how many times has
You
a
alright?
person sat behind the wheel of their car, or they were about to go into a meeting, or they were about to do something and they had a panic attack?
Yeah, or they're on stage.
Yeah, like a sense of dread hits you.
Yep.
I think I can understand why
okay.
some people might lean to the unknown and to the supernatural for it. I don't remember when I was a believer if I had that fear and I leaned. I don't remember it so long ago. But when I
Well, I'd
watch
say
people self-soothe on panels, like I don't want to let them do it.
Yeah.
Because it breaks my
Deeper
heart to watch them self-soothe. It's like no one's gonna attack you, no one's doing anything. I'm taking away something that hurts. And it's like to take away the thing that hurts, you have to hurt the person because it's barbed on the inside and it, they're scarred from it. And now when
Do you burn sage at home?
Well, the last time I burned sage, I couldn't get back into the house until the smell dissipated. So
Oh, you didn't like the smell. Okay.
No, it's not
What
that.
about-
It's when I saged out the bad spirits, I found myself on the outside of the house. So we'll try lavender.
Oh, okay. Yeah, lavender's great. And you know what's lovely? Jasmine. Leludi nicta, the Greek call it. The flower of the night. Leludi nicta.
I'm sorry, Fluff, did you say that you saged out the bad spirits and forced yourself out too?
Yeah. She found herself outside the house. What does that say? It's a joke. What does that say? What is she saying? You're not bad.
She's saying she's a bad spirit.
No. She believes she's a bad spirit. She doesn't know it. She believes it.
I got called a demon and a man yesterday for like a half an hour.
Oh my God, man. I have a story for you today. Let me tell you a story.
Hang on, Dave. No,
Okay.
it's not story time. It's question beliefs time.
Sorry, Thrayle.
You, David, you have beliefs to question.
No, stop. David is a prancing leprechaun who is laughing at us as he skips along through the glen, frustrating us. David asking you questions. I'd love to say this. It is like dating a cat.
Are you saying you admire me, Fluff?
I'm saying that you are the reason why people will go off into the woods chasing the white stag.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I am the white stag.
No, you talk like the Fae.
Like the Fae, the fairies.
See?
Maybe I'm the king of the fairies.
I would believe it because you don't answer questions.
You ask a lot of questions.
David, do you
ask
believe in fairies?
Well, I mean, within the mythological, metaphorical sense of what they represent.
No.
Literally,
You're Irish.
fairies.
Do you believe in fairies?
No, bro, no.
Okay. Do you have a belief in a supernatural? Well, I mean, do you clap for Tinkerbell?
Actually, people have to clap for me because Tinkerbell is my spirit animal, but thank you. However, I like to believe in fairies.
Anyone who doesn't believe her, if she doesn't get enough attention, she will die just like Tinkerbell. So, yeah.
Hang on, wait. Hey, Boolabus. That's Irish for round of applause. Boolabus. Well done, everyone.
Obviously. No, he's not lying. I'm very codependent. So here's the thing. I like to believe in fairies because I love the excitement on the face of children when I keep them from destroying the flowers by telling them they're fairy homes. So I want to believe in fairies because I don't want to take it from the kids.
Well, and all the guilt you get to instill in them for all the flowers they've already destroyed when no one was looking.
Good. Terrors, little terrors. I've lost 8 apple trees because of this kid and his bike. Look.
His what? You need to explain that. You can't make abstract statements and then just drop us.
It made
What do you mean?
It made perfect sense to me.
I'm the garden lady. I'm the strawberry lady. And I'm the blueberry.
And kids like to ride their bikes through gardens.
Yeah.
Okay. How did the apple trees die? Because of bikes? I don't get it.
David.
Yeah?
I get to ask the questions on this live.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But before I do, I need to make sure and thank Vintage, Ethereal Embers, Claire, also Cara, Cat DeWitch, and Moria. Thank you all so much for helping with that goal. David, I've questioned you twice on this live, and much like Fluff says, it is difficult to get straight answers from you. So I'm going to ask you like you're fresh to the panel, like it's day one.
Okay.
We'll skip the age. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power? Anything like it?
Before I really give the answer, I want to define
That's
what
what I
God is to me. I need to define what God is, though, because people have this idea of a man in the sky or whatever.
So do you have a belief in something you call a god? And then I'll ask you what you mean by that.
Yeah, I do. I have a belief in something I call a God.
And what do you call God?
This eternal existence in which we all find ourselves. This cosmic question about which we know nothing. That's God.
So this existence we find ourselves in is God.
And the path of my life, the fact that I'm speaking to you right now, the fact I met you, that's beautiful. It's serendipity. It is God. That is God. Talking to you right now, this is God.
Why do you call all of existence and everything that happens God?
Because I feel, I don't know the answer, but I have the question. There's got to be a reason for all of this. There's got to be. I feel it in my heart. I don't know why. I don't know the answer. And I don't know if I'm right. But I believe it.
What do you mean by reason?
There's some point to it all. It's not random entropy. There is a reason.
So by reason, do you mean order, or do you mean meaning, or do you mean cause?
Think of it in a subjective way, okay? Let's imagine a man and he has a nightmare or a dream, okay? And the dream is pertinent to his own personal subjective life. Maybe he lost a parent recently, and now he has a dream about his father.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is there a reason he had the dream?
So you mean cause?
Sure.
So the cause he had the dream.
Yeah.
You think
was pertinent.
That is God?
Indeed.
Why?
Why do I believe it?
No, why do you refer to the cause that you assume everything has as God?
Because our language is so limited. It's the closest word I can use to express that sentiment.
Are all causes God?
Yes.
How?
Because they all exist within this world.
So if everything exists, everything is God. I get you. So we're sandwiching.
Well, that's what I'm trying to been saying to you before. This is what I've said before.
So
I've stood by my...
why not universe?
Because we don't know what's beyond it yet. We
So
don't
why
know
God?
if there is. Because it's the alpha and omega. It's the all-encompassing reason. It's the all-encompassing everything.
Is it the all-encompassing everything?
What? Is what? The all-encompassing everything.
The universe.
We don't know.
I see.
But we don't, though, do we? We don't know.
So we don't know if the universe is everything. We don't know if there's more.
There may be more.
What you're saying.
There may be more. Yeah, there may be more. I don't know. Do you?
I don't know, David. But purpose does calling it God give it? You said that everything must have a reason. Does calling everything God give it reason?
I said that this existence, I call that God because it's the closest word. I didn't say it's the right word. I said it's the closest word in our limited primate linguistical abilities that I can use to point towards the all-encompassing everything that ever was and ever will be ever again. Existence.
What about the word everything?
I prefer to use the word God, and that's just my personal choice. But I don't think everything really sums it up for me.
Yeah. Go for it, Fluff.
David, what if we're just the universe experiencing itself through our primitive layer of consciousness?
Perhaps we are, and that's God then.
How is it God if we are just elements of the universe?
Because that's pretty amazing, don't you think?
No. Answer the question.
That's...
Stop sassing me.
I'm not being sassy, man. I'm giving you genuine, honest answers. You think I'm sassy, man. I'm not trying to be sassy with you.
My voice, your personality starts dancing a jig with me. You literally are dancing away. You get back here, David.
I'm here.
Question. No, seriously.
I'm serious. I'm answering you.
Follow me along. Follow me real quick.
Hold my hand.
No, because you're going to lead me into a bog. Just follow me. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't trust the Fae. Never take the hand of a Fae, ladies and gentlemen. You'll never get back. 100 years will pass before they let you go home. Don't trust the Fae.
I'm not a bad person. I'm not going to do any harm to you.
I didn't say the Fae were bad. I just say the Fae are like genies. Be careful what you wish for. Okay, so here's the thing. Let's take a look, David. No God, me and you. Energy. Energy creates matter, right?
What is energy?
Stop asking me. Okay, so energy is the ability to act, right? And if we look at law of energy, energy can neither be created nor destroyed, only transferred. Now, if I were to tell you that the net sum of energy inside of our universe is, or a net zero of energy, everything is even by our primitive technological view so far, this is what we see.
Yeah.
Where in this narrative does God fit?
So me and you are alone, and it's just me and you right now, and we're made of energy. Right? Am I correct? Is that what you said?
Right, but you and I are a cause. We are the effect of a cause.
Yeah.
Do we say, now, you and you say the cause is God. I say the cause is energy.
I call the cause God, and you call it energy. It's semantics. It's semantics, Fluff.
It's not semantics. Because energy is energy. The universe is the universe, and God is an abstract concept.
I think the fact that I'm even able to speak to technology, why we exist.
But why are you able to speak to me? You weird Fey man speaking to me in the Isle of Avalon. Where?
I don't.
Where?
I don't.
What is it? What is the mechanism that is being utilized to help us communicate?
Our existence.
Incorrect. Our understanding.
Can you narrow it down a little more, David?
Yeah. Listen. David, closer to the planet. Why are you and I able to utilize technology to speak? Why?
Do you want me to start at the very beginning?
No, start at the most simple part. Why is it that you and I are able to utilize technology to speak? What was needed?
Because in the 60s, the American government invented the internet, and then in the 2000s.
I'm asking the question wrong. Let me just answer it instead of asking you, because
Please, listen. I'm not your enemy,
They do this all the time. He says men are not mind readers. Okay, so here's the thing.
It's true, though. Well, I don't know about all men. I know what I am.
Hang
I'm
on,
a man, and
David, you gotta slow down and let her get the question out.
What I'm getting at
sorry.
is this. The reason why we are utilizing this technology is because somebody understands that time operates differently, and time is an artifact of gravity.
Okay, yeah, I know. I understand what you're based by matter, right?
Right, because I kind of thought that you were following me. That's why I thought you would have just simply gone in there because you know the answer. But
yeah, sometimes you gotta sometimes you just gotta, like I said, metaphorically, hold my hand a little bit.
Yeah. So, if we understand that time operates differently because time is an artifact of gravity, and gravity is an artifact of matter and mass, and we know that matter is an artifact of energy. Within that line of dependency,
within that framework, yes,
it's a line of dependency.
Okay.
Where is God?
God is the cause
of what?
Of everything you just talked about.
Or the expansion?
The energy, the expansion, the gravity, the matter.
That's everything.
Me and you, the phone I'm speaking to you on.
How is God the cause of an energy that can neither be created nor destroyed?
Excuse me?
How is God the cause of an energy that can neither be created nor destroyed?
How can he create an energy that can't be created is a great question.
I don't
know is a great answer. I know. I gotta let you
I'm
off
sorry,
the hook with an
guys.
I don't know, but Hell has
Listen.
a question. She's had her hand up, so hang on, David.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey Dave, you're saying that we exist, to my understanding, when you say like we exist and therefore God existed. But my question to you, how do you know you exist?
I don't.
Then
I
how,
think
so
I
therefore you
exist. I believe I exist,
think
but
you
I don't know anything, do I? I don't really know anything. Do you really know anything?
let's say I don't know if I exist or not, but I cannot even assume that the God exists.
I'm not being defensive here, okay?
No,
I
you're
truly
not.
am not being. Okay? I was asked about what I believe. I'm really trying to explain it. And people in the comments are saying I'm using a trap card.
Oh,
so,
don't worry about the
well,
comments. We're asking
I'm not
you
worried.
questions about
I'm not
your
worried.
belief.
I'm trying
you
to.
know the model of the show, David. So
I do. I do. I do know
worrying
it.
about the
I
comments
listen
makes
every
it so
day.
you distract yourself from Hell's question.
I wanted to just address that I truly believe everything I said to you and Fluff, and now Hell has a question, and now let's proceed with the question, and I'll try to be as sincere
Do you remember
and
the question
articulate.
she just asked you before you started?
She said, "Do you know that you exist?" And I said, "I don't know." I said, "I believe I do. I think I do." Descartes, right? I think, therefore I am, right?
Okay. So if that God exists.
Yes.
Okay. What make you to go to the assumption that God exists?
Because I defined what God is to me, and I believe that everything exists, right?
He sandwiched God into everything, and everything already exists, so you have to accept
What
as God
is God. I mean, what is God? Tell me what God is.
Oh, I don't
We're
know.
not here to do that.
Okay,
Go ahead,
well,
Hal.
No, the issue here, Dave, at least with me, of the way that I understand things, and excuse me if I say that, if I don't know something, I don't know something. I'm not gonna make an assumption about it. Yeah, there is a whole wild experience people are experiencing, but I did myself did experience what is the meaning of that experience and how is it. But also, I'm not gonna make assumption that genies exist because I came from area where they believe in genies all the time.
Did I mention a genie once?
No, she was using it as an example, David. Did you hear the rest of what she said?
Yeah, she said she knows what she knows and she knows what she doesn't know. Basically, in a nutshell.
No, she doesn't. She did not say that.
She said she won't make assumptions.
Understand me in a wrong way. Good, I gonna say that. No, I did say that I have a lot of things that I don't know. Okay, but I will not make an assumption about their existence because it's the unknown.
Okay. Okay. I am making an assumption. You're correct. I'm making an assumption that everything exists. I don't know if it exists, but I believe it does. And I explained earlier, I call that God, Alpha and Omega, the beginning and end.
What is the beginning, Dave?
What is eternity?
I don't know what's eternity. What's the
Neither do
beginning?
I. An
beginning
infinite
of
loop.
what? It's
An
something.
infinite. An infinite loop, perhaps? I don't know. I'm not a mathematician. I'm just a singer. I'm not trying to be rude to anybody. You genuinely ask me what do I believe. I'm trying to lay it out as articulately and calmly as I can.
No one did say anything about that. And as Thrayle told you, don't focus on the comment section. People have their own understanding of things, and they're
I know.
just saying it.
I just addressed one comment because I wanted that user to understand I'm not here to troll anybody. Thrayle wants to know.
David, is it just that I want to know? Is it just that I want to know? What do I want from the questions?
Can I help a little bit?
You want people.
David,
Okay, go.
Help them understand you. And I mean this with a lot of levity and at the same time.
Okay.
Our David is very, very, very Irish. And what do I mean by that? If you think of Irish folklore, Irish folk songs, and Irish stories, there is the wily, clever, playful, carefree personality that is very prominent with the Irish. And the reason why they have this wonderful little tale about them, and I'm saying the positive part, of they answer questions like the Fae. They don't lie. The fun thing that makes David so endearing is that he doesn't lie.
Thank you, Fluff. Skippy-doo. You're so right.
He dances, he shimmies, he cha-chas, he rumbas, he mumbos, he watusis, he dougies, and he nay-nays the fuck away from a question.
I don't understand half of your American slang, but I'm just going to trust you.
So,
okay?
David, the question I asked before was,
excuse me.
Do you know what I want from the questions?
Yes. You want me to analyze my own prejudices and assumptions and question, could I possibly, maybe, perhaps be wrong? That's what you want. I don't know if I can give it to you. I don't know if I can grant you that.
Is that because you have stretched God into being everything, and you don't know how to question everything.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Is it
What
not
does it
better than
mean?
a man with a beard in the sky? Is it not
do
better
I
than
mean?
that?
What do I mean when I say sandwiched?
I don't know. I don't know.
When I describe the universal sandwich, you've heard me do that before, right?
To be honest, I'm not familiar with what you mean by sandwich. I probably heard you saying it. All right, I probably heard you saying it. Don't know what
So
you're.
if I were to simply just say that a sandwich is anything that is layered or can be described as such.
Like an onion.
Right,
Like Fluff said, an onion. Right, now I remember.
An onion would definitely be a sandwich too. So if everything is layered or can be described as layered, well then everything is a sandwich. Right? You're a sandwich.
Yeah.
Because you're layered. I'm a sandwich because I'm the same way that with God that I do with sandwich. You're just sandwiching. And by doing so, it's not that.
Does that make me an atheist, though? Does that make me an atheist? Really? Like, or can I not just say I believe in God? Am I not allowed to say that?
I don't know, David.
I don't.
That's up
Either
to
do I, Thrayle. I don't know. I told you I don't know. I said I believe. If you ask me, do I believe?
Yeah, it makes you a pantheist.
I know what that word means. I know what that word means. I know a lot of words, man. I know a lot of words.
And everything theist. So you're calling everything God. So if you're calling everything God and I'm calling everything sandwich, are either of us doing anything novel? Like anything new? Are we learning anything, gaining anything?
We are. Hey, by having the conversation, we now understand each other better, because I know when you talk about sandwiches and I talk about God, that we have a little bit of common understanding of what both of us are saying. Is that right? No? Is that not the idea of this having a chat?
In place of everything, any different than my use of the word sandwich?
Nope. It's not really, is it? It's just you have a word for it and I have a word for it.
Do you think that when I call everything a sandwich, that I imagine I can take the universe and put it in my lunchbox and eat it in half an hour or less?
Well, I mean, there's literal meanings and then there's metaphorical ones, right? You're metaphorically using the word sandwich. I don't think you're going to eat the sandwich at lunchtime, are you? It's not a cheese and ham, is it?
Are you metaphorically using the word God?
Thrayle, let him do this. We were walking, you turned around, he wrapped you in a rope, threw you into a bog. You're about to get transported off to the land of the Fae.
I don't know.
I came here.
If he's metaphorically using God, if he's metaphorically using God the way I metaphorically use the word sandwich, well then...
I mean, if everything is a metaphor, if the universe is a metaphor, and eternity, and I'm a metaphor, and you are, and Fluff, and all the listeners,
I didn't say
and the phone in my hand.
Metaphors for eternity.
Right, no, but I'm saying if everything is a metaphor.
Metaphors for eternity, and how does that answer my question?
Literal or a metaphor? I'm asking.
How would I know?
Then I can. Well, I'm not trying to be metaphorical when I say God. I don't know.
So
like I think I'm leaning towards the answer that I'm being literal, because I literally believe everything exists, which is the word I use for God, right?
Believe everything exists.
I believe it. I don't know. I believe it. Right?
I see. But you believe everything is also God.
Yeah. The eternal cosmic existence, this plane of existence on which we all find ourselves.
Take the word God away as if you never knew. what would you say now?
Oh, does it have to be in English?
No.
No.
Buise, den vlepoisena, den sakur Allah no miso esena ado.
What language
Kala.
is that?
Greek.
It's not the language I expected you to speak.
Totally expect a Gaelic. Anyway,
I'm sitting here like ready for Gaelic. Yeah.
I was totally geared.
I can speak Irish too. I can give you some Irish if you really want.
You know what?
What?
Everybody just like, yeah, I'm gonna open my trench coat for this, and then you showed us your collection of Beanie Babies. This was not what we were going for.
Collection of what did you say? What?
Anyway, we're all getting ready to jump into the hot tub with you, David. Now, what I want to take the word God away. Take the philosophy of God away. Use
the philosophy. The philosophy of God.
Right. The
now,
question
Fluff, you understand how the philosophy of existence. Is that correct?
Beautiful.
So what am I left with? What am I left with?
Damn it, you're still here, David.
I'm left with the eternal void then, am I? It never happened and it never will. Is that the question?
No.
I think I'm having a panic attack.
Tell me earlier that you're not a mind reader. Why did you just try?
What? What'd you say?
Didn't you just tell me you're not a mind reader? Didn't we agree that you're not a mind reader? What? And this is the reason why. You guys got to stop giving women mixed signals. Stop telling us
mixed
that
signals
get into our brains. And
hey,
then I didn't. Mind readers.
You make assumptions. Sometimes.
You make assumptions. You just
I
thought
still like you.
What I was thinking. David, do you want to get from the knees? I'll bite your ankles, man.
Are you upset that I?
Dial it back and let
I'm so sorry.
Get a question out.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let me get my question out. My question is simply this. Take away what you consider to be God. What is it without the word?
Everything without the word.
Does it still exist? Does it have a name without God? Over liar.
Can I quote Shakespeare?
No, because that's not going to answer your theology. It's going to give me something.
Would it not?
No. Somebody else's word.
Do you know what line was I going to quote?
There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
Wait,
that's what you
Fluff,
were going to say.
Are you reading my mind right now? Fluff, I'm talking to you. What
else's words are not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for yours.
David, quit trying to distract.
Because a word,
guys, I'm not. You're totally misreading my intentions. You completely misread me. You don't understand me at all, and I'm really trying to explain it.
I think I do.
Rose, by any other name, does not.
Thank you, my friend.
It doesn't.
Thank you.
Answer my question.
What's the question again, then? Sorry.
Without the word God, it has its own words. Everything that you've utilized to say
God, so you want to take away. You want to take away a word, okay? And you want me to use another word, okay? Why don't we take away all the words, right? Imagine there was no words.
David,
would it still be there?
David,
can you do me a favor?
The question.
Take your boot off your neck because I'm not with you.
I came here to relax.
You are, David.
You sound like every line that anybody could have ever made in the world off of a hooker's butt. Do me a favor, David.
What?
If we take the okay, if I say God is everything, right? All of creation, all of existence. I take the word God out. What word would I use? Universe.
Cool.
If God is our, if God controls the soul, if I take the metaphorical understanding of soul out and put in the definition of soul, it's your psyche.
Okay.
So when you take God out of your narrative for a, would you
Theos. Or in
Innocent
Irish,
God in another language.
or in Irish, we would say Modia. Modia.
So-
Buekas le dia. Thanks be to God. Buekas le dia.
David,
Ooh.
Oh, you're
slow breaths.
You have
Slow
Catholic.
it down.
I went shopping this morning. I had a panic attack in Dunnes Stores, and I came back. I went live. I got trolled, and I quit the live. And I saw Fluff was live with Thrayle. I said I'm gonna have a nice chat with my friends, and I still think you're friends. You're still my friends. I still love you guys, right?
Yeah, David.
What we're trying to do
appreciate
here is
you.
have a meeting of the minds right now.
Well, is
I'm being
it? Well,
totally
hang on.
sincere.
Hang on, though. Is it a meeting of the minds? Do you think it's supposed to be a meeting of the minds?
I mean, yeah, I'm here to talk to you and Fluff and express myself and try to understand your expressions. You say sandwich, she says
that's
universe,
the part.
I said
Yeah.
God.
Well, that's the
We
part
all
there, trying to understand our expressions. I'm saying sandwich to make a point. Do you know the
Right.
point now of the sandwich? Why I use it?
I think I understand why you use the word sandwich. I think I do.
What am I
And I think
accomplishing with it?
You're trying to get people that you have on the live to you're trying to parse something out. You're trying to draw something out of the people in order to make them really question what they believe. That's what you're trying to do. It's a conversational tactic. I'm not saying it's a bad tactic. It's a very clever one. You're a clever man. You're a clever guy.
So, right now, why would I apply the sandwich to your belief?
Well, I took it in a kind of metaphorical / literal sense that you said you call everything a sandwich, and I defined that I call everything God. And I said that earlier.
Am I only making the comparison here for everything, or is there a deeper meaning, a layer to the sandwich that you maybe haven't seen yet?
Oh yeah, I said I don't know everything. I said I don't know anything. I said that. I said I don't know anything. Hell asked me, do I even know if I exist? I said I don't know. I said I believe I exist. So I really sincerely answer everything with sincerity, no trap cards, no deception. I'm not a fairy king.
Right. I understand. I haven't called you Oberon yet.
Bull.
What does that mean? What does Oberon mean?
Oberon. You were quoting Shakespeare earlier. You don't know Oberon is the king of the fairies.
No. Which play was that one?
Midsummer.
I haven't read it. I read Romeo and Juliet. I read King Lear. That's a good one, and I read Othello. That's great as well. Othello's a great story.
I think you'll like Hamlet, and I think you'll like Midsummer Night's Dream.
You're gonna love it.
I have not read Hamlet, but I've attended plays, like live productions of Hamlet, but never read it. And it is good. You're right. It is great. It is. I need to read a little bit more. I'm spending too much time on fucking TikTok lately.
Ooh, you know which one you'd really love, and then the movie to go with it?
Tell me.
Merchant of Venice, because who wants?
Oh yeah, I read that. I read it.
Al Pacino, right? Nobody wants to give up Al Pacino.
I didn't know there was a movie with Al Pacino about
that.
I read Merchant of Venice.
Shit's badass. It is so
The judge catches him out. He says, okay, you can take your pound of flesh, Shylock, but if you spill one drop, you're gone. It's over. And that was the loophole in the law that saved the day, right? Great play.
Not a man, it was a woman.
Oh, the judge was. Oh, well, I was 15 when I read it. I'm 37, so it's been a while. Sorry.
In any event,
I never said man or woman. I said judge.
Before this becomes the Shakespeare review, you understand the sandwich.
I do. I think I do. I know what you're doing with the sandwich thing.
What am I doing
with
the sandwich thing?
I said already, you're trying to draw a definition. You're trying to parse out through your conversations with your guests about what they really believe.
With you.
With me.
What am I doing with you with the sandwich?
You're trying to show me that maybe, perhaps, possibly, my usage of the word God for everything and eternity might be the wrong word to use, or redundant, or unmeaningful, or something. Erroneous. Oh, well, okay, well, you said it, not me. But, yeah, that's what you're doing. Am I right?
Possibly. Could it be erroneous?
Okay. I mean, that's my personal choice, what words I want to use for things.
Why are you making that personal choice?
Because I said already, it's the closest word. I didn't say it's the right word, and I mentioned that earlier too. I said it's the closest word I personally, subjectively, David, know eternity and existence and gravity and time. Okay? And I'm being so sincere with you. I know I sound aggravated.
You sound like we're pushing some buttons, and so
no, I
gonna
literally had a panic attack. I came here to chill, man. I came here to have a good chat with somebody, and I'm having a good chat with you guys.
I hope you're chilling. I think
Hey,
Hell
David,
has a question.
real quick.
What?
When was the last? What? Okay. How warm is it where you are?
Outside or in my home?
Where are you?
I'm in Ireland.
No, in or out of the house. Oh, God damn it.
I'm in my house. It's roasting. It's like the Americans use Fahrenheit, right? I don't know Fahrenheit, but it's like 23 degrees right now in my living room.
Is it
23
warm?
degrees Celsius. Yeah, it's warm, man. That's like in the 60s or 70s for you guys.
David, I'm gonna walk you through this. Okay, you ready?
What? Yeah, cold shower, is it?
No.
Thank God. I hate showers. I hate cold showers, man.
God damn it, David. Okay, ready?
What?
I want you to go to your kitchen.
The kitchen is the living room. It's the same room. Kitchen and living room.
Damn it, David.
I'm just telling you, man.
Okay, so here we go, David. I want you to get cold water, no ice.
What? No ice, okay. Yep.
No ice.
Doing it. Can you hear the tap running? I'm doing it, I promise. Right.
Now, do you have lemon juice?
I have no lemons right now.
Not even
I
the
might have limes.
Do you have a lime?
Limes? No, actually I don't.
I
need to go fucking shopping again.
That's good.
I'm nothing.
David?
I have garlic.
Oh my God, no, this is not what we want, David. Do you
Focus,
have...
David.
I have water.
Good.
Okay?
Take a cup.
I'll put it in my water.
Oh.
I'm shaking like a leaf. I'm not saying that for sympathy. It's the truth.
No.
It's been a rough couple of weeks. So I can't sleep, guys. I can't sleep.
Yes, you can. We're about to help you. We're going to do the orange in the water.
Yeah, it's in it. Did it.
Drink it. Couple of sips. Give me a couple of sips.
All right. Did it.
Good. Go into your cabinet. Okay.
Yeah.
I want you to grab a little piece of pepper.
Black pepper? That's what I have. Yeah, have it.
Go ahead and crack that in your mouth. Go ahead and put that in your mouth and crack it.
Hang on, wait. So you want me to get like a bead of pepper and then chew it Because this yolk is a grinder. I have a grinder thing. I have to take off the lid. Hang on.
No. Just shake a little bit in your hand and eat that.
Oh, right. Hang on. I have to grind it first. Oh, fuck.
Oh, the peppercorn
Sorry,
is
excuse
better.
me.
No, the whole.
Yeah, no, this is black pepper.
The whole
Is it?
peppercorn
Okay.
is better. The
Yeah,
whole
Okay, I'm going
peppercorn.
to take. I have to take off the lid thing because it's a grinder. Hang on, I'm doing it. Okay, I did it. Oh, excuse me.
Bless you.
Right,
Right.
one, or will I take three or something?
Take one.
Just one.
Yeah,
One.
right.
And then chew
Alright.
on it. And just chew on it
Doing
and
it.
keep it in your mouth. And I'm going to mute you for a second, just for a second, just so we don't hear all the smacking. Keep it in your mouth for a second. And then when you're done, you'll feel that zip in the back of your throat.
Right. And then the other thing I want you to make sure that you're doing is I want if you're wearing shoes, take them off. I want your feet on the cold floor. Bare feet on the floor. And your panic attack will start to calm down less than 3 minutes.
Done, he says.
You're panicking
Medical
something,
advice.
or reading something, or writing something. So what we do is when we have a panic, we realign what's happening. The panic is you're focusing on something. Your body is responding to something. When you are reading or writing something, you're changing the focus. Right? So what I would say is read something you wrote and then rearrange.
Sorry to interrupt you, I usually play guitar and that helps a lot.
That's a good idea, David.
That's one thing. But sometimes when you don't get to that, you can literally just pick up the back of anything and read it.
I'm going into my bedroom because it's colder in my bedroom. It's really cold in my bedroom, so that's better, isn't it? I open the curtains and the windows and all that stuff.
Get the chill in your system, you feel cold, like too cold
See
on
what?
the body. That's when your panic attack is really over. You should get like a little shiver.
Chill.
Yeah. Okay, good. I'll take off this dressing gown I have.
There you go. You'll get a chill when it's over.
All right. So.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, I feel better. I feel kind of better.
David, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Take another deep breath. Sounds like you're holding it.
I was holding it. You're a mind reader.
We're not breathing correctly. We're breathing on a count of 4. We inhale for 4 seconds, exhale for 4 seconds. Do that 3 times, you'll be all right.
Sing. Forces you to sit. It forces you to breathe if you sing.
That's true, it does. And you sound like you're doing better now, David. I'm glad that you're feeling a little calmer. I appreciate you. I do, David. I appreciate you.
I love you. I love you. Listen, this isn't the only thing that I go on to when we talk about theology. It's not the only channel. And excuse my French, I pissed off some Christians. And they come to my live when I'm singing and they harass me. And it happened this morning, after the panic attack in Dunstores. And I cancelled my live. I went off live. And I said to a mutual follower of all 3 of us, someone who follows me, follows you guys, before I cancelled it, I said, I'm really sorry, but I can't take this. I'm cancelling it. I said, if Fluff is live, I'm going straight there to relax. I swear to God, that's what I said to her. You know who I'm talking about. I won't say her name. That's exactly what I said. I said, if Fluff or Thrayle is live, that's where I'm going. I'll see you there, bud. That's what I said. I need to relax because the Christians want to crucify me for pissing them all off there the other night. I didn't mean to piss them off. It just fucking happened, and now they think it's really funny to make, and it's bullshit. Oh, and I can't sleep at all. I can't fucking sleep. I'm good. Don't worry. I'm grand. I'm going to go live in... What?
You have Audible.
No, I just tried it before. I don't like it. I have YouTube. Everything is great. Premium, no ads.
I got you, but I want you to see if YouTube has Will Patton reading something to you.
Oh yeah, Will Patton. He's deadly. Yeah. Or do you know who's great? Alan Watts. Alan Watts is great, man.
Hold on 1 second. There's a guy that we watch at night. Chubby Emu sometimes gives me anxiety attacks, but we listen to a guy do the lore for Dark Souls and for Elden Ring.
And I got Will Patton. I'll make a new tab and then you'll tell me again, okay?
Yeah, Will Patton has the most amazing knock you out to sleep voice.
Is he the singer guy, or is that someone other Patton? Who's the Patton that sings? Okay, yeah, that's someone else.
Did you ever see the movie Armageddon?
With Bruce Willis?
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was like 9 or something. 97, wasn't it?
And Kip, that's high strung, but always looks like he's smiling when he's talking. The really chill guy that nobody ever.
The guy with the. Was he in Reservoir Dogs?
No. God, no.
Oh.
That's Bill Paxton.
No, it's not Bill Paxton. It's the crazy guy with the crazy eyes. When 9/11 happened. Yes.
Steve Buscemi.
Yes. That's him. Do you know when 9/11 happened? He used to be a fireman before he got famous, and when 9/11 happened, did you know that? Did you know that? He doesn't brag about it, but it's the truth. Look it up, Google it. Steve Buscemi went to the towers. What?
Do we know? What the fuck?
What is she saying?
What the fuck are we talking about? What the fuck?
Sorry.
What
Who's
the
that?
fuck are we talking about?
Hammy. We're talking about everything, man.
Wait,
okay.
Here we go. Let me put it a little bit deeper. What the fuck? What the fuck are we talking about?
Everything, I told you.
How you feeling, David?
Grand. I might Levy's B and play guitar and stuff. Yeah.
That's probably
Love you.
a good idea. Appreciate
Yeah, maybe like you know, I love talking to you, man, and Fluff. Okay, I love talking to you. I love listening to you. I don't need to come on and talk. I can listen. It's grand. It's grand. Fluff is going to start a history podcast on YouTube with me, and we're going to start at the very beginning, and we're going to work our way the whole way up through history. That's what we're going to do. Yeah, we're going to start.
I just got threatened with being kidnapped and taken to the land of Fae.
It's too late. You've been there. You just didn't realize it. Bye.
Take care, David.
I felt like we were all just hanging with China White just now. It felt like it.
That was our wildest ride with David yet, but I appreciate him nonetheless. I really do. Anybody not following David already, make sure you do. He does great lives where he plays guitar and sings you songs
I'm
in that
gonna
same,
see this guy.
same voice.
He's like, shit, they're on to me now. And then he ran off. And I'm sorry.
That's what happens when you...
I didn't mean to
when you
expose
call
the
Faye by its name.
I told you it's he doesn't lie, but he doesn't answer a question. Every time I think of David answering a question, I think of him dancing before the Lord with all his might, like you can't catch me.
I've gotten some clear answers from him before, and we're far enough to know he definitely has a sandwich of a god. And,
yeah.
And that's something.
Every time you say sandwich, I stand up and I go make myself sandwich. And you need to stop doing that because I'm gaining weight.
Yeah, you guys gotta stop talking to women about carbs. You know it's our favorite
Exactly.
thing.
It's a food. It's like we love. This is our comfort zone.
Yeah,
A sandwich
especially
doesn't
a
have to have
sandwich.
carbs.
Especially a sandwich.
Sandwiches don't need carbs. They just need layers. They don't even have to be edible.
I don't think you understand what a sandwich is. Let's talk about this.
A sandwich is anything that is layered or can be described as such.
No, because an Oreo is a cookie. It's like a cookie cream sandwich, right?
It's a sandwich cookie, yeah.
Sandwich.
Cookie, right? And then we have a sandwich ice cream bar, right? And what is
layers?
Well, yeah, but the outside, right? Because it's a dessert, can't be bread. Or can
The
it?
outside can't be bread. A moon pie is a sandwich.
That's a good point.
A human is a sandwich.
But the moon pie is cake. Cake isn't bread. Cake is cake.
Cake is sandwich.
Cake isn't sandwich. Cake is not a sandwich. It's a cake.
But it has layers.
But it only has gooey because a cake is a cake, whether it has layers or not.
Right, but a cake, whether it has layers or not, is layered in the complexity in which we can describe it as a cake and a sandwich and a dessert.
No, because you can sheet cake and there's no other layer. Pound cake. There's no other layer.
If you actually cut into like a cake, there's like a crusty outer layer and then a soft, fluffy inner layer, and yeah, that's layers. There's
Not
a
with
top
no
layer.
baked cheesecake.
No baked cheesecake absolutely has layers. You got to do the graham crackery crust part first, right?
No, you don't need a graham cracker crust part with a no baked cheesecake. You can literally just make a soft cheesecake, and you don't have to have the bottom layer of graham cracker.
I mean, technically that's a pudding, but pudding is also a
It's not a
sandwich.
pudding. It's made of cheese.
Cheese pudding.
It's not. No, we don't have cheese pudding. We have. No, cakes are not sandwiches. Cakes are loaves of bread. Not like
loaves of bread are sandwiches.
one bread slice is not a sandwich.
It is. It's a bread sandwich.
No, it's not.
I feel like we need to put what the fuck up for Thrayle.
I agree on that, to be honest.
Fluff's just in denial of the sandwich. It's okay. She'll come around.
I think we unalived her. Y'all, so Fluff's life is not going to be happening in the hour that she's supposed to go live because she has been unalived. We're so sorry for the inconvenience. She'll be back tomorrow.
Sandwiches.
Maybe.
Sandwiches done her in.
No, you didn't.
So, in lieu of flowers, she'll be asking for sandwiches at her funeral. Thank you.
You just called it a bread sandwich. You take a slice of bread and you put it between two slices of bread. And then you cut a bread sandwich. Thrayle.
But even the bread in the middle, if you just took it out, I mean that'd be a sandwich.
Be a wish sandwich at that time.
No. Okay.
I think we broke her.
Okay, no.
We have definitely broke her. Fluff. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Everything's
That was a tension relief because actually, no, Thrayle, a slice of bread is not.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially a slice of bread. So if you think about it, a slice of bread is surrounded by crust, and so that makes an outer layer of crust and an inner layer of fluff, and there you have a bread sandwich. It's as much a sandwich as sushi is a sandwich.
Oh god. Okay, I can see Susie. God damn it! Oh, it's not a sandwich.
Does it have layers?
It's a pocket meal. Oh my god, no.
In your definition, every meal is a sandwich because it has layers.
Oh, sandwiches don't have to be edible.
The earth is a sandwich.
You're a sandwich.
Not a sandwich.
I'm a sandwich too. It's okay.
No, it's not. Like I'm
not a sandwich.
Yeah, I
You
cannot
guys are gonna make me
associate the
break out the
idea of.
chart.
Yeah, like I want, like if you say sandwich, my brain is only going to food.
The chart exists.
Why did you cross soup? Is that a sandwich?
A soup doesn't exist.
Oh, it doesn't exist. Okay.
It's a transient state of sandwich.
You've been called anti-soup now. So
I'm not anti-soup. It's not my fault that it doesn't exist.
It's just that soups are sandwich. A soup sandwich. A sandwich. Amy says, I'm going to find something to eat that's not a sandwich. Well, surprise, surprise, you won't be able to find it.
David said he screenshotted the chart, so he's going to study it meticulously. That's good. Yeah, they're
chips are sandwiches.
I wouldn't make a claim without evidence, so I don't do that.
the chart, to be honest.
But it's evidence, and it's right there in front of you. How can you not see it as...
The chart says that toast is a sandwich, which would mean bread is a sandwich.
It means chips are sandwich.
So everything is a sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
Every food item we eat is a sandwich.
Yeah.
No.
Sandwich boy.
No. Oh, God damn it, Thrayle, fight me. I got fucking defeated. I just couldn't breathe for a second. I'm back. It's not a sandwich. You are a stew. You have... God damn it. You are a stew. You have organs. You got gravy. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Greers,
Bones.
layers inside of
No, because if you look at the bones, and the bones,
Look at the
inside,
bones, bro.
we are haggis.
I mean, does that make us like on the chart? Is that like a taco, or is that like a
No, it's not a
calzone?
taco. It's like Rocky Mountain oysters.
We're like a calzone, I think. I think
We're
that's the
not a
kind of sandwich we
calzone.
are.
That's not what. You're just trying to lure me into liking this with cheese. Get back here. You are a stew. You got
Sure, you're a
organs.
calzone.
You got organs. You got meat. You got bones.
And an
You
outer
got
layer.
liquids.
You have an outer layer.
And you're a haggis.
So like a calzone. Haggis. Is
No,
a calzone,
not a
which is
calzone.
sandwich.
No, because you eat the whole calzone. You don't eat the whole haggis.
Why don't you eat the whole haggis?
Because you don't eat the outer layer. There's no need to. You eat the inner layer. It's all cooked on the inner layer.
Layers, you say?
Layers. Layers make sandwiches.
No, it's cooked in one layer and then it's opened. It's kind of like the fucking no, it's not a sandwich. No, okay, so it's not even like an egg, right? It's like you know Bubba tea? The little bubbles? That's what you are. Right, the little tapiokas. Tapioca is not a sandwich.
Tapioca is absolutely a sandwich.
I'm gonna tackle you.
No, it's definitely a sandwich.
It's not a what the how the heck? Right, it's like a gumbo. We're like a gumbo.
Which a gumbo is like a sandwich.
No, a gumbo is not like a sandwich because you can't
Absolutely
sandwich a
has
gumbo.
layers.
No.
You can so
No, you're a
sandwich gumbo.
stew. It's
You
a
don't
stew.
have cornbread with your gumbo.
It's like a salad, not a sandwich.
They're gonna tell you salad is a sandwich. See?
Huh?
They're gonna answer you that salad is a sandwich.
Okay, I say salad is a sandwich, but a sandwich is a salad. It's a salad, not a sandwich. Just because I love
It's all
sandwiches.
sandwich.
No, it's all a salad.
I just want you to remember the advice you gave David about 20 minutes ago. If you
What,
need
breathe?
it. Yeah.
Do something. Hey, look, Fluff, I'm going to need you to go right now into your kitchen. Get a cold water. You got lemons? Put some lemons in that shit.
No. It's a stew, not a sandwich.
So, like I
The
said
salad.
before, well, I mean, a sandwich, everything's a sandwich, so your stews are a sandwich.
No, everything's a salad.
Well, here's the problem. The layers to a sandwich don't necessarily have to all be edible.
Right, but the layers to a salad can also be words. Look, it's a salad.
The word salad is still sandwiched between moments of silence.
It still exists inside of the salad that of communication.
The salad of communication will still be truncated by some kind of sandwich-like bookend layer.
No, no, it's not a
gonna
sandwich.
end eventually.
No, it's not going to end.
Communication.
Because
Communication.
the universe is haggis. It's a salad.
A haggis is layered again, so.
No, haggis is a salad. A salad. It's a lunch. It's a cold lunch. It's what you put in the refrigerator because you can't put. Okay, so here's the thing: you can stick a sandwich in the refrigerator, but the salad has to be put together,
A
right?
sandwich in a refrigerator is layered. A salad in a refrigerator is layered. A salad in a bowl is layered.
No, a salad is not
layered.
Yeah, the bowl
Got it.
is an outer layer. The salad is an inner layer.
I'm
Every
gonna
layer of lettuce
you
stacked upon each other.
We're fighting. You're fighting me. It's a salad. And it's not a salad is a sandwich. A sandwich is a salad.
It's all sandwich.
No, it's all salad.
You like to think of it as a salad, but
A
your
sandwich
salad,
is of the salad. A sandwich is the product of the salad.
which is in its of itself the inner layer of the sandwich.
No, it's not the inner layer of the sandwich. It's all of the layers of the sandwich because the croutons are basically just the bread of the sandwich cut up into delicious little squares that are toasted and seasoned.
What a layered description.
Stop talking to me like this.
It is a layered description, though.
It's a salad.
A salad is a sandwich.
Inside of a sandwich.
Is a salad.
If you have to say it like that.
Salad is still a salad, and then when you put it all together, it's a sandwich.
Oh, yeah, it's always been a sandwich.
It's always been a salad.
Sandwich. It's clear.
Fluff.
What?
Fluff, I need you to is the salad in the room with us right now?
It's about to be, I'll tell you what. It's about to be. That salad and that sandwich. I'm going to take that salad and 2 slices of bread and mince and turn that salad into a sandwich. Layer the chaos. And then eat it. But before it
Just make
is...
sure
Stop talking to me like this. Stop talking to me like this. You...
Salad is soup. It doesn't exist.
Oh, and soup is now also sandwich.
Well, I mean, the only way
not
soup.
Sandwich.
So the only way soup can actually exist as soup is in a transient state. Otherwise, it qualifies as a quiche.
Which is a sandwich.
That is correct. It's not.
A soup in a bowl is a quiche.
No, a soup in a bowl is not a quiche. A gelatin salad? Really? A gelatinous salad?
A gelatinous salad in a bowl is a quiche.
It's a gelatinous salad. It's an egg cake or a potato cake. It's a cake. It's not a sandwich.
Doesn't cake already have egg in it?
No, it's a cooked salad.
Not every cake has egg. But I have to leave, guys. I have enjoyed talking to you.
I haven't even gotten to talk to you. Lame.
Yeah. See you later, Fluff. I enjoy talking to you. And everyone, love you guys. Take care.
Bye, Hell. I'll talk to you later.
Goodbye, Hell.
Thank you.
Goodbye, sister. Yeah.
Words are sandwiches.
And I think it's funny that the alphabet is in the order that it's in, because why?
Well, why is sandwich between X and Z?
But why? I think about it. Why is it in?
But why? Why?
In. Did we uncover the letters in the order that they're in?
I think it had to do.
I think
What do you mean?
was.
I'm sorry, Henry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think A is probably one of the most common letters, which is why it's probably at the very beginning. And then I would say that the rest of them were just kind of haphazard.
Oh, you mean like a word salad? Instead of it's a letter salad, not a letter sandwich. So the original formula is the salad, and then we make
more like word soup.
Yes, salad salad doesn't exist. It's still
No, a
technically
soup is just a
and
wet salad.
A soup is a transient state of sandwich. That's all.
No, a soup is a wet salad. Yeah.
A wet salad is still a sandwich.
No, a wet salad is a wet salad. It's a salad with extra dressing.
Even the description of a wet salad is layered. But we are here to question beliefs, and such as Fluff's belief that salad can possibly exist. Or if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can question what it is and why you believe.
So we have sandwich in the solid form. We have sandwich in the liquid form of soup. What would be its gaseous form?
See?
The gaseous
Thrayle
form
would
of a
argue
sandwich.
that clouds are sandwiches.
They are, aren't they?
Stop sassing us. Is the sun a sandwich?
Is it layered?
It's like a tomato.
Is that layered?
Tomatoes are layered.
Tomato kind of does look like a little sandwich, doesn't it? All right.
I've yet to meet anything that can't be a sandwich.
You've chosen the wholesome approach to life.
Of all the positive claims I make on this live, which are zero, I'm pretty confident in the sandwich.
No, but think about it. The alphabet is the salad that creates the sandwich of words. Salad.
The alphabet coming from like alphabet.
I don't know. It could have come from alphabet, but either way, since there's no method to
layered.
Who?
The origin of the alphabet sounds like a
Sandwich?
Yeah, it sounds very layered.
Why is it so is an onion a sandwich?
Well, yeah, an onion's a sandwich.
Why isn't a
It's
sandwich?
got layers.
So then
Because it's
why
got layers.
sandwich an onion? Because an onion doesn't require extra ingredients to be layered.
I mean, an onion is just a classification of sandwich.
In any other way requires other ingredients from other sandwiches. But an onion is an onion. Its own layers make it its own sandwich. So why is a sandwich an onion instead of an onion being a sandwich?
Are you saying that the model of what is and isn't a sandwich should be related to the purity of its layers?
Maybe.
I love the gasp for leaving that room for like an epiphany just to drop it with maybe.
Sorry. Maybe. I don't know. I never really thought about the world being a sandwich. I think the world is a marble or a fishbowl.
Oh, Fluff, you need to get up on your sandwich epistemology.
Well, I look at the whole planet as a terrarium. Or what's the word that you gave me? The one where it was just thrown at me and I just learned it. Anyway.
An aquarium?
No, it starts with a P. Polidarium?
A aquarium?
Is that what it is?
That's
Is
just
that a
me
word?
putting P in front of aquarium.
I think you just made that word up.
I did. I did because I put P in front of aquarium, so I said aquarium.
Politarium? It's like a politarium or something like that. It's a terrarium, but it's land and water, and you put fish in the water, and then you build the little sustainable ecosystem, and then you seal it, and it creates its own atmosphere on the inside. That is what we are.
Sounds very layered.
Pendulum.
I'm sorry?
I said it sounds very layered.
But it is. It is layered, and I'm getting really sick and tired of you sassing me, but I can't. I just like instead of fighting you, I might as well answer you. But yeah, it's because I got one as a gift. Best gift to get me is a plant, right? So I have one. And at one point, I put it in the wrong spot, so it didn't generate its own moisture. And then I had to put it in the right spot. And you just spritz it, right? You spritz it so the top layer of soil is wet. And it literally just it requires nothing from you. Every once in a while, open it on a nice sunny day, trim the top, and then it just keeps doing its thing. And you can just like take the cuttings off and put it in a new little
A new sandwich of soil.
right. You can put it in, and it is a sandwich of soil because it requires particular plants, but it also requires a small piece of wood in it, like a little branch.
They're calling it a vivarium in the comments.
Thank you. I can't remember. It was just said to me yesterday because I was like, "What my image of the planet is a marble with life in it."
A marble with life in it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Without me putting my little terrarium to the right spot, it won't. And its ecosystem requires nothing from me.
does it have to be in just the right place, or is that a...
Yes. It can't just be anywhere in my house or everything inside of it will die. Can't be too cold, can't be too hot, and the humidity and the moisture have to be exactly right for the conditions to keep thriving inside of it.
Sounds like a parang forest.
There you go.
Sounds like an argument for creation.
Right, doesn't it? But that is essentially how I narrow us down into our simplest form. We are in a marble because the moment we, as just a terrestrial species, exit this marble without any aid, we're gone. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. We leave the marble, we die. We have to find a way to safely leave the marble and sustain life. That is one of the greatest tasks humanity has. But the problem is it's a bad idea for us to do so because we forgot our initial job. We are a species inside of the planet, inside of perfect conditions. We do not aid the ecosystems. That our job is also part steward, part benefactor, and beneficiary. Then we we will do the same damage to the next marble.
And we're run by people like me, functioning idiots.
I look at our species as still going through the threshing and the thrashing of our puberty. Right now, we're acting like Lord of the Flies. Essentially, we will call out the weak ones. It is the nature of almost every species on the planet, unless they are an invasive species and then they overwhelm a system and destroy it. We can either be part of the ecosystem or an invasive species that needs to be removed from the system in order for it to thrive.
We are the invasive species. We are the number one invasive species.
Flies.
I'm hearing things I could question. If nobody requests out, I may have to start questioning whether or not we're an invasive species.
So, by the technical, like the definition of it, we're not an invasive species, but we function just like
one. Inconsistently, we function like one. We're inconsistent on that. It's a case of nature versus nurture on whether or not we are a benefit or a deleterious effect. It is nature versus nurture. Our nature is to work well within the environment. Our nurture is to control the
Controlling the environment and destroying it for power, you're saying, is learned behavior. Not, is the desire for power learned behavior?
No, I think it's ape behavior. We are apes. So our nurture aspect is to civilize the monkey. Our nature is quite what it is. We are smart, tool making, innovative, creative, community oriented, non monogamous, war like primates.
So then, wouldn't the power-seeking...
Remember, we are the apex predator. So by nature, we feel necessary to cull almost everything, even our own numbers. It's a warped sense of stewardship.
Do we have a responsibility to correct our mistake?
We have a responsibility to correct our mistake or get off the planet. To allow them the opportunity for evolutionary advancement.
Who determined that we have a responsibility?
The fact that we were not given ownership of the planet. Therefore, we are an emergence of life. Life existed before us, we exist within it, and we are dependent upon it. So we have a responsibility to maintain our role, create it so it's not ours. We have to learn to live within it, and in the learning to live within it, we are destroying it because we are learning to control each other, and we are forgetting our purpose. Our purpose is to evolve.
Why is our purpose to evolve? Why must that be?
Evolution is a non-discriminate factor of the effect of chaos and order.
How is that necessarily purpose?
Existence and entropy. And for things to maintain their cycle in this marble, it must run its course. When we interfere with the course of anything, we disrupt ripples. We become invasive. Because, like the split screen test, when we start focusing on shit too far, we disrupt the natural flow of a thing. We introduce a wolf back into a forest, a pack of them. And what happens is the land becomes restored. The trees are healthier. And the river changes its course. And abundance happens because the wolf does what is natural. It is the shepherd of a forest. If we step out of it when we interfere, it kills us. It has its function, and when we go against its nature and against our own, we cause destruction and damage.
Are you equating function to purpose?
Here's the thing. Purpose outside of a spiritual and intelligent design connotation is, by nature, you are shown your purpose. By nurture, you utilize intelligence to maintain your purpose. And your purpose is advancement. Because evolution is inevitable, whether you exist or not. New species will emerge, succeed, or fail. This is not a moral or ethical or emotional battle. This is
function.
Life emerging inside of our universe, and it does what it does. The purpose of everything that we can see, purpose, is flow. Because what we are engaged in is the constant ebb and flow of
change.
Purpose is change. Change is the purpose. Because change is the mechanism that we exist inside.
Will there ever be any kind of static or
I could never know. I could never know. Because the only time I've ever seen static is when I've seen radiation from the beginning of time on my television. You see what I mean? The only time I've ever seen static.
What I mean is like is there an end to change, a purpose?
I know the inevitability of entropy. Those are the things that I know are without my control. Without my will, without my sentience, they will be. Which means that I live within a cycle. And since I live inside of a cycle, which is partly predetermined and part random, because evolution is not linear progress. It's 360-degree probability. You need the friction to create it, and it can go either way. Removing intelligent design So now, without intelligent design, evolution is just the necessary adjustment. And whether it succeeds or fails is a coin toss. To survive, the system has to work.
If the purpose is survival, and survival has led us to here, through our societal and social development, then wouldn't that mean that here, where we are, is a product of the nature and is us, regardless of the detriment to it?
No. No. Because I had a conversation yesterday with somebody. Very simple. Why do we have a discussion about infidelity? Because we are not aware of the fact that we are not monogamous. There is a madness inside of the special development, mental change. Down to the nuance, the species has evolutionary prowess. Much like all other species that have survived the length of time they have on this planet, their mastery is evolution. What doesn't it?
Are you sure the planet doesn't also evolve?
Okay, so the planet is already going through its senescence. Its creation from the moment of its formation was the moment of its extinction. Much like us, as an individual and as a species, our emergence will show up, rise, and slowly fall. Now, that is the Homo sapien. We don't know if we end at Homo sapien or if we become Homo something else. Right? So, the change is unknown. But the entropic nature of this state is already predetermined to not exist. So at some point, the humanity that we have here on this marble, in this system, the system itself will no longer exist, but will we? That is the unknown. We cannot fix some die. We either ride the wagon to the furnace, or we jump off, hit another ledge, and then ride that one down. Every single thing is a downward spiral. We're even falling towards the sun.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So it's an entropic nature. The moment of existence is the moment of non-existence, already predetermined inside of itself.
The moment of existence is the moment of non-existence, already predetermined inside of itself.
Yep.
Is that like the moment I'm born is the moment I'm unalived as well?
Yeah. The moment you're born is the moment you die. How long does it take you to die?
I mean, it framed like that in the sandwich that you put it, from crust to crust. I have to wonder, is that not just seeing just seeing the outer crust and ignoring the meaty sandwich in between all the layers of existence that
Let me use
exist?
your metaphor. It's realizing that the mirror itself is a sandwich. A 3D image cast onto a 2D surface. It's that there are about 4 or 5 different layers. There's a z-axis. Which is how we understand that gravity is an artifact, time is an artifact of gravity. There's a z-axis. There's a layer that you don't see between you and your reflection in that
layer.
Bit. The layer in between is your sandwich.
Oh, it's all the layers of the sandwich. Each
Right.
layer of the sandwich is the sandwich too.
Sense, because remember, a mirror is made up of what? Glass, copper, and silver, right?
Right, layers.
Right, but do you see them?
Do you see the layers? Look for them. They're there.
If you look for them, they're there. But if somebody
if you're
hides the side of the mirror, you'll never see the layers. If you encapsulate the mirror, you'll never see the layers. They'll just operate around you. You're in the mirror. So that's what you are.
That's a matter of perception.
Right, but you're a molecule that creates the glass structure that is a thick layer that no one sees on that z-axis. So it's basically like you'll have like a billboard, right? But then you'll have something superimposed over the image. You know that it's a layer on top of a layer. That layer that you don't see, that mirror layer, is your z-axis. Right? If we're talking this is a philosophical inside of our solar system. We don't see the z-axis, but we operate and depend on it. Many people consider the dawn of time, but essentially, it is literally just a timepiece. Our universe is just a clock. Telling time at all points of time if all points of time needed to be known. That's actually one of my own quotes from something I wrote. But yeah, it's telling time at all points of time in time, should all points of time need to be known.
That understanding would take time to mean to being existing in all states at once, past, present, future. And that's why your sandwich of existence essentially has no meat.
Right, it has no meat. Because the thing is when I say that time is happening at all points in time, it is. 50 million light years away, instantly. Like to go from here to there in an instant. By the time you get there, you're already dead. Here. I'm dead here. By the time you get to 50 million light years away, in the blink of an eye, I'm dead. Because you're traveling at the speed of light. I'm already gone.
or I haven't been born yet. Because the light from our planet is hitting somewhere else's surface. Yeah, time is happening at all points in time because of the way that gravitational forces operate. Which is why some people have the theory that we are literally hovering over a black hole or emerging from one.
Do you think that we're emerging from a black hole or hovering over one?
Possible speculative ideas, because I don't want an answer. What's up?
Can I ask a question on the fluff?
Yeah. I mean, it fluffs up for a question.
It's your panel.
Thought the damage was irreversible and what our duty is as individuals to the problem.
The damage is irreversible, but I don't think we are the only species that does damage. I just think we are the most pervasive of the species that do it on a consistent level and mass amounts due to our overpowering population and our one only species that does damage. There are other species that their very nature is to create a waste that gets utilized later. And if it's misused by any other species or it's affected by an ecosystem change, it becomes a dangerous thing to other species, not just us. So one like a overpopulating an area with deer or overpopulating an area with sheep causes severe damage.
If it's not us, why is it our responsibility?
We are the most advanced species on the planet. I'm saying this to you utilizing a form of technology, watching cars drive by. Hiring kangaroos, everything changes. I mean, we're hiring dogs, but they don't talk to us and they don't file their taxes. So, like, the moment these things happen, the moment the non-human persons show their independence, well, then the narrative changes. Until then, we're still in stewardship.
So then what is our stewardship? What is our responsibility? They can't do much of anything as far as helping solve the problem.
Well, let me ask you this. How good are you at building tables?
I can build one. I don't guarantee it'll be level, but I can build one.
Okay. How good are you at stringing up electrical wiring? Can you lift 500 pounds easily?
No.
Can you work in a forge or blow glass?
I can blow glass.
I love that. Can you teach children shoot and arrow, hunt? Can you fish? Can you scuba dive? Are you an Olympic gold medal winner? Everybody are not about taking care of the planet because it is not necessary for every single human being to do exactly the same. Otherwise, we would be a very monocolor, monotone species. Hell, we might even be monogamous. There are many aspects of what we could have been according to So we are still bound by nature, and by that inevitability, we will have helpers and destroyers because that is the nature of a primate. We are both gardeners of being pacifists and being anarchists. So it's even when it comes down to our mating ritual, we engage in every type of relationship form that exists on this planet. We engage. So we do have a level of stewardship because we have a level of high intelligence where we control our environment. It doesn't control us.
But animals were getting on just fine before we intervened, and they're probably even getting on worse since we intervened in our stewardship. So what gives...
Cash, I don't think I asked you. I somehow missed you on the panel. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
44.
44.
Why do we create these structures of dominance to go, okay, we know more than a blue whale, but maybe we just don't understand how they communicate and how they work. They seem to get on quite fine in the oceans without what's better for a blue whale than a blue whale knows what's better for its own kind. Us human beings think we know about every animal. Do we know how? Should we get involved in the how a bee colony operates? We don't have to steward it, and without them, without earthworms, without bees, we couldn't even live.
I don't know if she was saying that we should get in and control how bees live.
I know she is. I'm not trying to criticize anybody.
So,
I'm just saying the
so
world is.
Before you, curious, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Like, I mean, I suppose where I stand at the moment, I'm very open to be persuaded about if someone has something more believable, but currently I don't think life begins a finished life. I believe that there's a consistent energy that we existed in some form of consciousness prior, and then we got energy or consciousness, and consciousness can exist outside the human being. So something along those lines of an energy. But if someone has
tell you what to think, I'm here to ask you why you believe what you believe. So, what is it that you mean when you say energy?
I suppose when I say energy, the closest thing I can describe to it is some form of consciousness. Tap into this consciousness that seems broader than the human mind. That there is there's a collective consciousness that it can exist. The unborn and the dead can also be part of this consciousness. So it's like you're born into the manifestation of human being, and you will return.
To be clear, you're saying that their energy, when you say energy, means collective consciousness, that existence.
Yeah, I would say that's the closest thing I can come to, yeah.
Sure. Why do you think there is this collective consciousness?
Because for some reason, I can feel it. It's the closest thing. If I couldn't, when I can go into meditation states, I can feel the energy, like all through my body, and it doesn't feel that it's part of me, that it can be outside the body as well. And other things, that intuitions I had. Sometimes I can feel when someone's looking at me and I don't
To
even see it.
clarify,
So
just so I understand, you're saying when you meditate, you feel an energy go through you, and by energy, is that the collective consciousness again? You feel a collective
yeah, it's nearly like I
consciousness.
tune into it, like a radio station, as opposed to and
You tune into it. What is it about this frequency or this radio station? What is it that makes you think it's collective consciousness and not just another frame of your own perception?
because it feels like it's not coming from the mind. It feels like it's that it's there's no division in it. That the universe is fully connected. That there's complete unity, and within it, nothing's divided. Sometimes the thinking brain cuts up the division and say I'm an individual, and then we say there's time and this, or all our concepts muddy that. But when you clear your mind, sometimes you can just feel that unity. But that's only my interpretation of what I can go by.
Sorry, I gotta cut you off. Thank you, Fluff, for being here. Appreciate you.
Have a good one, Fluff.
Enjoy your sandwich.
Enjoy your life. That is a sandwich.
Have a good day, Fluff.
Well, see, enjoy your sandwich. Could be have a good day, have a good life, have a good lunch. Because everything's sandwich. You're meditating. You're tapping into something beyond yourself that tells you that everything in the universe is one, and there's no divisions of like you and me and the ground, and there's just oneness.
Yeah, it feels all connected. Yeah, you can nearly cut the air like butter, because you can feel the energy around you, and connected. All there's no division with nature, with anything, and there's no distances. So, I mean, Jupiter can be my garden. It all feels completely connected and not, anyways. Yeah.
When you say that it feels connected, do you feel like you are, other than this feeling, do you feel like you're actually able to gain new information?
I'm very energized and no desire. Oh, sorry, man. I'm gonna have to. No desire in the moment to do anything. I'm in a completely satisfied moment. I don't need to. I'm totally satisfied. I'm present in that moment, and not looking to strive after that. Innovative ideas just shoot into my mind, and it's like my mind has been freed up, and spaces have opened up as a side effect of this process.
Parts of your mind are freed up because you assume everything is one.
I don't know, is that the reason? It's just that through that process, I'm not sure what actually happens in my mind, but it gives me afterwards as a side effect. I've loads of energy, and I don't have as much limitations. Afterwards. I don't put barriers in place. I have pure flow, and I can just go for anything.
So, do you feel that this you're saying that you have energy, but are you actually gaining information? Was the question I asked. Like, by tapping into this collective consciousness, are you able to understand something someone or something somewhere else knows that you wouldn't have known otherwise?
I guess it just feels like the clouds of thought clear, and you actually see the real truth. The real truth of existence and reality is a lot clearer, and it's always been there. A steady, timeless reality. I'm not sure if I get information, to be honest, or anything. I just see it. I see reality. It's like that, the Matrix. For the first time, you see it, and you go, okay.
So the thing you're actually gaining from this, you said a feeling of energy, right? After your meditations. But from this understanding, the thing you're gaining is just this understanding, not any useful pieces of information about specific information, just a broad general feeling that everything is.
I suppose, and I understand reality a lot more, and my own, and how the organ of my brain is so limited, and not to take it so seriously, and a lot of stuff about life and nature, and so if I understand reality, I can interact with the world in a lot more, a better way, and in a lot calmer way, and I can communicate in a better way, and every because I understand the reality a little bit more. Not saying I can hold it all the time. It comes and goes, and you try to get back tuned in, and things happen in life where I tune out.
I'm sorry, Bats has their hand up. I'd like to hear their question.
I was just wondering if it's possible that what you perceived was perhaps an emotion and not a reality, like an emotion that we could reach through prayer, through meditation, through interacting with our ancestors, whatever person gets to that, however they get to that emotion. What if it's...
It certainly could be an emotion, but it doesn't feel like that to me. And the way I've described it is what I feel it is, but I could be completely in an illusion of the mind, and it could be just an emotion I'm tapping into. But as I say, it doesn't, to me, that's not the way I would articulate it. But as I say, that's how I'm interpreting it.
Could it be that this feeling that we have share by whatever means is something human with inside us and not something outside of us, like like a connection with our subconscious, maybe, if we're connected to something besides feelings.
It certainly possibly could be our subconscious that we're tapping into, but for me personally, I feel it's something that can go outside the human brain, the limitations of the mind, and it feels collective and outside of me. But that, as I say, I can't prove it. That would be your interpretation of him. That could be as equal a truth to mine, but that's how it feels to me that it's outside of me. And
Yes.
there has been studies done, interestingly, about how a rat. They've done studies with rats in one part of the world, learned a new skill, like they worked, like walking through a maze and stuff, and it found the same species of rat can pick this up through collective consciousness in another country like Australia and the UK. And I think studies like that.
You see, I find that
it might.
incredible.
I've just heard it. I don't know the details of it, so it certainly could be argued. But there is other stuff that people
wonder,
in nature.
I think actually that Bats had a follow-up question.
Yeah, just one. I was wondering what it is that makes you feel that this is outside of us. Is there a particular feeling that I am in touch with, or some other people maybe aren't aware of? What is the feeling that makes you feel that it's outside of you?
The feeling, the best way to describe it is you get to a meditative stance where, in fact, your body seems to disappear. That you don't no longer nearly feel, you just become consciousness, legs, arms, but you just become pure consciousness, and it nearly lifts from the body to some extent. That feeling, anyway, and then that consciousness taps into, and everything nearly blends it together, even business with the universe. So self-identity, body, room, nature, forest comes very blended in some way, and that's the best way I can describe it.
Sounds a lot like you're describing. You felt disconnected from yourself. You feel outside of yourself. But you seem to relate it all back to yourself. Where's the outside force? Is
my body disappears and I have no self, and it just becomes consciousness, and then that consciousness, like a cloud, imagine, then blends in with nature, with everything around me, even the walls melt. I've no feeling of self, more a feeling of a cloud of consciousness. So I come away from the body, if that makes sense.
Yes, sorry, I maybe it didn't enunciate. I meant disconnect. I mean, like a lack of connection. But I guess I would probably say I get the same feeling when I like stand in the woods next to a waterfall. I feel like I don't feel myself. I in the moment feel the nature around me, and I look to what's around me. Is that
maybe you get into such a present moment that the thoughts in your mind no longer dictate, and maybe through the window of the present moment you can get to this, tap into this collective consciousness, or as you say, it could be just a subconscious feeling or something, but to me it feels like I'm tapping into something bigger than myself, outside of myself.
this thing a name or a title?
The closest thing I could put it to is just, as I'm saying, is some sort of collective consciousness that not only human beings can tap into, but nature and everything. It's that constant energy, and whether you're living or not living, it still can. That energy is still there. So I don't know.
Is it there in rocks too? So, is there anything that it's not in?
Well, if it's, I just feel if it's in the universe, if it's in the reality of, even if it's not even a physical thing, even if it's a negative vibe, I'm thinking that there's some reality to it.
Is it anything more than the idea of existence?
Is it anything more? I think all I can say is that there's energies, and sometimes they come into manifestation, uh, sometimes as living things, and then they return to this energy again. And there's cycles of returning to the pure energy and manifesting, and a planet can be a living.
I can almost everything is one understanding that you take. I can almost see how you get that, but where do you get the extra steps of cycles of energy coming alive and going back?
I suppose where I get the extra steps is when I say that energy manifests physical form like human life, and we then are unalived at some stage, and we return to that energy again. And like nature, it has seasons and stuff like that. So that's what I mean by the cycles.
Some part of our awareness is what is going back.
I think, yeah, you just return back to that pure consciousness and back to the main energy again. Because if through my meditative state, if I can leave my body to some extent and tap into some consciousness, then maybe when I'm unalived, I can return to that. And I think
that you tap into other consciousnesses, if you're not gaining new information, if you're not able to understand something other than just that this worldview is, like, what is the actual evidence that this is for you? Like, what is it that convinces you that you are tapping into other consciousness?
This energy is not concerned about the utility of something and how you can use it to contribute to society anywhere. It's there whether you care about it or not. If you go to avoid it for the rest of your life, you will just not tap into it.
I'm trying to understand not what it thinks of the utility of it, but if you are not able to gain utility from it, if you're not able to even test it in that way to see if you gain new knowledge or new information, then how do you know that it's actually happening and not just some thing you're imagining?
I don't know. I don't know, but I do know that I feel amazing while it's happening. And I do know that I get very energized and my mind feels my inhibitions and my, um, I don't put as much barriers in my way. I feel I can write freer and that I'm that I'm not putting blocks in my way. So that feels fantastic, and that's why I do it. That's why I wouldn't meditate if I had no use.
Right.
But yeah.
But is it the understanding that gives you that, or is it just the meditation? Could it just be the?
Do you know what? I think I'm getting to the point where I don't even have to meditate. I can just tap into that understanding to some extent and see, and I can see how my thoughts are blocking me, and I can clear that a bit, and I can see reality for what it is, and that gives me energy. I don't even have to go doing any.
Thrayle, just can I very quickly say that there is someone who is being uh, in the comments talking about homosexuality that is in an aggressive way.
Appreciate you letting me know that. Thank you, Vince.
I saw that. I was about to do that, but then I thought you would want to block them.
But anyway, I'm going to go now. Thanks very much. I enjoyed that conversation.
Yeah, appreciate you. I hope you keep asking questions, Cash. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Cash.
Interesting. I do not know who's been waiting longest. Hello, young Spudsy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
35, honey.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Okay, so I totally believe in what he was saying with meditation, and it is actually really hard for some people to actually get into that meditative state.
I don't need your camera. And
Oh.
also, I was asking if you believe in a god or gods, a higher
Oh,
power, or
okay.
anything like that.
Oh,
What do you mean, no and yes?
So I believe that there is no God. I believe that, and then the yes is I believe myself or yourself or himself or herself, we as a person, as a human, we are our own God.
Okay. Why don't you believe in a god?
I don't believe in a God because I'm not going to sit here and hope that he, like, I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in that because who are they? They're not gonna do anything for me personally. I believe I am my own God.
Yeah, I heard that part. But I'm more curious about the why you don't believe.
Why I don't believe? Because yes, there is a Bible. It's a book. So am I gonna believe another book that I read, and am I gonna believe that those characters are true as well? It's a book.
So you don't believe because it's a book?
Yes. It's a book. Did you see Jesus?
I'm not here to answer questions.
Oh, okay. Sorry. But no. Okay, so let's go back to I am my own. Can we go back?
When you say that you are your own God, what do you mean?
So,
Hello, Libby. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Libby, are you with us? Did you mean to join? Set you back down to the comments. We lost Spudsy, was it? Yeah, we lost Spudsy.
Hi.
Hello, Saffron. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
47.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I believe, I used to believe in Christianity and that. And then I went on the whole Wicca, I believe spiritually.
What does
In
spiritual mean?
like Gaia.
So you believe in Gaia?
Yes. I believe that we are from the earth and that we will die and go back to the earth.
You believe we're from the earth and that we does that imply anything supernatural or godlike?
It implies that we are power from the earth. We get our power from the earth.
Power? What do you mean by power?
Our spirit, our soul, from the body. Yeah, our body will go back into the earth. But I believe that we are spiritual beings. So
What
therefore,
does spiritual mean?
it means that we have a soul, to use lack of better words, that inhabit our body. And like we're just the meat sack.
So what is the soul?
A soul. Through each, I think your soul is who you are and your essence, and that is who you are. That is your power. That's everything that.
Who you are? What do you mean by that?
Well, your essence of who you can be. So you can be like myself, a kind-hearted, loving person, but I also have I make decisions, and I can be either way. So I think it's the love and the light and everything else that sparks everything in your brain.
the love and the light that sparks everything else in your brain, and that's the soul.
Yeah. The
What
everything
makes you think
power.
that what makes you think that a love or light or everything power is sparking your brain? And if so,
No, I think if you're not functioning, you're dead. I think if you're not functioning correctly, um, that's based on your body and your mental way of thinking. I don't think that's your spiritual essence. I think it's just because what you've learned, what you're going through.
you said that the soul was who you are or changed. Wouldn't that imply that who they are was produced by the brain rather than somehow facilitated by it?
I believe that. Yeah, you're correct. I think that's 100% right. If the way that you feel it and you really want it to, then yeah, I think that's one, it comes from life experience and education. And yeah, I I do believe that.
I'm sorry, you believe what?
I believe that if somebody's brain is still should be a how they should be, then it's not it's not your spirit's fault. It's the brain as a matter based on what you've learned and the trials and tribulations, the trauma, everything that you've learned throughout life. If it's not functioning properly, then I blame that. I don't blame your spiritual essence. Everybody has one.
I didn't. Somebody's personality changed after, say, a traumatic accident. Does that mean that the soul had changed?
Oh.
Or if their personality dropped entirely, does that mean there's no soul?
No, of course you got a soul. I don't think the soul's changing. I think it's impeded on. But when you die, you go back to your absolute innocence with knowledge.
Your absolute innocence, and you take your knowledge with you. What makes you think that you take, or that the end with it?
Because like when you said that the impacting of circumstances, how do you not?
What is taking knowledge?
Understanding.
No, no, no. I mean, when you unalive and you go wherever, what is the you that is taking knowledge? Your soul, the thing that you think remains.
Yeah, I guess.
Why do you think that a soul can carry knowledge?
Because everything can. Mm, I don't know. I think it's something I've always thought. Throughout time, it's water carries knowledge. You drill down into the earth, that carries knowledge. Everything carries knowledge. Why wouldn't
What
your
do you
soul?
mean? What is
Well,
knowledge?
you can drill down
Saffron.
in
What is knowledge?
what is knowledge.
Yeah, what is the thing that is being carried by water and souls?
Oh, that
Said knowledge in both of those cases, that souls are carrying knowledge and water is
yeah,
carrying knowledge.
I did do
So
that.
what is knowledge?
Oh, I think knowledge. So, water. Water carries knowledge from, I guess, particles. Oh, the original question. I was hoping you'd miss that. Because I don't have an answer. What is knowledge?
Oh, Thrayle misses nothing. I said Thrayle misses nothing.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I'm being schooled.
If a question has reached the I don't know part, we love I don't know up here.
I didn't quite understand that one, but knowledge is an understanding based on a very simplistic view about it, then yeah, I think knowledge is one, having a standing point, and two, wanting to reach out and grow an idea that I think knowledge is in its basic form that that's all I got for knowledge.
Can you sum that up one more?
So I think knowledge, in the word and the sense of knowledge for each and every one of us, is something that you would like to learn about in its most basic form. So even if you acquire something that has guided you or given you a understanding of, then that's knowledge.
So something you would like to learn about is knowledge.
Even if you don't want to like to learn about it, if you've experienced something,
knowledge.
Yeah, I think so.
And you're saying that knowledge, that anything you experience or learn about, is carried by your soul back to
Well, when you
previous state.
bucket.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think
Is that
I think yeah. Sorry. Go on.
is it the same kind of knowledge you said water carries?
Water carries a different kind of knowledge. You can purify it, you can do anything you want to it, but the basics of the water particles, they come from a very long time ago. So, yeah, that's more scientific and geology and all of that.
Is it scientific?
Well, is it not?
I don't know. I didn't quite get a clear explanation on what you meant by knowledge and water. But
Well, knowledge in water,
does it have to do with the same thing that you were talking about with knowledge and souls?
uh, fantasizing about it, yeah. I do. I do think it's the same thing. So when they drill down and they bring up cores, like that water has so many different updates in it about our world. So yes, fantasizing about it, yeah, absolutely. I think it's the same thing. Would I drink that water? Absolutely no.
Okay, I see. So you're talking about particles and
Everything,
things in the
everything holds
water that's
knowledge. Yes, I am. I do apologize. We're talking about, can you question your beliefs?
Mhm.
What is your belief? Why do you believe? What does it? Oh, I can't say that. Is it condemn or confirm?
what but the questions that I've been asking you have been about your belief in soul. Um, you said that you believe everything goes back to an energy.
Yes, I do. I believe when we all pass, everything that our bodies have gone throughout this lifetime, it goes to a higher source.
Higher source.
Yes, which I think is where you're going. So a higher source.
Why?
So not Christianity, not any of
Right.
that, just a higher source.
But is it godlike? Does it care what you do? Does it have thoughts or opinions?
One, I don't think. Oh, I don't know if I've actually thought about that in that way. I don't. I don't think it has consequence to what I do on this earth. I think I'm one in gazillion other souls plus affinity. It really fucking cares what I do. Sorry, I swore.
That's all right. So it doesn't care what you do, but you feel like you go back to it and you come from it.
Yes, I think we all do. I think we all we live our lives, we get knowledge, and we go back once we've found that knowledge.
We go back once we've found the knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think that?
Because I think without all of the Christianity and the Muslims and the Buddhism, the whole religions, it Tibetans, it all talks about being a spirit first and foremost. We are a spirit in a meat body, a meat sack, as I like to say.
Could all of those ideas not just be born out of hope that we get to keep experiencing, since we don't know what happened?
Could they? Yeah, I guess so. But isn't that like,
What do you mean?
well, if we're here as spirits in our little meat sacks and we go through trial and tribulations, trauma, sadness, happiness, joy, beauty, love, and all of those things that we feel. And then we get to the end of the road, our meat sacks give out, or something tragic happens, and then our spirits go back. Isn't that the point?
Point.
Because you have to.
Well, you seem to have to, but why?
You don't have to. You don't have to assume there's a point. There is no point. We're just here to experience life as whatever may come. We can divulge in lots of different aspects and understandings, multiple universes. Oh, if I was just this way, or if I was just that way. But that's not the point, though, is it? It's the point of, and that's it.
Do you need more than that?
Yeah, I'm human. We all do.
Do you need there to be an afterlife, Saffron?
No. Oh my god, yeah. I think that would be amazing.
What do you want that afterlife to be?
I want it to be me go back as an essence with my knowledge to a bigger spiritual world where everybody is the fucking same. And we just are and be and safe and clear and outstanding. That is what I want.
Would you want that forever? Or would you want it to end?
Not forever. I would like to go back to that spirit, heal a little bit, and then I would want the chaos to start again.
Would that cycle ever get old?
How would I know? Everybody starts back new, fresh, mind fucking blank canvas again.
If that's the case, then how would you know the difference between
Say it. It might. Know the difference between this life and last life?
how would you know the difference between this concept being real and just being wishful thinking of you, this mortal, in this life, this one life you know you get?
Feel it. That's all I can say. I think so go on to the understanding of reincarnation. If my spirit was reincarnated after this life, then my spirit would already have this energy, knowledge in it. And yes, I would have to learn the same, maybe some of the same lessons again. But I think I'd have a little bit of a step up next time.
I think Bats has a question.
Which I
Yes.
thought I answered.
No, I was wondering if this want to believe brings you comfort.
Say again?
Does this want to believe, this want to believe in these things, does it bring you comfort?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Is it possible what you're searching for is comfort and you're finding it in these things?
Yes, correct. I'm not getting comfort in my reality. So comfort brings me to this situation where I believe be spiritually aware when I die, and if I'm reincarnated again, then I will have that knowledge already instilled in my soul, in my spirit. So yes, it brings me comfort.
Would you rather a comfortable mistruth or lie, or would you rather an uncomfortable truth?
If I am mistaken in my beliefs, I would rather an uncomfortable truth.
Even if it takes away the comfort?
Yes, because it's the truth. But I'm not too sure if everybody here can give me a truth. So that's mine.
No, and I don't think we're here to give you truths, but to understand yours and why it is that you believe these things to be true or why you want these things to be true.
Hmm.
And it's been fascinating to listen to and to learn.
Saffron, what would convince you? Actually, no, I don't want to ask that. I want to ask you if you woke up tomorrow and found that there was no reason to believe that energy went on to another life, that there was no reason to believe in a higher source or anything like that, would it change your life?
If I was to wake up tomorrow and like 100%, there was absolutely no point to anything I believe, I think I would it'd be
Like,
fucking
I don't
terrible.
know. What was that?
It'd be terrible.
Why?
Because what's the point?
What's the point right now with it?
The point is, I have a soul, I have a spirit, which are the exact same thing to me. But to believe that like, we're just robotic in our little meat sacks. Good Lord. Yeah. Like, my little meat sack just does what it does. There's no point.
What's giving you a point right now?
My spirit and my soul.
Why can't your brain be giving you a purpose?
Because my brain is a mushy fucking thing that if you took it out, it would mean nothing. It's like, what, 1.5 kilos, maybe less? Trick you into thinking
If you
that
took
you
out your brain, it would mean a lot to the rest of the meat, though, wouldn't it?
Say again?
I said if you took out your brain, it would mean a lot to the rest of the meat.
It would mean a lot?
To the rest of the meat in your body, right? It would miss the brain. Kind of needs it.
Absolutely. It would miss the brain because the brain's hard drives.
So absent the brain, I mean, you said it doesn't mean a lot, but
No.
if you took the brain out, the rest of that meat wouldn't work.
Yeah, it'd be
So
what
then
drives
why?
the brain.
What drives the brain?
Yeah. Did you
What do you
know?
mean by what do you mean by drives?
Did you know that when they did scans on a brain, you actually have thoughts before your thoughts are actually communicated in a subconscious? You literally have thoughts before you are acknowledging you have thoughts. That's amazing. Now, what drives that? Your brain is just a piece of mush.
Well, how do you know that something...
Have you seen a brain?
Yep.
Doesn't look very intelligent, does it?
Why did you decide that?
Why did I decide that?
You said it doesn't look intelligent.
No, it
Sounded like
doesn't.
something you decided.
Well, it doesn't, does it? It's like this pinky mushy, firm.
Mushy and firm.
Mm-hmm. That is the brain. Without the electrodes going through it. Pretty friggin' basic.
So, do you think the brain communicates something from somewhere else within inside of us that it doesn't come from the brain?
Ooh, that's a good question. I believe that the brain is powered by the soul and the spirit. But to answer your second part, it has also been known to was actually happening.
Could it be because it was formulating the thought?
That's brilliant. I didn't actually think about that, but yeah, okay. Formulating. That makes sense.
I found the brain to be a very interesting piece of mush where it does a lot of fascinating things and creates even alternate realities for itself to survive.
Oh my God, I'm like literally smiling ear from ear because you're 100% right. Like, it is a fascinating thing. It is absolutely a fascinating thing. Please, sorry, go on.
I would just wonder then, if it is a fascinating thing and it does the wonderful things that we can't even begin to understand entirely, is it possible then that it's not communicating and it's really developing these things on its own?
On its own. Oh.
Same as a dog brain or a cat brain when they formulate ideas and then bring it out into a bark or a whine or whatever, however your pets communicate with you. It's would you say they're communicating a deeper soul, or that their brain is communicating these things?
Oh. Mm. Are they both? That's interesting. So, you're talking about dogs and cats being symbiont, concluding on its own, therefore, whatever electrodes are going through it is not a soul. It's just basically the brain. Am I correct?
It's really different that it's perhaps coming from somewhere else, and I was just trying to understand that better.
Yeah. Okay. No, I still think it's soul. I think it's spiritual. I think everybody has it. I think everything has it. In one part of your question is the same, but I do know when my animal's sad about being hurt, and I can pick up on that, and they don't use words. So, to answer your question, I producing its own thought patterns. I do believe you're drilled down on the scenario about compiling a thought before it happens to be correct. But yeah, no, I don't think this driving us.
Why?
Why? I don't know. I just don't believe it is. When you die and then after that 60-minute everything fucking weighs less, like there's scientific proof. Yeah, I I don't believe that. I don't believe what makes me me, what makes you guys you, is just from this mushy meat sack. We have feelings, we have thoughts, we communicate those. Some people are good, some people are bad.
What determines your um morals then of what is good and bad? Is it this collective consciousness that determines what is good and bad?
Now I what's good and bad by my judgment. If I'm going to hurt somebody, then I'll weigh it up prior to doing so. I'll try not to hurt them as much as I've hurt in the past, but at times then, I can be on almost monster as well. So it's about knowing your light and your dark and living in both of those things.
So do you think it was developed, or do you think you always had this morality and you just didn't um express it yet because you hadn't developed the ability to? Or I'm trying to figure but this self is a spirit that is hard for us to understand. And I always thought it came from the brain based off of our experiences, but if there's something beyond that, then there's possibly something that formulated it beforehand, and we're just an expression of that. So I'm trying to understand, do you think we are an expression of that, or do you think it's possible our brains formulated these morals?
That's a complicated question, but we're originally like this, and then over time we learnt how to be certain different ways depending on the people that we're surrounding ourselves with, who we grew up with, whatever that is, and then learning how to be who you are and stripping away all of that and still being strong about living your life and understanding who you are and what you're doing and what you've been through, because it's not an easy road. Cliches, roadworks, blockages, all of those things. But when you pass through that and start to realize that, you know, I'm going to just shed away these, be more myself. Did that answer your question? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I think you're pointing to coming from yourself, or maybe a combination of ideas. But if we believe in self as the soul, something that is with us when we're coming to this world, it would make sense that and we just needed to further develop them. But if we do come from a mushy, magnificent electronic mass, that it sounds more. I would believe more like that. Is not evidence of a self existing before.
So why can't they be both?
Maybe I just don't have the understanding of what.
My belief is that you have a mushy brain, you have a meat sack, and your spirit goes into that, and it is why you have electrons and all of that. That's what powers everything in your body. So is the spirit, and then which is your core essence, and then your logic comes in, and you've been trained and you've been taught and you've experienced so many things throughout your lifetime that it becomes something that you think is absolutely normal. But what happens if it's not? What happens if what you've been taught isn't normal, and that you are coexisting in your logic and your spiritual?
You have a soul, and when I came to an understanding that it was my brain, I didn't feel like I maybe did feel like I lost something, but it was a point I needed to get to understand how my brain works, because my brain is kind of complicated. It doesn't always do for me what I want it to.
Yeah, I get that.
Of the mass and how it was affected throughout my life, it was not. I wouldn't say that it's some sort of deeper soul.
You don't.
That's just my understanding. I wondering if maybe you know where these souls come from.
Well, okay. That's. I hear you. I really do. your big old brain? Do you believe in history, and how do you feel about that?
How does what Bats believes or anyone else on the panel believe help you examine what you believe?
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Hmm.
We're just trying to understand what it is and why it is that you believe what you believe. I have my own beliefs, yes, but I'm more curious about how you formulate yours.
How I formulate mine. Um, I'm 47 years of age. I have gone therapist's cry. My understanding of my spiritual beliefs that we are one, we are a collective, we all belong on this earth until we not. And trauma and experiences, whether they're happy or sad, are a part of our growing selves, and it all becomes like a DNA within our souls. And yeah, hang out there for a while and get over what we've experienced on earth, and then go back and do it again.
If you only had this one life, if that's what it turned out to be true, why would that be so awful? Why would that be so bad that
Darling, if this is it, I've raised two beautiful kids. I am, oh my God, I had a mental breakdown. It's utterly fucked. I can't even go to the shops anymore without having a mental breakdown. So if this was the last life, I'd be, yeah, okay, done. So, yeah.
Does the prospect of our humanity,
Yeah, it does, actually. Watching everything that's happening in this world at the moment, from a timeline, because majority of people weren't even born then. It's getting really bad for everyone. It's just insane. Housing, food, the whole lot. Mortality.
does our mortality make you uneasy? The fact that we might one day just
Not
dust to
exist.
dust and recycle.
Oh, that's a yeah. Okay, hang on. Children. I want a world that, look, it's not perfect. I get can grow up the same opportunity, mortality. Yeah, um, which I think is everybody's point of view, right?
Fascinating because we only have but so much time, and some of us more than others, and some of us less than others. But the wonderful thing, I I don't take comfort in the afterlife, but I do take comfort in maybe leaving life afterwards better. Efron and Thrayle and Hammy and everybody in the comments, and maybe improve their quality of life or help them question things that where we come from does if where we come from has an impact on our life. I think we should examine it and how it impacts our life and how it impacts others.
Correct.
Does your life directly impact others in a positive?
I know that my life impacts others in a positive way. Do I seek it? No, not really. Only for my kids. But I
And can you not find comfort in that? In that your children will remember their mother fondly even when you're no longer with them?
oh, my kids are gonna look at me in fairy tale mother who gave everything to her kids. I gave everything to my kids in knowing that I did that. The sacrifices I've made throughout life for my children. If I was to die tomorrow, it'd be sad, sad time. I'd like to watch them grow up, but at the same time, life is not easy and it's not a fucking fairy tale. Mothers aren't fairy tale mothered. Not who we are. And with that, sorry, go on.
Perhaps our children can learn from our faults as well as our because if they because I have children also, and I do believe that it would be bad to them, and I tell them to do better than me, and I think they see that.
I hope they do.
Yeah, I'm sure your children probably understand that their mother did the best that she could.
Like recently, I've been diagnosed with CPTSD, depression, anxiety, and ADHD combined. So they will give everything to make sure that they're taken care of, they're loved, they feel they're loved. And regardless of my current circumstances and the bomb complete shambles, they know. And that is my spirit.
Do you want to leave your spirit behind for them?
Yes, I do.
If you couldn't leave your spirit behind for them, what would you pass on your beliefs and your perspective on life to them? Would that also be your spirit holding on for them? Your memory?
I have passed on to them all of my beliefs. Not all of them. I've shielded them from some crazy shit, but I have to go forth, be proud, understand who you are, believe in who you are, and yeah, the good, the bad, and they know that life's not perfect and it's not going to give you everything you want, but work hard, keep your head down, go forth, and yeah. So if I was to die tomorrow, I would like to keep my spirit with them. I know that's not a thing. So my knowledge through that is also my spirit passing on to them. Don't starve your traumas, honey. Feel them, because if you put them in a box and you lock them down, that box is going to explode one day. But get those traumas out. Don't lock them out. If I can give you a piece of advice, do that.
Yes.
Mental freaking breakdown June this year.
Mine was last Thanksgiving, but I understand what you mean. It's very important. It's very important to keep on top of things and seek professional help when you can, and if not, help from friends, and not burying yourself away. That's one of the reasons I come here, is to socialize with the intellectual conversation. With it's very it's very wonderful, this place. The Thrayle creates a
And yes, everybody has trauma. Everybody does. It depends on the severity and what do you do with that trauma. If that trauma is really affecting you, then go seek help. It's not a thing anymore to hold it in and explode until you, like you did, have a mental breakdown. And yeah, I'm really enjoying this community, and I'm enjoying talking to you, because it is nice to talk to people who think deeper than just the sub levels of conversation. Yeah.
I appreciate you, Saffron, answering the question, your beliefs here. I wonder, does it matter if your beliefs are true or not?
To other people or to myself?
To you.
Yes.
Why?
Because it's the essence of who I am. And if I was to lose that, what's the point?
What you and Bats just talked about. What about your children, your life you've led so far? Isn't anything that you've done here enough to be the point, or anything you could still do?
Brain is completely just running you, and there's no spirit that holds knowledge from ancient times, then I think I'd still do the same. I'd still be me.
So then, why would you say that your beliefs are the essence of who you are?
Because regardless, if my mushy little brain has told me that these are my beliefs and this is, I'm quite happy to live in that. And I'd be happy for my little mushy brain. I don't think anything would change. But to know that if it's just my mushy brain, which is, yeah, that is giving me my beliefs, then sure, let's go with that.
Your brain is custard jello.
Well, I don't know how to explain this. A custody jello that's gelatinous and protein filled. If that is what's literally driving everything that I feel and think and believe in, then either way, it's responsible for what I'm thinking, is it not?
If it is how you're perceiving things, then why would you assume anything more?
You're talking about consciousness now. Ooh, what fuels consciousness?
For me, it's usually a blueberry smoothie.
Really? Do you have like yogurt and like, I don't know, I make a brilliant smoothie. So it has like gelato and frozen blueberries and yogurt and a little bit of mango concentrate, and then I blend it all up. Yeah, consciousness.
It's fueling consciousness.
Oh.
I mean, if consciousness is a product of your brain and your brain is functioning on what energy.
And what fuels your body?
What is that? Blueberry smoothies. So, then why do you need anything more? Why do you need source, higher source energy?
Oh, yeah. I'm on board.
if you have a blueberry smoothie.
So if all you need is to taking on the presence of my brain is just a mush tapioca with some protein to come back to a consciousness of spirituality, then it wouldn't. It wouldn't. That's enlightening.
I think that's my favorite I don't know I've ever heard.
Yeah, yep, I don't know. That is enlightening though. I'm totally digging this right now. Wow.
I appreciate you, Saffron. Thank you for answering these questions openly and honestly and really going on a journey.
Yes,
really
and
do
thank you for
appreciate
having me.
Thank you. I hope you keep asking questions, and if maybe you come back, we'll have more questions. Maybe you'll have different answers. Who knows?
Well, you guys have given me a whole lot to think about. So yeah, I'll pop back in.
Thank you so much. Take care and
Thank
keep
you.
asking questions.
You too. And thank you guys.
Bye.
Thank you. Slide into the comments and join Saffron.
Thank you, Bat, so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Thrayle. You always create a wonderful space here to learn.
I'm still here.
You're still. Were you ever here? What do you mean, still here?
I mean, virtually I'm here.
You appear to be here.
I appear to be here. I'm like Jesus. It looks like I'm here to some people, but to others, I'm just a figment of your imagination.
It's here.
Oh, here is here. And it's there too. And sometimes it's even over there.
I have no idea where that is, but we have a wandering Luna wandering in, if they can load in. Not quite connecting. You can try again, wandering Luna. If you meant to be up here, of course. Yeah. Let's see. Who else is next? As we wait for them to load in, I guess there we go. GI Evolution, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
35, yourself?
43, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like it?
Yes and no.
What do you mean by yes and no?
Everything came into existence by something, obviously. So
What do you,
I have to have belief in that.
what do you mean, obviously?
Wow. I do look. I look at religion for perspective. I look at evolution from perspective as well. It sort of helps me get a logical thought of what's going on. But I believe in the sun, which is a hierarchical structure, obviously. So there must be something there.
Well, you mentioned something that you insinuated like everything has to come from something. Well, what's your argument that the universe was created?
Does it even exist? Does the universe exist?
Yeah, just because something exists, what's your argument that it had to be created? That it couldn't have always just been here?
I don't know if GI has an argument.
It becomes like mold. The more we question it, the more it grows. You know, the plot thickens all the time, doesn't it?
I don't know how that answers the question. I'll ask again. What's your argument that the universe had to be created?
There was no argument regarding that.
Because it seems that we have evidence that would support. One of them is Dr. Sean Carroll's quantum eternity theorem, which utilizes a Schrodinger's equation and essentially states if there was never a zero amount or non-zero amount of energy in the universe, then it's always existed because of fundamental field fundamental fields. That's what I was looking for. Fundamental fields. So they could have always existed. And then through the laws of physics, we just get a universe. It could also be the case that through the DESI study, which shows that the dark energy is the energy that's causing the expansion of the universe. The DESI study is showing that there's a shift or a change in the red shift, showing that the expansion is decelerating, which means that if it's decelerating, it could be the case that gravity takes over and causes the universe to crunch in on itself, thus giving us a cyclic Big Bang, Big Crunch. And the universe could have always just been doing that. And if I said dark matter, I meant dark energy.
Well, so far, I don't know if GI has like a reason to believe that there's a beginning, a creation, or anything. He said, though, that he feels that spirituality and religion give him guidance, but he didn't say what religion or what God he believes in. GI, do you have a God that you actually believe exists?
No, like I say, I look at them for perspective.
What does that
it
mean?
gives guidelines. It gives borders that we can work towards. And each religion or each form of text and stuff like that, they all have their own perspectives.
They have their own perspectives, but you don't believe they're true.
Ultimately, they all have a hierarchical structure, don't they? They all have what they call a god.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask if they had hierarchical structures. I asked if you believed any of them are true.
Yeah, I believe there are a number of religions I believe to be. See, I can't answer it in the context that you're asking me to answer it.
You can't answer if you believe if there's a God or not.
I believe God is. If we were to get this belief of a god, I believe it to be a hierarchical structure. I believe it to be a center point to something and a goal that brings people together.
Well, let me ask maybe a more pointed and clarifying question. Would this God that you believe in, at its base, at least be a mind that created everything?
Yes, yes, I believe. Yeah, I believe there's a mind there.
Why? Why do you think there's a mind there?
Deep question. I'm just trying to be present. A lot of people, and I mean, humanity doesn't tend to do that. We tend to, especially in our socio-economic system, we tend not to. We tend not to do that. We tend not to understand presence and respect it. And from that, does bring about a degree of arrogance. But ultimately, that core, the value of core, I see it pretty much as, from a logical point of view, the seed hits the soil, and obviously the sun and the soil helps to grow that seed, and I see humans the same. And from that, I get my perspective mainly from nature, mainly from trees, plants, water, and I haven't delved too much. I haven't delved too much into air.
Gee, are you saying that you liken us to a tree that grows from a seed, and then assume that somewhere there's a seed planter, somebody who placed?
Yeah,
our
I believe the same
Why?
structure. I believe in the same structure that
Why do
makes
you
food grow.
why do you assume that something placed our seed or intended our creation?
It's the first land living thing on the planet, other than mushrooms.
I'm sorry, what is?
From that structure.
But, gee, let me ask you a
I believe.
question. Are you inebriated right now? Been
Pardon?
drinking?
Hey?
You're not quite coherent in your answers right now. What was the last question I asked?
You asked me if there was a mind behind the.
That was Cyber actually asked that a while back. No, we lost Cyber.
Yeah, we
Cyber
did
asked
lose
that
Cyber.
a little while back. That wasn't the question I just asked.
Do you remember the question that Thrayle had asked you?
He asked me if I believe there's a seed that
Did he
created
ask?
that created the universe.
Did he ask you if you believed there was a seed?
Yeah,
Thrayle, did you ever ask him if he believed there was a seed?
It wasn't quite that. It was I asked him if he believed there was a seed planter, somebody who placed the seed, and he said yes, and I asked why.
I thought that's where we were at. But, I had to double check to make sure I wasn't losing my brain.
You might have. You might have.
I tend to do that from time to time on this panel.
Then I confused him and he dove into his feeling. G.I., do you...
Do I? Sorry.
Well, I was trying to think of the best way to phrase it. Do you gain any value from assuming that there is a creator? Is there some benefit?
It's like a cage. I'm guessing it's a place of comfort, isn't it? I'm guessing you could say that maybe you find comfort in having that idea. Maybe I have find comfort in that. Do you know what I mean? Maybe just having that thought of there's something to work towards. Maybe we're genetically, consciously driven towards that ideology, just to have a sense of focus, like a vocal point that we can aim towards, that we can collectively find comfort in.
Comfort.
Purpose, comfort.
Why are purpose and comfort so important to you? Let's start with comfort. What is this comfort from? What is the thing that it is comforting you from?
I don't know if it, am I saying, is it comfort or is it just the idea of security? Is that what it is? Is it like, do you know what I mean? Maybe it's a place, maybe everyone, maybe there's people, and my beliefs, that it offers some kind of security to hold certain beliefs. Do you know what I mean? Like, so you've got principles that you can work off. You've got something that you can work towards, and a direction. But ultimately, I just like being present, you know, just.
I hear you saying you like being present, but is your assumption about a creator, God, or any of that helping you to be present?
No. No. And that's the point. That's the biggest conundrum in society, is that we tend to put these ideas and beliefs. I vocal point, and then we try and strive towards them.
If your if your biggest goal is to be present, and this creator God keeps you from being present, then why hold on to it?
Oh, I don't hold on to it anymore. I don't hold on to it anymore. But a lot of people do, especially in societal structures. They have this hierarchical structure as well. And
Wait, hold on before you continue on that. So this isn't even a belief that you hold?
how do you mean?
Well, we've been trying to... We've asked you, the very first question you were asked is if you believed in some kind of higher power, which got us onto this topic, which then I asked you if you are like if your whole entire idea or your main goal is to be present, and this creator God is like this belief in the creator God is keeping you from being present, then why hold on to it? And you said, well, I don't. So
Presence is the most
right, no,
It's the most powerful God, isn't it? It's the most.
I vaguely remember them. I remember looking away because I was at work and they were there whenever at first, and then when I was busy with the customers and stuff, I looked back and they were gone.
Yeah. I don't remember why they left, but I think we were in the middle of questioning.
And normally, like you said earlier, we don't tend to do this, but Spudsy, no, challenging assumptions is not the same as debating. One can question somebody's assumptions and challenging them that way without it being a debate. So, oh my. We're pulling this one out.
I haven't used it in a while. I just figured it was.
I mean,
it was now or never.
It was now or never.
Because I was actually on my way to this.
Yeah. I can tell in your voice and my voice, it's about that time.
Nearly 11 hours. Oh, Kira's never
seen
what
yeah.
the fuck is Hammy talking about?
I know.
Sushi.
Yeah. Don't you just love it, Kira? Raccoon, don't you just love it? I love it. There's a bit of delay, but I know that she'll absolutely. She says she's adores it. I don't know how you guys entire so long way of time. All night even. Oh. Well, oh, Philly.
These are normal hours.
These are indeed.
We meet in darkness.
And seek wisdom together.
That's what we do. But I am going to drop it down heavy because I think.
Yeah.
Then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you do stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in the link tree and you want to show your support that way, is always appreciated, but never necessary. Though I do think every single one of you who helps that way makes quite a bit of difference. I think for being here, for tapping the screen, 217,000 likes. That's amazing, you guys. You guys are really incredible. I appreciate all of you for, for tapping the screen, for sharing your thoughts in the comments, being respectful. Thank you all for the gifts, for gifting the panel, for showing your appreciation to the questioners and those being questioned. And thank you all for good morning. And if I didn't already properly thank the mods, thank you so much for everything you do. I could not do this alone. So I really appreciate all of you who help. If you didn't get a chance to share your beliefs, well, that's because this isn't just for sharing beliefs, it's for questioning them. But maybe another time, anybody who didn't get a chance will get to come up and really question them. Until then, there is really no, only one more thing. I was told the world was certain, but I've watched certainties break. I was told the truth is solid, yet every truth I've heard can shake. I was told belief is steady, but steady things can often fall. I was told the answers matter, but the questions test them all. I was told that doubt is danger, a shadow best ignored. Yet shadows only deepen when no light is ever poured. I was told that faith is safety, a promise carved as when they're carried all alone. I was told to trust the voices that swear they always knew. But if knowing needs no questions, then how can you know any knowing to be true? And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.
Dude, I got like a million questions for God. I wish I could, but it says it'll burn our retinas out if we look God in the eyeballs.
Well, let me ask you this: what kind of questions do you think that you would ask to God, or to the Christian God?
Bro, where do we start?
That's up to you. I would just love to hear a question that you would have for.
No, that's what I'm
the
saying.
Creator.
I'd ask him. I'm like, bro, where do we start?
Probably with a beer.
Do you think that any answers that God would give you would kind of help you understand the world around you?
I don't know. It's forever changing. It also states there will forever be evil in the world, lies and deceit.
Where does it say that at, sir?
It's in the Bible, sir. I don't have to quote the book.
You are quoting the book.
Okay, so where is it, sir?
I don't know. I'm asking you. You're the one making the claim.
It's in there.
Who's
I mean,
out of
saying
people
it's in
going
there.
wild right now?
You're like saying it in there doesn't actually mean that it's in there until you can actually show.
I don't have to know the book and the verse. I know I've read it. No, I do not. I know.
If you're gonna quote it, you need to actually know where it comes from.
I'm not in biblical history college.
I mean, you don't need to.
I do not.
I mean, you don't need to. You just need to understand your book, and if you're going to quote it, book, chapter, verse.
Once again, I've heard it multiple times growing up.
Yeah, I've heard multiple stuff growing up too from preachers, and a lot of the time they were saying stuff that's not even in the book.
Such as free will being a biblical concept. It's not mentioned in the Bible anywhere. Matter of fact, the Bible speaks directly against it.
The war in heaven is not in the Bible, nor is nor is Lucifer's fall.
And there he went.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was a case where I think that sometimes with certain guests, we have to kind of play to the same intellectual capacities because we have to approach it. If someone is coming from a more look at it that way, if we over inundate, I don't know the exact word. If we inundate, yeah, if we over inundate information onto someone, it's just going to be overwhelming for them. You know what I mean?
Well, Alex, I think the phrase goes at the end of Blade when Wesley Snipes says, "Some motherfucker's always trying to ice skate uphill."
I love Blade so much.
Wesley Snipes looks so good in that movie.
He does. He's so hot.
So was he talking about the Nat Geo Last of the Giants?
I don't know. What I could figure out was
Probably.
that it was I could tell that we were going nowhere quickly, and I think there was a mental disconnect in some ways.
So if he was talking about the Last of the Giants, I know which one he's talking about because a lot of people had the misconception that it was going to be talking about human giants. It was actually talking about large animals such as the Goliath grouper or the Goliath tarantula. It wasn't talking about humans in any aspect. It was talking about very large species that we see that are kind of out of the norm for the rest of their species.
You're probably right. People only read headlines. People don't actually watch anything. I only came up to say that the stuff he was quoting is from First Enoch. It's the like in the Book of the Watchers. It's like chapter 6 and 7 is where it talks about the giants. You know, the angels marrying women and the. You know, we get in Genesis chapter 6, like the first couple verses, we get like a very short summary of it basically just saying Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and then that's all we get. And then it just cuts off and starts over and does the flood narratives. And starts talking about everybody on the earth and this, hey, there were Nephilim. The end. So yeah, all of that's in First Enoch, chapter 6 and 7. But I also I only came up to say he mentioned the portals in Enoch, and I only wanted to talk about them because they're really fun, because they saw that the sun and moon only go one direction, you know, like over the earth, but they thought the earth was flat, so they had to have some explanation for how the sun gets back to the other side of the earth every day.
You mean to tell me that Doctor Strange was right that there are portals to the multiverse?
Yeah,
I
so
was already
they thought there
giggling
was
'cause
a
I knew where you were
portal.
going.
Yeah, they thought there was a portal on either side of the flat earth, that the sun went across the sky in one direction and then went through a portal at the end and appeared back at the other side so that it could go back over the earth, like
You
the
wait till the flat
earth again.
earthers get it. Wait till the flat earthers get a load of this.
Yeah, it's in Enoch. If you yep, check
It's
it out.
almost like they purposely took Enoch out because they didn't want it to seem like a fairy tale.
It's also I would understand Christians. I actually don't think it would have been that important or like that big of a deal that it like people pretty much knew it was pseudepigraphal because it was written pretty late and Enoch was like one of the first people in the Bible. So they knew even in that day, like they knew it wasn't from as long of a time ago as it like claimed to be by saying Enoch was the author. But I don't think that Judaism would have had as much of an issue with it because they don't really have as strong of an idea about the fall of man and original sin and stuff. But because that was such a big deal in Christianity, the Adam and Eve story is really important for that. And Enoch gives a different reason for sin entering the world that doesn't cause original sin. So like it doesn't jive with the virgin birth being necessary and stuff like that, because it says that this is how sin entered the world. The Watchers slept with women, the angels slept with women. That made the Nephilim. When the Nephilim and their children and the giants passed away, their spirits were stuck on earth because they don't have anywhere. They were spirits of the past Nephilim go around and make humans do sin. That's like the fall of man and sin entering the world is because of Nephilim ghosts, like making humans do bad stuff. So it doesn't jive with the reason in Genesis being because they ate the fruit. Anyway, that's all I really came up to say. I know we don't have a spot for ops, so
Yeah, it's fun. So when was it, Ike, that you started believing in ghosts as an atheist?
I mean, Alex, to be fair, peregrine falcons are now the reason as to why I believe bird people exist.
Yeah, I mean, bird people make sense.
I mean, like, look at this and tell me this is not a bird person.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bird person. And honestly, I don't know if they have consciousness or not, but I'm willing to bet.
Or like, how about like, tell me this is not a bird person.
Oh yeah, that's a bird person, 100%.
I was the mascot in my high school, and our school bird was the peregrine falcon. So, you might be onto something.
The bird people exist. Like people be like, oh no, birds don't exist. They're government cameras. No, bird people exist.
I once got in trouble for telling a cheerleader that I had a 9-inch pecker on my beak, on my outfit.
Quad, I have a friend from high school that has a rooster on a noose tattooed 6 inches below his left knee.
Talk about choking the chicken.
Being that he's a micro, it's always a great conversation starter.
Look at this. Like, tell me how you don't see bird people.
Yeah, bird people. I agree.
Just like
I mean,
this head over here is like, I heard you talking shit.
Like consciousness of trees and rocks, can't really get behind it, but bird people, I mean, sign me up, honestly.
Yep. Like
I definitely don't think bird people would have anything to do with chickens or turkeys, because chickens and turkeys are legitimately fucking stupid.
Now,
Do you
the
think they
chickens
have
want you to
consciousness?
think they're stupid. Turkeys are genuinely stupid.
Oblivion,
Like
my
I said,
jersey
like, look
drowned
at
himself
this
last week when it rained.
Like, look at this hen just looking at the duck like, I heard you were talking shit.
My jersey drowned himself when it rained last week.
Yeah, and I know a jersey that was able to open doors like a goddamn velociraptor.
I knew a girl like that. She was able to open. I sang. I'm
She
AFK
chomped
for
it.
my own brain half the time. Like, sometimes I'm on my best behavior. Sometimes I just exist. Like, that's all it is. Let me get the prompt to bring Christians up.
Here's the real question. If this was an album cover, what genre of music?
That would be
Hip-hop.
punk.
Taylor
that one-
Swift.
What is it called? The hillbilly music. I can't think of what it's called.
Hip hop.
Bluegrass.
Yeah, like punk bluegrass right there. Oh, there's a name for it actually. Rockabilly. There you go.
No, I'd 100% say hick hop.
I like hip hop. I like hip hop.
Like, if this was like black and white, I could say like this is definitely like grunge.
Tractor rap.
Tractor rap.
When I was the church I went to before I moved to the coast was my pastor had a band called Larry Chicken and the Leftovers.
That is diabolical.
I love it.
I want to become a velociraptor.
Lindsay put that's the next Blake Shelton cover.
Busy, could I get your age for TikTok TOS, my friend? Busy, you there?
Boosie?
Maybe it's Boozy, yeah.
Boosie. Could I get your name? Could I get your name? Could I get your age for TikTok TOS, Boosie?
Bussy?
Like, yeah, I was gonna say like old Greg. That kind of bussy.
Yeah, he's got that bussy. I'm all
Oh my
Greg.
god. Did y'all see the dude that made the Halloween costume and actually like put a
Yes.
light in his cup so that when he picked the skirt up, it shone the light?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it was phenomenal.
So real quick, Boosie, it looks like you got some bars, so we might not be able to hear you better.